we want to tell our stories, our historical stories, or our express our love to nature. And yeah, there is a different attitude, for instance, when you are full of anger and full of aggression and try to express this with rhythms and with singing or with destroyed melodies. There's a place, I think, for every kind of music. Only Cusco is more the music that builds up, that caresses your heart and your soul.
Again, back to creativity, because I've always been very interested in that, Michael. Some days when I come to do my radio program, most days, it's very easy for me. It just comes, naturally it comes. And it's like playing, it is not like work. Some days, a few days, when I come in, it's almost impossible, and everything I do is very, very hard work, and I have to push myself to do it. Is it like that with writing music? Some days it just comes very easily. It's kind of like the hand of God has reached down and given you an okay, and everything you do is gold, and other days nothing will come?
Art, it's exactly, now you're describing the creative process. It's exactly the same way. Sometimes it just flies into your mind, and sometimes you have weeks and months even that you suffer and that you have the feeling you never will write a good tune again. And in that time, during those frustration times, you build up ideas, I think, that later on, like a volcano, you can spit out. So it's never a safe thing to be creative. You have your high times and your down times. And it's important that at your high times you try to work as much as possible, because you know the wave will be gone someday, and then you have to walk through the desert. And that's all the time. When I'm finished with an album, then I feel a little bit empty, and it needs a couple of months that I fill up my inner generator, something like this, that I'm ready to, really hungry to write again.
Yes. Did you know the moment that you wrote Ghost Dance that was as big a song as it was going to be?
Pretty much so. I had this idea from with the changing grooves, first coming from the plain Indian groove, and then going into into the other rhythm direction. And I visioned, yes, this should be fantastic. This should be great.
Again, back to creativity. There are some artists, Michael, who say they write their best music when they are at their lowest moments, or when they are at their most emotional moments. And when everything is fine and going well, they have a very hard time writing music. What do you say about that?
It has to be that way with me also, years before. With Cusco, I cannot say so. It is more coming up with the vision, coming up with the story. What will be the theme of the next Cusco album? And in the working about the themes, in the reading and seeing places, and the talks, and listening also to music of the specific crowd that we want to describe. By that, it is pretty normally, pretty steadily, the ideas flow towards the record.
All right. Michael, hold tight if you would, please, and we'll be back to you after the bottom of the hour. We're talking with Michael Holm, Cusco's Michael Holm. What you're hearing right now from a Buramac 3 is a little song called Pahrump, Big Water. And from Pahrump, I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
Art Bell is taking your calls on the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. That's area code 702-727-1295. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is, and with Michael Holm, the man whose great mind has created the music that you're hearing right now. In fact, if you have a question for Michael, you're more than welcome to call now. You might like to know, when we go on cruises and we give away various items from sponsors, when we get to the Cusco CDs, a great gasp always goes up in the audience, and a great hush falls as we read the numbers. It's absolutely enchanting music, there's no question about it. And we have here from Bavaria, and we'll let him describe where he is in Bavaria and what kind of atmosphere he lives in that allows the creation of this music in a moment. If you have questions for Michael, I think we'll do that this half hour. Now, once again, all the way back to Bavaria and Michael Holm. Michael, if you wouldn't mind, give everybody some kind of sense of what it is like where you live in Bavaria. What is it like there?
Well, I'm living about 50 kilometers south of Munich, more or less pretty much in the middle between Munich and the Alps. There is a little village called Weilheim, and my place, it's a farm, is about 3 kilometers outside of this little village. We're doing organic farming. We have horses, 24 horses, and a little crops. And we have 5 dogs, and we live here a really very beautiful country life. Big garden in the summer, fruits and herbs and everything, tomatoes, cucumbers, everything comes out of the garden. And we sell our crops, we need the straw for the horses, and we make our own hay. So we are pretty much self-content.
Boy, that sounds like a wonderful life.
It is a paradise, and again, I invite you together with Ramona to see the place and to come to Bavaria.
Oh, we would love to do that. We would love. I have many people, obviously, who are fans and would like to ask you a few questions, if you would not mind. All right, let's give that a try then. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Michael Holm in Bavaria. Hello there.
Hi, Michael. How are you?
Thank you.
Call the wildcard line, area 702-727-1295.
I didn't get it.
No, that's right. It's not necessary that you understand what he asked at all. He's just a foolish person, Michael. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Holm in Bavaria. Hello.
Hi, this is Troy from Milwaukee.
Hi there.
I was wondering if there's going to be a Kermac fort.
Very good question.
And
Well,
if there is, though, what about a Polynesian seal?
okay.
The Apurimac series pretty logically is describing, or the try of a description, of a personal description of old cultures, especially the Indian cultures, so coming from the Incas in Apurimac 1, going to the Mayas, the Aztecs in Apurimac 2, and now consequently being at the North American tribes with Apurimac 3. So, yeah, my company higher class, they already were asking me, what about Apurimac 4? Do you have any idea? To be honest, at the moment, I have no idea, but if we would come up with Apurimac 3, which Indian tribe could we describe? That is my question. Then it would have a logic if we have another idea what to do musically with the Indians.
Well, he was suggesting perhaps Polynesia or the South Pacific.
I didn't get that. Okay, I mean, that's a matter of sneaking a little bit into the music and into the culture. and maybe also definitely going to Polynesia, to those islands. Maybe then something comes out of it.
Maybe so, and even if it doesn't, it would be a very nice trip.
Yeah, you poisoned me. You told me some great stories about these areas. I plan sooner or later, minimum, to go to Hawaii, because some people told me there is a bay where 50, 60, 100 dolphins come, and you can swim with them, and this is one of my dreams to experience.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Holm in Bavaria. Where are you calling from, please?
Oh, hi Arthur, hi Michael.
I can barely hear you, sir. You're going to have to really yell at us.
Hi Arthur, hi Michael. Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit better. Where are you?
I'm sitting on a very small island, way out on the west coast of Canada.
Okay.
Just in a corner of heaven here. We call it kayak heaven.
Okay.
Part of it. I just listened to the last caller, and I had a similar kind of inspiration for you, Michael, what you would ponder on for your next inspiration, and I'm hoping to inspire you maybe with a little bit of Mother Ocean. You know, it's very worldwide. Salinity of our blood is like the salinity of the ocean. The way we're built, the way our hair grows, I could go on and on. Maybe you already know a lot of it yourself. And Polynesia and all the rest of the world would be connected. Maybe sit by the sea in various places and get that earth rhythm about it.
Well, that's a very good idea. So again, the same sort of suggestion, Michael. The water, the ocean, Polynesia, that part of the world.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a logic. Maybe the audience knows the logic better than we at the moment. But since we are very attracted to the dolphins, so we should consider not only the dolphins, the whole ocean, and maybe by digging down deeper into that idea, we will come up with some music. By the way, me personally, I was extremely excited. This time I made a little travel from San Francisco to Mendocino, and cut from the 101 to the one through the rainforest, and through the redwood, and this was a very, very special moment for me. Those redwoods, they really got on me. I felt like in God's own cathedral. It's so beautiful, and I think this could be also something that could inspire us very much.
The Redwoods are a very, very special place, no question about it. First time caller line, you're on the air with Michael Holm in Bavaria. Hello there.
Hi, Art. This is Wayne in Pocatello, Idaho. I listen to you on AM 1490 KRCD.
Yes, sir.
And my question for your guest is, first I'd like to compliment him for such wonderful, original and dynamic chord changes and wonderful rhythms, the percussion and do you, Michael, use a keyboard for everything, or do you use original flute for all of your flute ensembles?
We use a lot of the flutes that are, for instance, our trademark. Something is the old Moog, the mini Moog. That we have this specific flute sound, special worked out, of course, from the mini Moog. We use also samples and a lot of natural flutes, but often I experience, for instance, the title White Buffalo on the last album, Apollo Max 3, where we had about 6 flutes from samples or from synthesizer and 4 natural flutes. And at the end, in the mix, I mixed away the natural flutes besides the very ending, the last 8 bars of the song, because they didn't sound so exciting in the phrasing and in the sound that that they could compete with the other instruments. Very funny. Only at the end, then the warmth really is taking over, and therefore I left it. But the excitement of the moog, the flute, and the center flute was bigger for me than the natural flute.
Okay. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Michael Holm in Bavaria. Hello.
Hi, I'm Mike. I was in Costa Rica. That really.
Mike, you're going to have to speak up for us. Where are you now?
Oh yes, I'm in San Diego. I'm
San
sorry.
Diego now, not Costa Rica.
No, but I was in there, and that really inspired me. It really inspired me to listen to Howard Stern and Baba Booey.
Well, I don't know how it would be so, because while he might be in Canada, he's not in Costa Rica. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Holm. Hello.
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 My name is Anne. I'm in Muskoka, Ontario, Canada.
In Canada, okay.
Michael, one of the things that every time I hear your music, it's almost like you get a feeling of happiness and joy through the music that is really very, very rare. And I was wondering if you're the kind of person that gets up early in the morning and watches the sun come up. I have studied a lot of classical music, and you almost seem to have a minuet going on in the background with the melody. But the images that the music produces are so adaptable that I'm hoping maybe in the future you'll see maybe children's cartoons with your music in the background telling stories and things like that. Do you have any plans for the future?
Oh, that's interesting. Have you done any work with television, Michael, providing backgrounds for things like children's shows and that sort of thing?
Not so far for children's shows, but for a big natural series in Germany. It was called Seaman 2000. It was 13 episodes, 45 minutes long, about nature, changing of nature to worse or to better. And that was a very exciting project. Never up to now anybody offered me a children's project, but I could imagine that it's a lot of fun to work for children, to write music for children, along with a cartoon or a children's movie.
She also asked if you're the kind of person who gets up and watches the sunrise in the morning.
Yeah, no, today, for instance, now the sun is slowly rising. Sometimes I'm a guy who is very early out, and not regularly I watch the sunrise, but since I watch it, then I enjoy it.
Okay. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Holm in Bavaria. Good morning.
Well, hello.
Hi there. Where are you?
I'm in the Redwood Empire up here.
Oh, he's right in the middle of the redwoods, Michael.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Holmes. It's a pleasure to speak with you.
I tell you something, you are in a very magical, special, spiritual place in the world, and I'm promised myself hopefully I will find a guide to make a horseback ride through the redwood, because I think that this area will speak to me very intensely, and I will have a lot of ideas doing a travel, a ride or a longer walk through the redwood.
Yeah, it's very beautiful. Actually, one of the reasons I was calling is they're planning on cutting down just about all the virgin redwood forests up here at Headwaters.
Yeah, that's a tragedy. I read about it. This is a shame and a tragedy and a crime. And what can you do? Only maybe collect money all over the nation and try to buy as much redwood land as possible and preserve it that way. But otherwise, the economical interest will be bigger and stronger than the need for serving this unbelievable, beautiful, spiritual area in the world. I mean, a shame.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I enjoy your music. It's a pleasure speaking to you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the call. Maybe nature itself. Now, I understand that nature is part of the subtitle of Permac 3.
Yeah.
But maybe nature itself carries a theme that would be proper for your music.
Nature and history. I mean, those are the two themes that are fertilizing our music. The love of nature, to animals, and the interest in the human history, in the beautiful and horrible stories that you can get out of the history of the past. That is, yeah, more or less the foundation of the spirit of the story.
All right, east of the Rockies, you are on the air with Michael Holm. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Where are you?
I'm in Wichita, Kansas.
Okay.
My name is John.
Yes, John.
Michael,
Yeah.
have you ever been in Yellowstone?
John, I've never been to the Yellowstone, but this is also one of the places that definitely I want to see. I've seen a lot of videos, respective also in German TV. They showed a lot of features about the Yellowstone, and yes, that's definitely a place for me to be.
I was born in Cody, Wyoming, and you need to go to the Bighorn Mountains and through Yellowstone. It's beautiful country.
I think that's a wonderful suggestion. I have one other question for you, Michael.
Yeah.
I take it your music first began in Europe. Is that correct?
It began to be created in Europe, but the success of Cusco started in Japan.
In Japan?
And then moved over to Korea. And then moved over to the United States.
Well, I was in Europe just a very, few days ago,
Yeah.
and there was a great deal of music that I heard that I never hear over here. And I wonder why the world does not share more music. Some of the music I heard in Europe was very innovative and new and quite good, and it's not here. And the same thing goes for Japan. Why does the world, except in your case, not share more music?
Yeah, that's a matter of the radio programming and TV programming. If people don't hear music, then they cannot decide to go for it.
That's right. That's right. Well, I'm sure proud to have been part of introducing Cusco in this country, and I too am very curious about and looking forward to already Cusco and a Permac 4.
Thank you very much for your appreciation and for the kindness that you all the time treated us. And I'm very curious what will happen. At the moment, I have no idea, but this is also part of the fun that when you stand before a new project, you have no idea what will come out, and then slowly the ideas unfold, and more you go forward, and at the end there is a result, hopefully one that you love very much.
Well, the song that I'm playing right now behind us is the one that I use every night to close my program. I absolutely love it, and I love Cusco. And Michael, it has been such a pleasure having you on the program. And you've got a wonderful day to look forward to, and we shall get together, whether it's in Bavaria or Pahrump. We will get together, my friend, I guarantee it.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, and big hello to you, dear Art and Ramona, and of course to your listeners, and to the fantastic growing fan community in the United States.
Good night, or should I say good morning to you, Michael.
Good morning, and for you, good night.
Take care. All right, that's Michael Holm, all the way from Bavaria, the genius of Michael Holm, and you will continue to hear me play his music all the time. I heard it, I fell in love with it, and apparently so have many of you. If you listen carefully as the morning wears on, you will hear how you can get the music of Michael Holm, and of course, Cusco. All right, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to do something classically strange. I'm Art Bell, and from the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM.
To fax Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye, dial area code 702-727-8499. That's area code 702-727-8499. Please limit faxes to 1 or 2 pages. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is. Good morning, everybody. We're about to do something that may offend you. We're going to have a real witch on. Or maybe you'll say she isn't a real witch. Maybe you'll say she's a devil worshiper. I don't know. We'll find out. But if this sort of thing offends you, tune out now. This is your absolute warning. Tune out now. Otherwise, hang tight, and we'll all learn something together, I suspect. And we've got several announcements coming up. Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, I am going to do the only book signing I'm ever going to do for The Quickening. It's going to be in Encinitas. Every now and then I say another city by mistake. Escondido. It's not Escondido, it's Encinitas. And it's going to be at Barnes & Noble in Encinitas at 1040 North El Camino Real. Now, it is a brand new bookstore. So fear not if you have checked a map, which some people have and haven't found it. Be assured it is indeed there, and one of the largest Barnes & Noble bookstores in all of California. So there it is at 1040 North El Camino Real. There I will be at 10 a.m. sharp on Saturday morning. My suggestion is to be there early. Now I will sign books for no less than 10 hours. They will then put my hand, possibly my entire arm, in a cast and carry me away. But for 10 hours, I will definitely personally sign books. Now, the reason this may be important is because it is the only time I am ever going to do it. All right. Just before we go to our witch, we're going to Denver very quickly for an announcement from Tim Cannon. Now, Tim Cannon, I think, is, there have been elections in the Art Bell Chat Club organization, and Tim is now some sort of international, what are you, Tim?
International coordinator, Art, and the founder of the Art Bell Chat Club.
Well, of course, the founder, but I wasn't quite sure of what the international title was, and we are international now because I know we've got a chat club in London.
That's correct.
And that's good because we may soon be heard in London. Anyway, what's going on with the chat clubs?
Well, lots of things. We're looking at some spots up in Canada, and I've been working closely with Keith Rowland, and Keith is going to be putting, I imagine it's already up by now, the information about all the chat clubs, their locations, the coordinators for each chat club, along with a phone number in that area that they can, that listeners can contact their coordinator and find out when the next meetings are going to be.
Okay. Is there a phone number, a general phone number now for those who want to either coordinate or start chat clubs?
Sure. We've got a number here in Denver. We'll get back to you on that. That's 303 area code.
Right.
767. 1778.
1778.
And we'll have someone return your call. And I want to take just a minute to thank Bob and Sue Crane, who's been really great sponsors of the chat club and supportive. Alan Corbett and David Masters up at the network, and of course yourself and Keith Rowland, who's worked very closely. We're celebrating here in the next week our first year anniversary of the first chat club here in Denver, which meets at the Rising Phoenix Bookstore twice a month. And some of the guests that we've had, for those new listeners who are not familiar with what we do, Basically, we try to bring on lots of the guests that you've had on the show in person, and they come in and speak to us, and you have the opportunity to meet those guests and ask questions and listen to their presentation. We've had David John Oates, of course, Jose Escamilla, Ron Russell, Victoria Lillquist, Alan Meese, Joyce Riley, along with many others. Keith Rowland is scheduled at our Phoenix Club here real soon, so if you'd like to get out and meet Keith, you need to contact the Phoenix Club and get the information about...
Keith is going to be a guest at the Phoenix Club?
Yeah. That'll be terrific. But
I'd like to go down and see that myself.
You'd like to see that yourself, huh? Yeah. Well, we do have a chat club in Las Vegas, and of course Los Angeles, Portland, Denver, all over the country now. And we're real proud of the first one that's spring up here in Denver at the Rising Phoenix. And tonight we've all gathered listening to this show. The first hour was great with Michael Holm and celebrating the 24th birthday of Curtis Miller, one of our chat club members and a great fan of yours. And so they've kept the bookstore open a little late so we can all gather and have a great time.
Well, Saturday is going to be my day at a bookstore.
Well, I'll tell you what, I was at the last one, and if it's going to be anything like the book signing up in Portland, it's going to be quite an event.
Yes, it should be something. Well, listen, my friend, let me get the number out again for anybody interested in forming a chat club or finding out, I guess, about the activities of the one in your area. It's area code 303 767
1778.
1778.
And we're all waiting for the witch, Art.
Well, your wait is over.
Okay.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Art.
Bye-bye. That's Tim Cannon in Denver. Now, I have been getting faxes and email all day long from people saying, don't do it, Art. Don't do it. Don't do it. Whatever you do, don't do it. They've even been sending faxes to Ramona saying, don't let Art do it. I got a fax, which I will read, minus any identifying information. Hi, Mr. Bell. I am 32 years old. My cover name is Harlot. I am a witch of the most unholy kind. I am by no means a goddess. I use no crystal balls, tricks, nor treats. I am from a long line of witches and warlocks and so on. If you'd like to call me, she supplies the number. The coven of the unholy, hail Satan. Now let me say, Art, I am a good witch by no means. Even if I do something that someone would consider good, I do with evil in my heart. Hail Satan. Well, you guys know me. I will put anything on the air, and that includes Malachi Martin, Catholic priests, people of the cloth, people of the church, and people not of the church, and many things in between. So here is Harlot. Harlot, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Art.
How did you get your name, Harlot?
I got my name Harlot because of how I live and what I do. I go around and I spread webs of deceit. And I adore myself in a very alluring fashion when I do these things. And I take great pleasure in finding a victim, laying my evil eyes upon him and bringing him into sinful joy. And if you go back into your scriptures and search them out, and especially in the Old Testament, a woman of my type would be called a harlot. And I take that strictly out of reference from biblical terms.
Okay. This fax, of course, shocked me and shocked a lot of people. A lot of people who have contacted me, Harlot, tell me you couldn't possibly be a witch.
I'm not surprised. I knew that would be one of the first reactions. When I sent the fax, what should I say, when my fiancé sent the fax, you know, for many years, it has been publicized in different newsletters and through television and through the media itself about what a witch is. If you search these things out, you will find out that even in the most medieval times, that witches were of a more of an evil nature. We took great pleasure in setting great traps and being diverse, a very diverse heart, placing ourselves in a position to be looked upon as Satan followers. But what we do practice the art of witchcraft. What I am art is a satanic third or fourth generation earth witch. I am practicing an art and a faith that has been passed down through my family for generations. And all I can say to them is, if they don't think I'm a witch, well, that's their prerogative, and, so be it.
Well, those who practice what's called Wicca are the first to step forward and say, based on what you wrote here, you're certainly not a witch. And what do you say about the Wiccans?
Well, I'm not surprised. I have encountered many of them here where I live. I have encountered them over the span of my years. Even when I was a young child, I have pretty much been from coast to coast. I haven't made it from border to border yet. I'm one border minus, but I'm going to get there soon. And I've encountered them everywhere. And the thing that I find interesting about it is that once the topics have come up and once it becomes an open discussion, I'm always left standing alone. And I always get these little word of mouth things coming back from them, passed to this person, and so on and so on. But it seems to me I can't find one that's...
Call toll free 1-800-618-8255.
Which?
Okay, I just hit the button because you used your first name.
I don't care anymore.
Oh, you don't care?
I don't care anymore.
You don't care?
I don't care. You can use my first name.
Really? All right.
Let's go with it.
I bleeped it, so let's unbleep it. Your name is Patsy.
Exactly.
Ooh, boy, you're really sticking your neck out here.
There's Wiccans listening to the station right now, no more than about 8 blocks from where I'm live, and I'm tired of it, and they know who it is now, and they have an opportunity, and I welcome the opportunity. I am not going to bicker. I will not get into a rambling discussion about irrelevant things. I want to discuss relevancy here.
All right, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Do you want to say what city you're in?
Yes, I'm in Salt Lake City, Utah. I am exactly 2 blocks from the Mormon LDS temple.
Oh, my gosh. What, pray tell, are you doing there? In Salt Lake, that is.
Well, I came here, first of all, Art. I came here right about the latter part of 1989. I came here with a purpose, and that purpose was to deceive and to lead astray as many as I could. And I have for years, even through my childhood, reacted very strongly between issues considering God, heaven, Satan, hell. I am a full-fledged, totally devoted individual, a woman who serves Satan in her heart, and I take absolutely no regard for people's lives when it comes to me handing them pretty much on a silver platter straight to Satan and take them straight to hell.
Good Lord. There is a God, Harlot?
Art, I believe in the existence of an almighty God. Now, there is a difference between belief and acceptance. I do not accept God, the Almighty, as my God, or a God I worship, or whom I have chosen to lead my life.
So you believe, in other words, you believe in the existence of God, you simply don't accept him. The one you worship is the devil.
Right. I believe in the existence of God, but I deny him in my life, and I deny him to have any part of my life.
I have never met or talked with anybody who said what you just said. You're the first one, Harlot. Do you think there are many people like yourself?
I know dozens. They are secretly motivating. We are a movement. And it is not just here, it is nationwide, worldwide. We proclaim and uphold all evil. We uphold Satan. We are children of the devil. And I want to touch on something here in a moment because I know what kind of reaction that just caused in people out there throughout America and other places.
Oh, yes.
We have a purpose. And that purpose is waiting for the time of the apocalypse, waiting for the time of the basic beginning of the end, during which that time, when that time occurs, we will raise our ugly heads more notably, more publicly, bent on one thing, and that is establishing our rule on this planet.
The rule of Satan, the rule of...
Yes, sir.
Who is Satan, Harlot?
Satan was one of the greatest of all angels in the kingdom of heaven at that time. Oh, son of the morning, if you will. Beauty, vast intelligence. Satan in our minds. And we're not afraid to say this, and we're not afraid of what God's going to do, what God does, what God does. We believe that the reason Satan was punished was because of the simple fact he had awakened himself to God's plan. If you go through your scriptures and you find out in the beginning with Adam and Eve and so forth and so on, their eyes were pretty much closed, only open to what God wanted them to see at that point. And at that time, Satan decided that that was not right. Why close the eyes of human beings? Why not let the human race know good and evil? Let the human race begin to gain knowledge of all things.
Sure. All right, sure. There's good and there's evil. But why would anybody, and I can only ask you because you're the only one here, why would anybody, knowing the difference and understanding the difference between good and evil, choose evil?
Well, Art, it was basically something that was chosen for me from birth. I had a very odd mark on my body when I was born. My mother, at that time, was very suspicious of the mark that was in a place that, well, we're not going to go there.
Okay.
A very feminine place, okay?
Okay.
And it bothered quite a few people. That mark began to slowly disappear as I grow older. I still have it, but not in the fulfillment that it was at birth. And my grandmother, which is my mother's mother, had known for a long time. I think the reason my mother was really disturbed by it because I don't really believe that she could understand the concept, and which is going to have to lead into something very interesting that I would like to share, and that's how this got into my family blood to begin with.
And how long ago?
Oh, long time ago. We're talking way, way back. Way back. And it was due to the simple fact that of starvation and different things. And I'd like to touch on that in a little while, but first, Art, Satan, in our eyes, is the primordial Son of God. We accept Satan as the Son of God. Jesus was a great person in his own right, and so forth. And within the Christian faith, the Savior, the Messiah, and so on.
Yes.
We do not recognize Jesus as being the outright Messiah. We do not. We recognize Jesus as more of a prophet, a healer, someone of great knowledge, and if you will, another virtual Son of God serving another purpose.
And then so Satan is the one that you regard as the legitimate Son of God.
In my opinion, yes, he is my God, he is my Savior, he is my way, he is my truth. Hell, Satan.
Okay, hold it right there. My guest is Harlot. She says she is a witch, the coven of the unholy. And I think she means every word she says. We will, of course, get the lines open, and as you can tell, this is going to be a rather interesting evening. In a way,
The Kingdom of Nye with Art Bell.
And once again, here I am. My guest is Patsy, otherwise known as Harlot. She wasn't going to give her name, and suddenly at the last moment she's decided, I guess, the hell with it. She's going to use her name. This is going to be very interesting, and I'm going to tread fairly cautiously here. And I said going into the break that it was kind of like interviewing a female version of Charlie Manson. Charlie Manson, I recall seeing interviewed in jail, and I thought Charlie Manson was the antithesis of evil, and virtually said so in the interview. And you could feel it. You could just feel it when you listened to Charlie Manson. And as I listen to Harlot, or Patsy, I feel the same thing, don't you? And for some reason, I want to try to understand it, if I can. We'll see. All right, Harlot, welcome back.
Thank you.
Harlot, have you ever seen Charlie Manson?
Oh, Art, I respect Charles Manson about as much as I can go right now and pick him up, throw him through a wall. What we are prepared to do is going to make Charles Manson look like a Sunday school revival teacher.
Really?
But let me explain something first. It must be in the correct time frame. I'm talking very spiritual here. I'm not talking about just because there's a riot or if someone says something or does something. We're waiting for basically the book of Revelations to begin to
Unfold
in its entirety.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I appreciate you, sir. I mean, when I first tuned into your show, and I remember well when you began talking, and you began talking about things that you call the quickening.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how right you are. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
how right you are.
Yes.
We're waiting for the fulfillment of that quickening, if you will. We call it the beginning and the coming of the apocalypse, the beginning of the end that is to come. We do not go out and do different things. There's no one in my coven that even uses a hallucinogenic drug. We do not allow it. There are no narcotics, no alcohol abuse allowed within the walls of this coven. Even in the private sect, in the private activities with the members of this coven, we do not, repeat, do not authorize, use, or sell, or take part in any of that, period. Absolutely not. It's not a part of our purpose. We are part of a grand purpose that is a very spiritual, if you will. Art, we have to have justification. We don't just go out and create chaos without cause. When someone gives us, or gives me, let's talk about me, that reason, I will resort to whatever means necessary to obtain my vital existence. Our own individual vital existence is what means most to us. If we are dead, or if we are strung out, if you will, how then can we be vital to Satan's conspiracy? We are a part of the conspiracy that's going on in this world created by the hands of the devil. And we are going to do everything where we are hell-bent and hell-bound to uphold that conspiracy.
What is hell?
Hell is eternal torment, an eternal damnation. And we freely accept the punishment thereof. You see, even when I do a curse, when I attack someone through a supernatural way, I don't use spirits, I don't use in-between creatures, if you will, to do my dirty work. I do my dirty work, and I alone take full responsibility of all my evil deeds and doings.
Well, it really goes beyond that. According to Wiccans that I've interviewed, when you put a curse on somebody or you do something evil to somebody else, it comes back to you times 3 or 10 or whatever.
It can come back 50 times and I would find great pleasure in it. As long as my enemy is destroyed, I will find great pleasure in it.
Knowing that you are bound for hell, and I presume that you accept that or even embrace the fact that you are going to hell, is that correct?
Oh, I absolutely freely accept that fact. And I have no remorse in it. None whatsoever.
You describe hell as eternal damnation.
Mm-hmm.
How can you possibly, if I want to try to understand the psychology, how can you possibly look forward to that?
Well, it's not like I sit here in my house and say, okay, I'm ready, let's go. It's not that I'm like, okay, I'm going to dive into it. We take it from this. I choose to live by my human nature. And if my human nature is an abomination unto God, I choose to live what in a biblical sense would be termed sinful, and if I live a sinful life, then I go to hell. Well, I would rather go to hell with honor than go to hell out of ignorance. And I'm going to go straight to that bottomless pit. And when that key and what is done and what happens...
But okay, Harlan,
go ahead.
I'm not sure that people go to hell out of ignorance. In other words, if they commit a sin,
mm-hmm.
and they're ignorant of the fact that they're committing that sin, mm-hmm. there's no intentional evil, mm-hmm. then in my way of thinking about things, they wouldn't go to hell.
Well, the scripture, and I'm not going to start quoting, and I'm not going to do that, and I want to bring out how I use scripture and how this coven does in a little while. Ignorance. People will ignorantly go to hell. See, Satan, our wonderful master, is the prince of all evil, all trickery, deception, none greater. He will virtually make a person believe that they are worshiping God and living a right life, and in the essence, they never even know the eternal plan that God has laid out. That's one of our missions. See, I take great joy when someone tells me that they believe in God, but they don't live a godly life. I take great joy in seeing people like that.
There are many.
That's what I mean. There are people out there out of ignorance and lack of knowledge of the Word of God, of His Word. They lack the knowledge of it. They think, okay, I'm going to live a great life. And, that's fine if they choose that, because I welcome it. They say, I live a good life, I'm a just human being, I do different things and do different things. But, the one God chose to be His Savior, did He not say, for many shall come unto me in that day, saying, did I or did I not? Or did I do these things in thy name? Haven't I done all these great works in thy name? Haven't not I believed in you? And He shall say unto them, leave me, you worker of lawlessness and iniquity, for I have never knew you. Oh yes, many shall go to hell out of ignorance.
You will go there with a full understanding of why you're making the trip.
Yes, sir. I would, just like this, when I was a child, Art, I remember the first time my family pretty much knew what I was going to do.
Yeah, let's do that. How did all of this manifest? How early did you know?
I knew the first time, I believe I was 7 or 8, that there was something awfully different about me. I was a child who, when I lived on a farm and I worked very hard, our family had a very large farm, different, aspects of that. I knew there was something wrong. I was a child that, when I would go out and work in the fields and I would help my parents in different things, I despised sunlight. It wasn't so much because of the heat, it was what it was doing to me. I began to, as a child, without even having full knowledge of Scripture, look up at the sky and curse God for having the sun so bright. I would seek shade. I would seek to lurk in shadows. I was a child that my parents could never keep me asleep at night. I would sleep in the daytime just wonderfully, and as soon as the sun began to set, I began to awaken and cause much chaos and havoc in my home. I remember the first time that I actually did what I consider my first experience with witchcraft. I had, living in the country area where I lived in Alabama at the time, and living in that part of the world at the time, I had no exposure to a lot of magazines or a lot of different things from the outside that area, that small area, very desolate part of the state, and different things. I remember just all of a sudden I walked outside and I walked into this nice, beautiful sand pit that I always played in, and all of a sudden it was like a shadow came over me, and I got up and I grabbed the stick. I'd never seen one. I'm serious, I had never seen one. And I drew a complete circle. I put a pentagram in it. It's the face of the Gota Mendez and everything, and I began to walk around that. All of a sudden I sit right in the middle of it, and I closed my eyes, and I envisioned things that was going on with my father that day. I ran back into the house and told my mother that my father would be arriving late, and he had some business to tend to and different things to go on downtown, way down the road, believe me, and that he would be late concerning issues concerning what he was doing at the time with the farm and different aspects of business. Well, my mom looked at me kind of, did you talk to your dad before he went to work? This was the summertime, I wasn't in school. And I said, no, Mom, I haven't seen Dad since last night when he hugged me, I left stuff at the supper table to go to bed. Well, my dad got home at pretty much the exact time that I had told my mother. And me and my brother and sister were sitting at the dinner table, and I heard my mom ask my father about these things. And my dad told her, that is impossible. How did you know? He didn't even call, or he didn't even call. She said, Patsy came in here and told me. Well, it got quiet in the kitchen. Well, I found myself 2 days later getting my bags packed and sent off to my grandmother's house.
And this was at what age?
13 at this time.
13?
Right, I was 13 at this time, right.
And this was only because you had predicted your dad would be home late?
Yes, sir. I got sent to my grandmother's house, and then that's when she came out and had an old photo album and a lot of letters and a lot of things that were written a long time ago. And that's when I first discovered the bloodline in my family relating to being satanic and being a witch.
What was there in your bloodline? What is the history of your family?
Oh, very evil and very brutal. There was a member of my family that was a warlock way back, and there are some things, Art, I don't want to get too in-depth in for the protection of a lot of people that my family tree has affected. Can you understand that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It all began way, way back, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to go with an actual date. It would be, I'm just not going to do it. We had a segment of our family off of my mother's side that were pioneers, if you will, in their own right. They traveled a lot and different things, and it came to a point in time where things were just not going so well. They were running out of food and different things, and
yeah, you mentioned starvation.
Right. They came to a point to where it was virtually death was beginning, as illnesses were beginning to set in. One of the members of the family, who shall remain nameless, because it would give away directly into the family tree, and I'm not going to do that, sought help from God. Well, things got worse. And as the days, and there was approximately 10 days here in a period, they began to look at each other, if you will, with eyes of, well, we're getting to the point to where survival is a necessity. We must live to carry on this bloodline.
Mm-hmm.
One of the members decided, the hell with it, and called upon the devil. As it was written and told to me that there was a deal cut out with an individual who encountered my family, proclaiming the devil. This individual was a very mysterious person, from what we understand. They virtually, in pure blood, made an agreement that if they would continue and to bring forth a bloodline of witches and warlocks, and so on, that Satan would provide them with their needs. Well, the family is here. No one starved to death. Everybody began to flourish, make money. A lot of people in our bloodline became wealthy. A lot of us became very well known and were very active in different political areas back in that area of the country at that time, even resulting even up to now.
Very interesting.
Very moment.
I have interviewed, if you've been a listener to the program,
Yes,
you
sir.
know I've interviewed Malachi Martin, a Catholic priest, advisor to popes way up in the Catholic Church. He talks of people who are perfectly possessed. People who are wealthy, powerful, politicians, people who are very well-to-do, who are simply perfectly possessed, who have in effect made their own pact with the devil.
Yes, sir, that's absolutely 100% correct. You see, when one becomes into the realm of our most unholy and great master, one must become to the realization of the conspiracy of the devil. You see, we conspire to gain vengeance for our master being cast out of heaven. There is no forgiveness of any kind. There's no mercy in our faith. Our master seeks to have victory over God, and by that meaning his people, to wreak chaos, to create havoc, destruction, violence on this planet, to take many as he can away from the arms of God, away from God's kingdom. That is our purpose. Our main goal is not to play, okay, incantation this, spell this. Yes, we do those. And believe you me, when you do it from a satanic point of view, oh, if these Wiccans could only understand. If they only knew. That's why I'll challenge them. I'll give my address right now and you can send 1,000 to my back door.
No, don't give your address.
I know, but I wouldn't mind if 1,000 of them showed up at my back door right now. It would give me great pleasure. Great pleasure in that. When one begins to understand what the main purpose and the main goal is, a sense of reality begins to surface its ugly head. And the reality is simply war. We war against the holy and God. As God's people, war to obtain peace and to uphold that which God has set on this world, the foundation that God has built, that they must uphold it, for we must uphold our end of the almighty plan.
What is the plan of Satan? What does he want of this world? Does he want this world to be?
His kingdom, his virtual world, his heaven, if you will. You see, vital existence, Mr. Bell, is so important. And to be vitally existing on this planet means that this planet must become vital. And which is leading me into something here that, it's really going to set the fires a-burning. We do not, and I repeat, we are the ones who do not pollute this earth. Through governments and through the foundations that have been set, it seems almost like today that unless a political person who's wanting to get up into the hierarchy of politics and government control, if you will, almost seems to have a Christian background of one way or the other, a morally correct, godly point of view, if you will.
All right, Harlot, we're at the top of the hour. Hold on.
It's unjustified. I think that as human beings, we are unfairly punished at the hands of a creator who is not perfect, who is very fallible and has made many mistakes along the way. Jesus said, every time I say that name, well, he said, for the Father in heaven knoweth all things, past, present, and future. If you take that literally, then that means that God, literally himself, knew of everything the devil would do, that human beings would do, from the point even beyond creation itself. I firmly hold to that. I firmly hold to that I believe that God is responsible and the blame. And if I, as a human being who opposes him and upholds the other side, if I myself could put God on trial, I would find him, if I could, as jury and executioner, guilty on crimes and be punished for crimes against this planet and the human race. I would find him guilty and condemn him to eternal death. That's how much I despise him.
Let me read you a couple of faxes before we get to calls. Hi, Art. So far, Patsy seems to be dead on and telling the truth. Can you please ask her the following two questions to test her? 1. Is there any connection between Satan and UFOs or UFO abductions?
Well, Mr. Bell, I believe that we are, and I believe that Satan and we are all as a whole are descendants from a higher race of more intelligent and supreme beings that have, and I carefully use this word, evolved. We'll use that, evolved to a point of so far beyond our human flesh and bones and our puny human minds that yes, I do believe that a lot of these abductions and UFOs are our creators, are our enemies, and I think these people, whether it be by the hands of God or by the hands of Satan, do have a right and do come to this planet to test, to experiment, and just see how far we ourselves have evolved mentally, not so much physically, but mentally. And if we are just to the point of preparing ourselves for the advancement of the human race to take us beyond the limitations that we have now, that where all the questions in the end will be answered when basically, when we can build that ship, that vessel that physically will be able to transport us across the galaxy, across the universe, to other worlds, worlds of a higher intelligence, an evolution process that has taken those beings beyond the realm of the physical needs that we have.
All right, so your answer is yes.
In a degree, yes.
All right. And the second question is, since much of established Christianity considers Mormonism to be a cult, and its adherents already on the wrong path, why are you in Salt Lake City? Is there a connection between your master and Mormonism?
I think that a lot of the LDS faith is dead accurate on a lot of things. I don't particularly agree with them in the sense of proclaiming God as their eyes that governs their church. Right on their museum, I don't have a fear of this, right on their museum down there, they have a pentagram. Right on their museum. There's a lot of things in the LDS faith. When I came here, I came into a situation to where I lived with LDS people. I came here with nothing, Mr. Bell. I came here to prove how an evil person can go into a society, embed themselves into the working order of that society, and use and take total advantage to get what I needed to sustain myself. I joined the LDS Church because at the time I needed a place to live. I will do anything. But yes, the LDS people are pretty good people. I like a lot of what that they do out there and how they motivate themselves to financial gain and to motivate themselves to working and doing what it is that they do until someone in that organization comes to me and says, okay, what we are is actually a part of what you are. Then I will shake their hands and help them fulfill their goals and fulfill their promises. But as long as they proclaim God, they are my enemy. As long as they proclaim Christ in the form that they see him as, they are my enemy. As long as they do that.
All right. He ends up after those two questions saying, tough questions. So far she's answered everything like a fundamentalist Christian. I'd be very curious to see if she continues to tell the truth or covers up two of Satan's greatest lies.
Mr. Bell, like I said, I draw the line nowhere. Satan's lies are Satan's truth. He must lie. He must be deceptive. He must have a diverse heart.
And so then must you as a follower.
That's exactly right. We have a saying, by any means necessary, and we don't use that as a loose phrase or a term or something. It is reality with us. By any means necessary. I have went into churches, like I said, I've been coast to coast, and I have been to these churches, and I have sat in their congregations. I have become active in their churches without anyone ever knowing that when I went home, I worshiped the devil.
Why would you go to a church service? For what reason?
To lay seeds, to lay a foundation of evil. I take great pleasure in creating havoc in the life of a God believer in any form or any religion. I take great pleasure in it. Satan uses me that way. Or I have left where I sustain myself with virtually nothing, alone, with only my cunning, my diverse thoughts, my wicked tongue, and hitchhike alone, young woman myself, alone, across this country on interstates in the middle of the night in order to spread unholy seeds. And I have effected, sir?
I just shivered. You have hitchhiked across the country spreading evil in what form, Harlot?
Lust, adultery, fornication. I take great pleasure in destroying a family. I take great pleasure in, like I did right here, take a Mormon out of his home and put him in my lair, grabbed him, sucked him in. He lost a child and a wife, and he's living with me now, and I take great pleasure in having him lay on my unholy sheets by me every night.
Is he hearing this?
He's in the war room, what we call the black room right now.
The black room.
That's where we practice unholy arts. As a matter of fact, my entire coven is here.
Across America, Harlot, how many covens like the one that you have there exist, do you believe?
I believe that there are many, but I think a lot of them that they're not prepared yet to actually come out publicly. I think they live not so much in fear, but they're just not ready at that point in time to make a difference and to impact the area that they live in.
Why are you? Why are you coming out publicly? Why are you ready to say all of this?
Because I have a purpose, and my purpose has been let known to me in visions. My purpose, I am being primed for an ascension. I have a ritual coming up here before All Hallows Eve. It is of the most unholy kind. The only victim in this ritual will be me. I am the victim. I will be alive. No, nobody's going to behead me, and nobody's going to do that. I will be alive. It is a part of my ascension. For years as a child, Art, I would cry in my bed at night. I would just cry in my bed, feeling sorry for the devil and what God did to him. As a child, I would wake up screaming in the middle of the night, hating God, virtually hating God for what he did to my master.
There are people, many, Harlot, who will say what you're saying represents not a religion, not a belief, not a worship of that devil that you say you worship, but rather a mental illness.
That's their prerogative. My parents, when I was 18 or 19, did take me for examination. They took me to many doctors, many things. I was hooked up to more machinery than what it seemed like to my eyes anyway, than an auto body shop had. They did brain scans, they did different things on me and so forth and so forth.
And what did they come up with?
Well, I walked out of there with no pills, no nothing, and well, what people told my parents was two things. It's something that science cannot grasp at this time, or she's telling the exact truth. That girl is not holy by any means. That's exactly what the doctors told my parents. It's on paper. My parents have it.
They took you to doctors. Did they take you to priests?
I eat them alive. I have walked into priests. I have sat and talked with them in conversations, and they know. They do not touch me. They do not pray over me. They just talk to me, Mr. Bell. They just talk to me, and we share feelings, ideals. We talk about reality with God, what's coming in the world, and Satan.
So you think then that you are, as we discussed earlier, that you are perfectly possessed?
Mr. Bell, in front of your audience, the millions, whatever are listening, Christ said something in his scriptures that I take to virtual heart, that Christ says, whoever denies me before men, I will deny before my Father. I deny Jesus of my body and of my soul. And I deny him of a right to have any governorship over me, any authority over me. Period. I deny him the right of my heart. That way I will be assured that he will definitely, and I do everything in my power, each and every breath I take, I definitely want to be denied in heaven. I want the second death. When the numbers of the sands of their numbers are like the sands of the sea when they surround the encampment of the saints.
All right. Harlot, hold on. We'll be back to you. It's the bottom of the hour. I'll be face value. Once again, here's Harlot. Harlot, are you there?
Oh, yes, Art. May I say something before we go to phone calls, please?
Oh, sure. I've got a couple of questions for you, too, before we do.
I understand. Thank you, sir. First thing, I want to make short and sweet. I don't care one bit what anyone out there in the listening audience feels about me. I really don't. I know in my heart what I am. I have only began to express my evil. I haven't yet even began. I welcome phone calls from anyone, but the one I want the most, and because only it is relevant, that's either a priest or a minister of any faith who will get on with me and discuss these things.
Oh, I'm sure you'll get that.
Oh, that's what I want.
How about some Wiccans? You'll get that, too.
I like to have them, and you can give them my address off the air, and I don't care if they drive 8,000 miles. I'd rather have them face-to-face.
No, let's not do that. We'll do this on the radio.
Oh, yeah.
All right, a couple of questions. One, if Satan knows he will lose, even if he believes he is totally right and justified in what he's doing, then why does he not repent and be forgiven? Surely he is intelligent enough to realize he is fighting a battle he cannot win, and also super intelligent enough to realize that the famous quote by Milton, quote, "It is better to rule in hell than to serve in heaven," end quote, is utter baloney. Even if he believes he is totally right and God is totally wrong, God clearly holds all the cards. What is to be gained from continuing a fight against all odds? This useless war would be over in seconds if he'd just get a clue, and the resultant joy in the universe would know no bounds. No one, even he, is beyond redemption, beyond repentance, beyond forgiveness.
That's not the grand scheme of things. God needs an opposer. God needs it, or he would have never existed to begin with. It is almost like we could take this back to Adam and Eve. Why was the serpent allowed? Why was he allowed, period?
I've always wondered.
And the answer to that question is simple. He was allowed to do that because even in God's makeup of what he is, in his existence, in his essence, I find him to be more than just jealous now, but susceptible to boredom, susceptible to, well, if there's nothing for me to do here, then why carry on here? So what greater way to spice up the Cajun food, if you will, than to put a lot of pepper on the ground? Mr. Bell, Satan doesn't want repentance. He wants vengeance. It would be almost like, and I want to use this term loosely now because I'm such a big fan of it. It would almost be like Eastern Michigan playing at Nebraska next Saturday morning. There is no way at all that they could go in there and win that ball game. But what they can do is inflict enough damage on that team or that opposition in order to effect what's coming down the road. Satan sees this opportunity. He has seized this opportunity to damage God. And the way he's going to do that, and the way we are going to do that, by running with the devil, if you will, is by causing complete chaos and damaging the foundation of what God has built.
Yeah, you keep coming back to chaos.
Oh, yes.
All right, this is from Ann in Middleton, California.
Nice place.
Art, your guest is not a product of Satan, but a product of the evils of the Catholic Church, ironically. Now, let me finish.
The Father of all supernatural power relating to the evil side. I would welcome to be strung up. I welcome them to march up here, string me up, and burn me. I would welcome it because the essence of my spirit would be more powerful then. I do believe in reincarnation. It does exist. I know I've lived before.
And will again?
And will again. And I will just go to another time to inflict more evil damage on another people in another time frame. And I welcome it. It's like an enemy, which I wanted to get to, an enemy of mine. Art, I don't care. I have no mercy, and I do not want mercy on myself. I do not receive mercy because I do not have mercy. When I have an enemy, I want that enemy to go down, and I don't care how I have to do it. If I have to resort to licking a dog, I will. If I have to resort attacking them, which I want to bring up later on about soul journeying and different things. Oh, you bet evil people can soul journey. I have many times went in a state of sleep in different things and have left marks on my enemies. And I see fulfillment in destroying them. I don't care if it takes me 40 years, and if I'm in a wheelchair, I will find them, and I will see their destruction if it's the last thing I do in my own eternity.
All right, let's go to the phones. First time caller line, you're on the air with Harlan.
Good evening.
Hello there.
How are you, sir?
Fine. Where are you?
I am in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Well, no, that's you. I'm talking to the caller.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Caller, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, turn your radio off. That's number one.
Oh, okay.
Everybody, as soon as you get on the air, turn your radio off. You'll be able to hear it on the phone anyway. All right, do you have a question?
Actually, I had an answer to your question as to which politicians had already made their pact with Satan. I have been studying witchcraft and the occult for several years, actually about 8 or 9.
And
I have discovered an insidious and heinous plot of Satan to try and rule over the world government. And it involves, as you mentioned in an ad, I do believe earlier, about a coin that has 2-headed eagles. That is one of the signs of Satan.
a coin that has 2-headed eagles.
A double-headed eagle, yes.
Uh-huh.
That is a sign of a religion known as Freemasonry. And Freemasonry, most people in Freemason pacts or Freemason lodges, which are all around the country and all over the world, would like you to believe that they're like a little group, like a little lodge, like a membership.
Mm-hmm. That does good things, good deeds.
Yes. In reality, Freemasons have a secret pact with the devil to go out and rule over the world and to bring Satan above ground on earth to be able to rule in complete monarchy.
All right. Do you have a question for Patsy?
Actually, I wanted to ask her if she was a Freemason herself.
All right. Patsy, are you?
No, sir, I am not. But what the gentleman has just said on the phone, I would like to thank him. I would like to thank him kindly, even though there were some things that I don't quite agree with, and that's what makes America wonderful. But he is dead on accurate to a degree, and I'd like to thank you, sir, whoever you are, very, very much, because the conspiracy lies deep in politics that you would not believe. About the coin, look who was in the presidency and the Congress and everything at that time. Look at the New World Order. Who brought that up for the first time? There's your answers. Go and seek these things out, America. Do it on your own. I'm not going to sit here and tell you. You do it for yourself. If you dig deep enough and overlook a lot of the red tape and a lot of the hogwash that's put in front of our faces on the TV and so on, you will begin to understand that this conspiracy is very old, very, very old. In America, we are alive and well.
All right. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Harlot. Hello.
Good evening, Patsy and hi, Art.
Good evening, sir.
This is Gazuki in Indian Springs. I got several questions, but hopefully I'll be able to get at least a few in. Do you have to snap out of it when you feel sorry for something or someone?
No, I never feel sorry for no one.
Okay. If the devil exists as you proclaim, and I decided to invite him over by calling him a perilous pot of protrusive protoplasm immersed in dung, and he's likes nothing other than to search and destroy. Why will he or won't he cause or not cause havoc for me in the living?
Well, sir, it all becomes down to one thing. How do you feel about God?
Well, I believe in a God. I believe he is an extraterrestrial. What is your thoughts on that?
I believe that we're all descendants from beings of a higher power.
Okay, one more
They
question.
are alien in essence. Yes, sir.
Okay, one more question. Do you believe Clinton is the Antichrist?
I believe that President Clinton is doing what President Clinton should be doing at this time, sir. Exactly. I think that destiny lives itself out, and I believe that Clinton and all the presidents, as far as you can go back, has done their little deeds, have done their little part in establishing what we have today and what's coming in the future.
Well, when I look at politicians, Patsy, I have concluded over the years that to get to the Senate, to get to the presidency, generally to get to high political office in this country, you almost have had to have made some sort of pact with the devil.
Well, you know, Art, that's true in a sense. You know, and I know it's true. A lot of what we see, and we've had presidents and different people in the Senate, as you said, Sarah, and so on, you know, we see a very moral background, if you will. I mean, and I know Clinton and his problems and so on. What I'm talking about, you know, what church, you know, this church group or this organization that they're affiliated with or so on and so on. A lot of times that is a screen because, like I said, I myself can walk into any church And I mean anywhere, because I have been through over 20 different denominations of faith. I have sat in their congregations. I have virtually almost become active in their congregations without them even knowing who my master was.
Of course. Well, when you look at a politician, one who has achieved very high office, Patsy, he has achieved it more frequently than not through lying, stealing, deceit, and I could go on and on. A lot of the qualities that you seem to honor.
Well, we know it's crooked. I mean, there was a time at a rally down in Louisiana that I attended one too, and it had to do with the oil companies and different representatives down there. And well, I would just say one thing. At one time, I had a little bit of doings under the wraps, if you will, with a certain group of people that has held the governor's seat in Louisiana for quite some time. Some people kind of outlined in that organization that I dealt with, and I'm not going to go any further there for their own safety, if you will, and different things. But yes, Art, you are 100% correct. Politics is corrupt to the fullest.
All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Harlan.
Hello.
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 Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I just want to say that, yes, she's right. There is a conspiracy of evil, but she left out that there's also a conspiracy of good out there. That and
I haven't left that out yet.
real witches, not Hollywood hogwash.
Oh, please.
You are a faker.
Oh, please, sir. I tell you what, I would like for you to, I tell you what, I have, like I said, been from coast to coast. Don't be surprised if one of us doesn't creep up around a dark corner one night. Just say hi and shake your hand. You seem to be one of the most nicest human beings that you have ever met in the world. And in the end, their diverse heart will conquer you. That's just the bottom line. See, sir, if I had to get up in front of a congregation and preach about God, I would. If that meant, in the end of it all, upholding Satan in the end.
Well, I'm not talking about a church. I'm a practicing Wiccan.
Oh, goodness, would you please come visit me? Can I give you my address? I would like to see you,
And
sir.
what you are doing is trying to flame the fires of the Inquisition again. That's all you're trying to do.
What, are you afraid of retribution? Are you afraid of retribution for your acts? I'm not.
My acts aren't evil.
Well, it's still witchcraft.
Witchcraft is not evil.
Oh, okay. Alrighty then. You see, I run into this all the time. You know, sir, and I'm going to use some intelligence here. I'm not going to call you no name, but sir, please do me one favor. Get some backbone. Accept the reality of what you're doing is not godly. Okay? Please do.
I'm not talking about God.
But sir, I hope in the end that you don't. In a way.
Let me understand.
Go ahead.
You have accused her of being a fake. You say you're a Wiccan. What are you?
We practice a sort of nature worship, sir.
Oh, boy.
All she did was throw in some stuff from some Hollywood movies. She's just trying to get some propaganda out there.
Oh, please.
Maybe not. I mean, in a way, I understand what she's saying, and I'm not, believe me, a long way from siding with her.
And I understand, Art.
But on the other hand, you're saying you're worshiping nature, and you're leaving out God. She's leaving out God and making no bones about it. You're leaving out God and trying to suggest you're kind of in the middle.
No, there is a God force. It's not like a physical being per se.
Mr. Brown?
Yes?
I would just like to tell that gentleman I hope he goes through life before he dies believing it. I do. Like I said, there are going to be those who go to hell out of ignorance and those who go to hell with honor, and I'm going with some honor, and so are my people. So
Well, I actually understand what you're saying.
Right, I do. Sir, I really do. You know, there was a time that I so much despised the weapons to the point to where if they, even without being an enemy, even without ever setting themselves against me, and they were laying on the ground bleeding, I would rather dump salt into their wounds and actually give them blood. But, you know, in the general makeup of it all, they're silly. at least. Yeah, I'm not here, America, to try to Satanize America. That's not my duty. That duty lies within your own heart and with the general makeup of the things to come, just like El Nino. Yes, we better all stock up on food, because this El Nino is the beginning of something even more grand to take place in the next 2 years. We have not seen hurricanes, and we have not seen the multitude of storms that are going to come down on North America and the world until 2 years from now. Just be prepared, America. Art is actually right. We better buy food, and we better stock up and prepare to make it the hard way, because this is going to be some hardships like never seen before.
Anything else, caller?
See, the Wiccans have had this problem for years.
Oh, please.
Because people like her have always come out saying that witchcraft is evil and everything, and it's not. We want to help society better itself just as any other religion of the right-hand path does.
Sir?
Yes.
In human nature for years, I can almost understand this love one another, treating one another well, saying, love nature, love the trees in your backyard. Yeah, we need them around. You better believe we need them around. But Wiccan isn't going to stop the destruction of this world. And by human nature ourselves, we are an aggressive race of people.
All right, I've got to ask you both to hold it right there.
Art Bell is taking your calls in the Kingdom of Nye from east of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico at 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 702-727-1222. That's 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now here again is Art.
All right, back now to Patsy or Harlot, your choice. Here she is. Patsy, 2 faxes, 2 very different reactions.
Okay.
1, hey Art, I don't suppose you could open a cute cuddly cat lover's line after your satanic guest leaves, could you? I need to hear something that'll take away the heebie-jeebies she's giving me. Yikes, she is scary. I mean, really scary. And so there's one who believes, and here's one who doesn't. Patsy's position is laughable. In order to be a Satanist, you first must believe in the same God that Christians do. And that immediately shows that Patsy has no awareness of the truth of the universe. Anything else she claims to know is so much bunk. Patsy doesn't really have a problem with God. She obviously has a problem with Christianity and expresses it as a total and complete rebellion against it, much as the most virulent anti-smokers are people who used to smoke. I feel sorry for her and her waste of this life and the baggage she most likely will carry to whatever comes after this existence. Bud in San Diego.
Oh, interesting. As I light a cigarette and take a drink of my vinegar, most unholy drink that I have just made. Very interesting. Believing in God. I think I made that point clear. I do believe in the existence of God. I just oppose him.
Did you ever worship God?
There was a time in my life that, as we all have a free agency and a freedom of choice,
Yes.
I decided at one time, Mr. Bell, and excuse me for the first time tonight, I am going to sit down.
That's quite all right.
A lot of chair here. There was a time in my life that I decided to see if there was a chance that God could impact my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to a little church home, and due to the embarrassment of that church, I will leave them nameless.
Okay.
I went there and I attended for quite some time, and I mean some time. It wasn't like a couple of times, I went to church and said, okay, here we go.
I understand. You gave it a good college try.
Thank you. Just in order to see. And I went there and I learned and I attended for months, and then I decided, well, let me see here if I really do have a choice. Well, I did have a choice. And I went and I got before the place there where you kneel and ask for repentance of your sins and so forth like that. And,
Stay good and close to the phone, Patsy.
Oh, yes, sir. And to ask for repentance of sin, and I got on my knees in front of the, what was established there in a well-structured church. And during this process, I was asked if I was actually prepared to give my life to God, to make a, if you will, the ultimate sacrifice, basically a symbolic sacrificing of yourself in order to pick up thy cross and carry it, if you will.
Yes?
I did that, and for a time it seemed like, there's something here. As it began to evolve to the point to where I began actually talking to people about God and working with different youth and so forth and so on, I began to notice little things in my life began to be demolished. I mean, hard. And I asked myself, I know of the devil, but this is going too far. I found myself in a state of heavy sleep one night. It was the strangest thing that I have ever encountered in my entire life, this state of sleep. I awoke, partially nude. My bosom's hanging out. I'm laying on a sand, a kind of a cold, or ash-colored sand. There was no trees. There was nothing there. And I remember looking over my left shoulder, and there stood an angel, a virtual angel. And this being looked at me on all fours in that dirt, in that sand. And quickly, with the rise of a hand, pointed upward. I looked up and I looked into a light, the most incredible light I have ever seen. And a voice, a virtual thundering voice, said to me, I would never forsake anyone, but you will forsake me. And at that point in time, this is not trying to sound too cliche here, a bolt of lightning came out of the cloud, and it hit so hard that I virtually bounced off of my floor out of the sleep state. I hit the floor hard. I was in a massive cold sweat. My entire bedding was, I could wring the water out of it.
So you were virtually just told you were a Judas.
And let me finish, if I may, please. After that, I still attended church, but I began to go into a rebellious state within the church. I one time asked the pastor of that church a few questions right in front of the entire congregation, and everybody there turned their head and they looked at me with marvel. How could someone stand in their congregation and ask the questions that I asked? And pretty much my question was simple. Is God the liar? Doesn't God preordain everything? Well, as you can imagine, Art, that didn't go over well in the church. And I was asked to leave, and I left. For another few months thereafter, I still held on to a slim belief into the God order. I like calling it that sometimes. But it eventually became obvious to me that, no, you're you're not a part of this.
So then you really regard everything God is as a lie.
In a lie, well, the reason I asked that at the time, could I explain? The reason I asked that at the time was because of those words, past, present, and future. And the scripture saying that we all have the basic freedom to choose, the freedom to live our lives as we see fit. But in the end, you are going to receive either a eternal torture or an eternal fulfillment in heaven. And I ask myself, if I'm God, which I at times do not have no problem putting myself in God's shoes, if I am God, would I have allowed this to happen this way? No, I would not have allowed it that way. And to read scripture and to see people praying and all these other things, I often wonder if it's not all, from God's point of view, if God isn't the liar and the conniver, and our master, Satan, is the way, the truth, and the light of the world for all to follow and to have a fulfillment on earth and in his own kingdom. It's complicated, and like I said, I'm willing to dance any dance, period, as long as one thing happens, and that is that there is no exit from the dance floor. I have called many times here locally, preachers, and I have asked simple questions. I had one preacher tell me right in this city of Salt Lake that my questions regarding Adam and Eve, regarding Cain, and what people on earth existed when Cain was told to leave and go into the land of Nod, whichever it was, and to there he would begin to spring forth life, but he would be marked. Marked for who? That he would be a criminal, if you will, wanted, and different things. Who was there? Who was on the planet? There had to be other life forms. I really believe there had to be. And God permitting incest, the only way that the earth could be populated without the use of another life form on this planet was by incest. And therefore, we are all descendants from the act of incest. And later down the road, when enough people got on earth, I guess God changed his mind and all of a sudden said, incest is no good. But it was good enough for him to populate the earth.
I understand. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Harlot.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hi, Patsy.
Hi, Dexter. How are you?
Not bad. How about yourself?
Oh, couldn't be better this time.
Okay, well, she's telling the absolute truth, and there's no question in my mind that Satan is with her in every single way. Not only that, but there's one thing that she isn't telling, and maybe she might not believe this. We'll see. Satan is here now. Satan is ruling the earth now. Okay?
Oh, yes, sir. I agree with you,
There's
sir.
no doubt about it. This is Satan's world right now. This is Satan's hour. Not for long, but it is his hour. And a lot of the callers so far that have called in is, they're basically confused. She is prepared to die for what she's doing. She's prepared for her second death, and she knows it's coming. Okay? She is willing, and she's accepted this. She knows there's nothing that's going to change that. She is not saying that Satan is going to win. She has denied God. Okay? In doing so, she has forfeited her chance for salvation and her chance for eternal life.
I would agree with that based on what I've heard.
Okay, now where the basis is, when the devil was thrown down to earth, was approximately 1914. Art, you know that before World War I, there was no precursor, there was no identifying factor that would say World War I is going to start. We know that it started over the assassination of one man. Okay, when Babylon was crushed, there was a mention, I've been trying to research this for you, but I haven't been able to before we got on the air. When Babylon was crushed, basically it was foretold in a vision, prophet to the king of Babylon at the time, that 7 years, 1 year equaling, or 1 day equaling a year, that the beginning of the end would start. That equals to 2520. You minus 1914 from 2520 equals 606, 607 BC. That is the date which Babylon was crushed. Okay? This is, without a doubt, the time of Satan. And I'm on the other side. I'm a believer in God. I totally 100% praise Jesus' name. And the best part of it is, okay, I'm not going to be saved.
All right, let her say something.
May I influx myself in this? Thank you, sir. Now, Satan has been on earth before 1914. Now, I can guarantee you that. If he wasn't, well, I think you search scripture out and you'll find that answer for yourself. I agree with the caller. I agree with him 100% on what he says, and I do thank him. I do thank him kindly for saying those words, because I will not enter into the kingdom of heaven. Caller?
Mm-hmm.
Are you there?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
this is our time.
I find it very unfortunate.
May I
Oh,
continue?
sure. I'm just responding to that.
Okay. I find it very grateful. This is our time. But the events that are coming, there will be also another time.
Yes, after the 1,000 years.
And when that time comes, our people will raise their ugly head. And like I told Mr. Bell earlier, what Charles Manson did is putrid in every form. It's just a sick human being. We're not going to hallucinate. We're not going to have people just run out and do our dirty work. We are all going to do our dirty work. And when the evil begins, we will have mercy on no one. You know, many times through biblical history, God's people failed. God had to punish his own people time and time again. This time, when this all takes place, they better be on the right track. Because
without a doubt. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about what you're saying in terms of that 1,000 years.
And if they're not on the right track, the punishment that Satan's rule, when we do take our stand on this globe, and even more than you can even begin to fathom what we're doing now.
No, I pretty much know it.
Okay, yeah, I respect that. They had better be close to God, because believe you me, what's coming when that mark, and when the only way you're going to be able to trade for food or survive.
You're talking about the number.
Right, the mark of the beast. There's going to be a lot of Christians, and I'm not calling you Christians, please, I'm not directing you saying, okay, he's a Christian, and no, okay. I'm just saying, a lot of people who believe in God will be put to the ultimate test in that day.
Right, we will have to die for that belief.
Exactly.
There's no buts about it.
Exactly.
Just like you, this is, you're talking to the light, I'm talking to the darkness, okay?
And I welcome
There's
the
no ifs,
conversation.
ands, or buts about it.
And I welcome to the conversation, I really do. This makes more relevant sense to me than talking to a Wiccan.
All right. Well, you view her then as the real McCoy, sir.
Excuse me?
I said you view her as the real McCoy, that she believes what she is saying.
Take a look at her words, Art. I mean, like, she has already lied a few times in terms of she comes from a long line. She must now be referring to the fact of her reincarnated line, or her parents wouldn't have been surprised at the fact that she was drawing pentagrams. They would have taught her.
Denial. They were in denial, sir, because they couldn't live with the fact that it was actually affecting them right there.
Can I ask you one question before Art goes to another caller?
I would, yes, sir. Feel free. Yeah.
Okay. My question is to you. From which line do you come from in terms of, if it's not your birth parents' line, from which line do you come from? This
My
line
mother. My mother's side of the family. It is my mother's side of the family. I said that, maybe I didn't make myself clear, but it was my mother's side of the family, not my father's. It was my mother's.
And because it is my mission to do so, I do pray for you.
Hello?
I'm here.
Yeah, do you hear him?
He said, pray
I
what?
said, because it is my mission to do so, I do pray for you, regardless of what you want.
And sir, let me tell you, it won't happen now. I mean, it will not happen now, sir. You are my enemy. And if this was the day of the apocalypse right now and everything began, I would behead you.
All right, we're going to have to hold it right there. Patsy or Harlot, hold on. There will be more. From the high desert, I bet you haven't heard anything like this before, have you? Because I sure haven't. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. All right, this should be interesting. Harlan, listen to this. Dear Art, welcome back, Art. It seems to me that Harlot has solved her guilt and identity crisis. The belief of Satan and hell is a crock. It is an excuse for all the wrong she has caused in this world. How do you react to that?
I react to that by saying these words. I and I alone am to blame for all my sins, for all my actions, and all my dirty deeds. Done dirt cheap. I and I alone must suffer the consequences thereof. Mr. Bell, I for years have been asked that question, and people just don't seem to be able to grasp the fact, the outright fact that I am able to boldly state my damnation. I am not guilty of a crisis. I am guilty of my words. I am guilty of my actions. I am guilty to be sentenced to eternal death. Said and done, and I freely accept it. I have had a lot of traumatic events in my life that have, yes, they have swayed me in one way or the other, like the death of my son, Mr. Bell.
Sure.
But just because of the death of my son, I don't hang this, okay, God, it's your fault. The death of my son was meant to be. I wake up sometimes, Mr. Bell, with a longing for my baby, for my 5-year-old child that was taken away from me by my husband, who I am no longer with. By his hands, he took the life of my child, and I will never forgive him for that. He is no longer on this earth now, and I will never forgive him for that act. But that did not thrust me into this satanic belief of mine. This is something that I longed for even as a child. It was my birthright. There was a time when me and my brother, I'll never forget this, we were on a trip one time, and he was praying to God, and we were young, Mr. Bell, and I got down by him on my knees, and my big bro, years older than I and so forth, and was looking at me, and I was sitting there, and I said, my little prayers, and when I got through saying it, just out of nowhere, I went, hell, Satan, hell, Satan. He jumped up off the floor, and he looked at me like, what?
Yeah.
And I looked up at him, and I just went, I don't know. And I ran and crawled in my bed, and I threw the covers up over my head out of embarrassment. It was something I didn't even plan. It was something that was just so, it just happened, bang, right there. It just happened.
Here's another fact.
Yeah.
This is the most important question you could ever ask the harlot.
Ooh.
Ask her, how will God, in the end time, smite Satan, the devil, and all his followers? She will not know the answer.
He will smite us down in the end, when the angel comes down from heaven with the keys in his hand. Those keys will be the keys of the bottomless pit. That angel will open. First, he will be cast there for 1,000 years and placed there. And then the angels will come down and loose him. And for 1,000 years, for a little season, he will be able to roam once again in order to establish the satanic rebellion on earth, greater than anyone could ever fathom right now. And in the end, fire shall come out of the mouth of God, and it shall devour us. Satan shall be cast and thrown into the pit, where the Antichrist and the false prophet already are.
Actually, I think you did get it right. The answer is that in less than a blink of an eye, all the evil that they have done unto mankind will be thrust upon them, burning them and leaving them only the pain and hell that they have created for others, their karma will be complete.
And that is absolutely true, and we fully accept it.
Well, I think you gave the right answer. First-time caller line. First-time callers call area 702-727-1222. Okay, we're going to have to start all over again. The one thing we don't want you to do is to put your last name on the air, dear. So let's begin again. Your name is?
Tara.
Tara, and where are you, Tara?
Cape Girardeau, Missouri.
The home of Rush Limbaugh.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a practicing Druid. First, I'd like to say I appreciate her honesty. I understand that there's a balance on this planet between good and evil, and I respect her decision. And I believe her because there's a lot of people who claim to be Satanists, but they're just drug addicts and they're trying to rebel.
That's not what you're hearing from her.
Right. I don't believe magic is evil though. Because I choose God. I don't believe in Jehovah or Jesus necessarily. I think he was a prophet, a very intelligent person. I use magic as a tool to better my surroundings, to improve myself. And I believe God resides in nature, so I'm not really going against him.
Where, though, do you think that power comes from?
Like I said, God resides in nature, and God is in with all people, and I draw from that which is in me, that is a part of God.
Is what she says possible, Harlot, or is she fooling herself?
Well, I will be honest. Is her name Tara?
Mm-hmm.
Tara?
Yes.
With all due respect, may I ask your age, please?
I'm 21.
21. Oh, I remember when I was 21.
Mm.
Tara?
Yes.
With all due respect, keep going that way, hon. I hope you keep believing it, and I hope that you never sway from your faith. Because I will welcome your presence in that unholy cup of tea, if you will, that we will sit together in fire and brimstone. And Tara, let me finish, please. If you search your scripture, now I can understand, the human race has always ran. We're a race of runners just as much as we are a race of barbarians. We run from reality. You sound like to me that you are running because you're not willing to walk out on a limb, and below that limb there is nothing. And to hang on it and to believe that there is a one true God and a one true devil. The scripture says that anything, witchcraft, astrology, and so on, it's in the New Testament, hon, is not of God.
What I am confused with is you say, you sound like you believe that the Bible was written by God.
Okay, listen to me. That is my mission, is to confuse people. That is my mission, because the more people I confuse, and if they die confused, and all of a sudden they give up their ghost, and they die, and they do not ask for repentance, then my mission is successful. That's all I set out to do. You can do your little witchcraft, you can play your little games, you can use all your little toys, but the bottom line is that, hon, is that my mission is to keep you happy. Satan keeps you happy.
See, I know the power is not in the ritual. You can use as many crystals and stuff as you want to.
I don't use those.
But no, a lot of those Wiccans do, and they think that's where their power comes from doing this and that just right. That's not where the power is at.
If they're blinded by Satan, and if Satan keeps blinding them, power to it.
I know right now both sides are sniffing each other out. And we're just drawing the lines.
Well, hon, the lines that we're going to draw are these. We will clean the field of the middle in order to establish the ultimate battleground between God and Satan. Everyone else in the middle will be not only not crushed by the hand of God, but will be crushed by Satan. We want to destroy the middle, wipe it out, and in the end, you will be crushed in order for us to establish the battleground to take on God face to face.
I do have a question. So do you think there are only Christians and Satanists? What about Hindus, ma'am, who are in for the light?
Let me tell you something. This is nothing new. There is only one evil and one good. And until the world begins to wake up to it, hey, that's just the way it is. I prefer people who proclaim God over people who practice an evil art and not accept the Father. I'd rather sit down and have a decent dinner and a casual conversation with a preacher of a holy faith than to sit down with people who practice magic but are not willing to accept the consequences nor the Father, the one true Father of all evil. And magic is evil in any way you look at it. If you, in any way, hon, it is not a natural thing. It is not a natural human trait to want to practice magic. It's not. You have to be willing to accept the consequences of what you're doing.
I clearly understand what you're saying. From Dale in Atlanta, the following. Art, I really admire your guest. She seems to have a sort of sexual magnetism, almost erotic. Is this also one of her entrapping characteristics?
Yes, it is. I will, especially young virgins. I love to find a young guy out there, sway my magic upon him, place him under my spell, allure him with fantasy of sexual fulfillment.
Well, then I guess I don't have to really ask you this next question. We've heard Patsy's beliefs. Now, what things does she do to advance Satan's cause? That clearly was one of them. What else?
Another one to advance Satan's cause is, like I said, I constantly bombard the Christian faith. I love, let me give you an example. I love calling the 700 Club telemarketers, the people who are on their little prayer lines. I like giving them the time of day, and believe you me, I do. Another thing that I do is that when someone is an alcoholic, okay?
Yes.
I'm not going to sit there and tell them, no more. Why don't you stop? You want more beer? Hey, baby, I'll give you more beer. Someone's sitting out under a shade tree saying, hey, ma'am, you got $2? Here's 5. Go buy 2 quarts of beer. Don't buy 1, buy 2. Drink yourself into oblivion. As long as you're drunk, as long as I can keep people drunk, that keeps them away from God. As long as I can walk down the street and see a friend of mine, which will remain nameless, working at a little store, who had worked at a little store up from my street, who preferred, I tried to put a knock on him and tried to get him in. Well, sorry, he preferred my fiancé over me. I told him flat out, keep doing it. Be the biggest abomination unto God that you can. I'm all for you. Anything, Art, anything at all, any way at all. It doesn't matter. Like I said, I would lick a dog. I would make a person believe that, hey, guess what? Satan is joyful, pleasant, there's no hell. If that's what it takes to keep them away from God and to take them to hell, so be it.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Harlot.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hi. My name is Sor SD, and I belong to the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. And I'm calling from Honolulu, Hawaii. And I can't believe you guys sound so clear. Anyway, so I wanted to say I totally agree with her. And the younger caller that called in just before me, it was, I mean, exactly, I remember when I was 21, and, you know, you just don't really understand, I don't think, what life is all about at that age, really. But what I want to get to the point is, I joined the order about 3 years ago, and I'm still in the outer order. I'm at the Orchid grade. And are you familiar with that?
I'm not.
Is she?
I'm here.
Are you familiar with that order?
Vaguely. Can I ask you first what part of Hawaii that you're in?
No, well, see, the order is in Fontana, California, actually. The temple is.
No, I was asking you what part of Hawaii do you live in?
Oh, Honolulu.
Oh, great. My mother lived there for quite some time.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, she did. I've never been there yet, but I will be there soon. One of these days I'm
we're hot here right now. Anyways, what I was going to ask you is, so, I mean, like, we practice, like, ancient Egyptian, and high magic, and I do believe that, you know, the order tends to think that, you know, they're on like a godly path and everything. But to me, I know that, you know, because, I mean, we're not supposed to, we're taught like different, in each grade you progress, you're taught different things, different of the Western mysteries, different rituals and so on. And it's just like, I've done evil things to people. I've almost killed someone before who's hurt me very badly. And you know what? It's, you know, I just felt that this person deserves what they got, you know?
That's right.
And it's just, you know, and I'll fully take responsibility of it. You know, I had to do what I had to do. And that's just how it goes sometimes, you
May
know?
I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
What did they do to you? Just quickly, please.
Well...
You don't have to go into detail, hon, but was it physical violence?
They, totally betrayed me and everything.
Right. Well, you see, hon, in that situation, I would have to find justification in order to death by betrayal. Now, if they gave me that justification, then death is what they would receive. I haven't almost, I have, through supernatural power, taken life, and I will continue to do it if I am justified. Now, as far as physical retaliation, it must be measured exactly what type of physical retaliation do I take out on them. Now, if this person, say, were to have beaten you or caused a physical harm to fall upon you, well, believe you me, my sword would have went through their body and they would not exist in the physical life that we know.
Well, this person caused me very much
and you were
inner
justified.
pain, very much inner emotional
and you were
pain.
justified, hon, but believe you me, I will say this before we go on, I hope you remain in that phase. Just one day, sometime, somewhere, wake up to the unholy master of hell, because the Egyptian faith caused great chaos in the lives of God's people in the past. And believe you me, hon, you're on the right track. Just forget the nonsense. Open yourself up for an eternal evil that lasts forever, that you will never fulfill your entire power until you really let yourself lay into the arms of the unholy master of hell.
Well, I don't know if I'll totally go totally in that direction. But I'm very neutral.
I understand. I
think to myself, hey, if something gets me mad, then I have to take care of it. Then I got to do it.
You got all the natural ability there, hon. You're on the right track. And you know, all I'm saying to you is that one day in your life, give it a shot. If you do, fine. If you don't, well, I'll see you where I'm going.
I have looked into it, and you know, I just, you know, I was trying to get into the OTO order, which is what Alistair Crowley had originally. Well, he first started at Golden Dawn, and he broke off into the OTO. They don't have a correspondence course. You have to like live near the temple.
I will say this before it goes off the air. Bible Belt, get ready. The most unholy book ever written is the Holy Bible. Search it out.
Well, I believe it. I was raised Catholic.
All right, you two, listen, we've got to hold it there. Harlot, hold on.
Yeah.
We've got news at the top of the hour, and we will return. Absolutely fascinating. Never heard anything like this before. I wonder if you have. We're headed toward the top of the hour. I want to remind you, book signing Saturday, Encinitas, Barnes & Noble, 1040 North El Camino Real in Encinitas. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
To reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye from east of the Rockies, dial 1-800-825-5033. That's 1-800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, call Art at 1-800-618-8255. That's 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers dial Art at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now again, here's Art.
Once again, here I am. One of my last opportunities to tell you, book signing, Encinitas, Barnes & Noble, Saturday, 10 o'clock, beginning at 10 o'clock, 1040 North El Camino Real. I truly suggest you get there early if possible. We're going to get back to Harlot, the very disconcerting Harlot. Disconcerting why? Disconcerting because she's right about a lot of things. She's right about all those in the middle. In the end, there'll probably be two groups left. Harlot will be in one, some of you in the other. And there'll be a great middle ground. The middle ground probably will disappear, and then there'll be a war. The only question I have is why she has chosen the particular side she has chosen, and we'll ask that in a moment. All right. Harlan, are you there?
I'm here, Art.
All right. I want to do a couple of things. One, read you this first facts.
Okay.
If Harlot is a true Satanist, she will publicly repudiate Jesus Christ and all his works, stating that he is not her Savior. If she will not do this, then she still believes in Christ and is not a complete Satanist.
May I begin?
Begin.
To the entire world, I rebuke Christ, my Savior. I rebuke him. I stand against him, for I am a worker of wickedness, iniquities, and love the fulfillment of sinful joy. I deny the cross, I deny the crucifixion, for Jesus walked not this earth in the flesh. I deny him. I will never, ever pick up his cross and carry it himself. I will never, ever proclaim him as my Savior.
All right.
And I did what I did in that church, Mr. Bell. I did out of virtue to know what I must have known at that time.
All right. I buy what you're saying,
Okay.
that you believe that, and that is your firm belief.
Thank you.
Facts 2 follows it up. Dear Art, okay, I believe she knows and accepts that she is on the path to hell and eternal damnation.
Mm-hmm.
Who in their right mind would choose pain? Pain hurts. Pain is not comfortable, especially for eternity. That is the only part I just don't understand. From Steve in State Line, Nevada.
Steve, you're close to me. I love pain. I inflict pain on my own body, and it motivates me well. I have many scars on my arm. Each scar represents an act carried out against my victim. Mr. Bell, I would rather be tormented. I would rather burn and feel that the heat, to have my body have done horrible things done to it in the kingdom of hell, to step one foot, or even give God a blink to enter his kingdom. I hope that when I go before him, that when those books are opened, my greatest dream come true is when they open that Lamb's Book of Life, that they call it. I am not found there. I wish not to be, and I will not be. And you brought up a question yourself, Art, that I am very glad you were going to ask me why. Correct? Why
Right.
I would choose to live this life.
That's right, sure.
Okay. I love fulfilling my human desires. If you cannot grasp what I'm saying here, I love to stack my treasures on earth. I love to follow my human nature in all its most animalistic ways, in its most brutal, most sexual, most, the fulfillment that it gives me is almost undescribable. I love to be able to perform the unholy acts that I perform on my own body. I love to caress that loving and satisfying feeling of physical fulfillment. In the Christian faith, I find that many people forego the natural human desires. See, I am the type of person that if Dan or whoever it might be, I don't even know a Dan, down the road decided to commit adultery, I would be there with open arms, seeking the fulfillment of that natural human animal element.
All right. Let's go back to the phones. A lot of people want to talk to you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Harlot. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi, my name is Naomi and I'm 29 years old.
Where are you, Naomi?
Birmingham, Alabama.
Okay.
Hi. Hi. What I wanted to ask you is, you're no different than a lot of Baptist preachers right here in Alabama. And,
Really?
why can't you believe that God comes to different people in different cultures all over the world?
I didn't say that. I did not proclaim that. God approaches himself how he wishes to be approached. What I meant and what I'm going to say is that any faith, period, I don't care what it is, that proclaims God is offset immediately themselves as my enemy. The people in the middle, not so much.
Okay, I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I am a Wiccan. I have been a Wiccan a long time.
I know that.
My mother was what you are. And I was raised in North Carolina in a cult right outside of Charlotte. And it was horrible. I lived a horrible life.
Mm-hmm.
My mother was completely foul. She beat me and my sister. She was a horrible mother.
Did she have justification in that beating?
No, me and my sister learned to walk on eggshells at a very early age.
Okay, well, a lot of that, hon, there are people in this world. I have known people with a godly faith that have went overboard with abuse.
Okay, but you
Ma'am,
seem like you're the type of person you would love that.
Ma'am,
You would just love that.
Ma'am, listen to me 1 second. I had a child that was brutally taken from my arms, from my life.
Well, I had a sister
Okay.
practically taken the same way from my mother.
Okay. So we have a common ground here. The only thing that I can see here in to differentiate, to make this different, is that if my son would have been given his father justification, so be it. But my son did not.
How can a 5-year-old give anybody any justification? How can a small child give anybody any
justification? I know where you're going here. And I'm going to tell the entire world right now. I do not, I repeat, I do not harm children. I believe firmly that my son, if he had given justification to my ex, I didn't say he did. If he could have, if he would have, so be it.
Her question was, how could a 5-year-old give such a justification?
Well, I put it to you simple. I had a 5-year-old child one time take a knife and cut me. And if it had not been for the simple fact...
What did you do to that child?
Nothing. They were playing around. The child ran by me, ma'am, and we began just goofing around, just like adults do with children sometimes, just having a little fun, and all of a sudden I felt a cut on my back.
Well, maybe that's the parent's fault, not that child. A 5-year-old, you were right there. You shouldn't have allowed that 5-year-old to have a knife in its hand. If I saw a 5-year-old, if my 5-year-old was running out, I would snatch the knife away and paddle her hiney or put her in the corner, and she wouldn't have a knife. Any 5-year-old with a knife, that shouldn't be allowed.
Well, that's not my problem. That was the parent's problem, and, that's not my problem how people raise their children.
I don't understand how you could see children running around with knives and not say anything to the parents. But see, what I'm asking is...
You didn't give me a chance to explain. Yes, I did confront the parents on the problem. I did. And then you know what I told them? If they don't do anything about it, the next time, if anything like that happens, I will carry out my justification on that child myself.
On that 5-year-old child?
You bet your butt I will. Now, that child is a loving child with respect.
You would behead it?
Ma'am, it is not time for that. It is not time for that. I have never laid a child over an altar and did anything barbaric like that in my entire life. And nor would I ever do it without justification. And but I will tell you,
There is no justification for killing a child.
let me tell you something. I understand your point of view, okay, and I'm taking it, okay? If the apocalypse, and if everything was now, if right now that leaf, if you will, was turned over, and everything began right now, any child born of a Christian family would be considered enemy regardless of age. It is a fact. I can't live with it. Maybe a gray will stop by and take you off to Pluto. I don't know. But that is a fact, honey.
Well, another question is, you believe in astral projection, right? You believe in astral projection?
To a degree.
Okay, well, I
to a
know
degree.
I listened to just one of his rerun shows while he was on vacation,
Mhm.
and he was talking about astral projection.
I've had many people try that on me before, and I just chew it up, spit it out, send it back.
Okay, well, astral projection is a very natural thing. I mean, you can just lay down. Okay, you understand the astral projection is natural. Why can't magic be the same way? Why can't you sit down and relax and communicate with the world, with the forces? Why do you keep saying, well, God's this, God's that, God's this horrible being? He's not this old man sitting up on a throne.
I didn't say
He's
that.
not a personality that we can even understand.
All right, you're hearing from a Wiccan. She's going back to the argument that magic is natural. Why can't, she says, magic be a natural thing? Not good, not evil, just a force, like the ability to get out of your body. That's what she's asking.
Okay, I can respect that. Ma'am, you there?
No, she's not there.
Oh, okay, she left. Okay. The reason is, Art, somewhere down the road in our lives, we have to make a choice. We have to make a choice at one time or another. To those who make a choice, I respect them. For those who do not make a choice, I have no respect. It is a natural thing that you will never fulfill the full potential of your power until you accept the Father of it.
So you have more contempt for those who have not made a choice than those who have, no matter which way it is.
Respect. At least I can look at a Christian and say, okay, at least you got guts.
Okay, I think I can respect that.
At least you got guts.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Harlan.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
This is hard for me to say. I'm at a point in my life where I could go either way. And I heard her at the beginning of the program say that she enjoys taking people to hell.
Taking it to Satan.
Right, to meet your master.
And then he does the rest.
Right.
I can't take no one to hell. It's not in my
Well,
power.
you said that your job is to trick them and
Oh, yes, to trick them and to
deceive
lead
them,
them, and to
and
lead
you
them
practice
astray.
witchcraft and
Yep.
whatnot. Well, I'm at a point now that if I could make a deal with the devil for a life of prosperity and wealth, I'll go with you. Because I'm struggling day to day, and I'm tired of it. And I watch my kids go without food, and I'm ready to go. Can you do that?
Uncalled for. That having your kids go without food is uncalled for.
Can you make a deal, or tell me how to make a deal?
You betcha I'll tell you how.
Or can you make the deal for me?
First thing you need to do, sir, is come unto one rational decision. And that decision must be made with a clear mind, a clear conscience. Can I ask you a question? Do you drink a little bit, sir, when you have the opportunity?
I drink a whole lot.
Okay, I kind of figured so. 1 week, go without drinking anything. Let the reality of not having alcohol begin to impact your life.
I've done that too.
Okay. All you've got to do is begin to change your own ways. You must look at yourself as having vital existence in this world, that your existence in this world is more important than anything,
period.
I already believe that.
Okay, if you believe that, you're on the right track.
But what I'm asking you, excuse me,
Go ahead.
can you practice your witchcraft to send me these riches?
All I need, sir, and I'll tell you what, if there's any way that before you leave the air, Art Bell can get, and believe you me, I'm only up and up on this. If Mr. Bell would be so kind to do so, I will give you my phone number, you give me your phone number, we'll talk off the air, and we'll go from there. How about that? Would that be okay with you, sir?
Sounds good to me.
Well, I'm sure it sounds good to you, but I am going to intervene here, and I'm not going to put two people together for that purpose.
Okay, I understand your point, Miss Art. I understand your point, and I can respect that. Sir, is there any way, let me see here, there is a way. Go here a minute. What part of California you live in, sir?
Modesto, California.
Oh, I am familiar with Modesto. I have been all through that place. I even slept under a bridge under Modesto, not too far from, right, basically on the river right there that runs down there where all the walnut trees are. I think you're pretty much familiar with that area. And I slept under a bridge down there in order to sprinkle unholy deeds around that place. I'll tell you what I will do. I will connect with you, and I will approach my master, and I will do a lot of things here. You're going to begin to feel strange presence around you very, very soon.
You're going to contact me?
No, sir. I'm going to send you what you need.
There you go.
Okay.
When you feel the presence, you feel that strange...
When should I expect this present?
In the very near future. Promise me, in the very near future.
Are you talking weeks or months or?
Days.
Days. Well, I'll let you know.
Let me know. All right, Harlot, hold on. We'll be right back. I'm not sure somebody who's already asking for that needs Harlot's help. I think once you ask, the old line, you should be careful what you ask for, is probably fully in force. From the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM.
Taking your calls on the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. That's area code 702-727-1295. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is, and it's great to be here. This is a very, very, very disturbing kind of topic on one hand, because I really didn't expect what I'm getting. I don't know if that makes any sense to you or not, but it isn't what I expected. But then again, life rarely is what you expect. And we'll get back to Harlot, or Patsy, in a moment. Patsy?
Yes, I'm here.
Your son was taken from you by your ex, if I understand what I've heard tonight correctly.
Yes.
Your son, at 5 years of age, surely did not deserve what he got.
No, he did nothing. All my son did was come down with the flu, and it's a long story, Arbel. He took him from me at a very early age.
I understand that. So your son, without a doubt, has gone to God.
In my mind, he has gone to hell. Right?
How can you say that? Why? Based on what?
Based on the simple fact that when he was born, I performed a certain ritual over him. That basically, I told Satan, and in this faith we don't ask, we tell, to beg an audience with God, that this child be that of the devil, of himself, that he could use this child in a most unholy way, and to raise this child
into this faith, you know, of course with my help, of course. And
Patsy, hasn't it occurred to you that if you really did that, that he took you up on your offer?
and I'm happy that he did. That would just, when I go into my eternal damnation, my son will be there. You know, Art, when you called me that afternoon and everything, I said that I would desecrate the birthplace of Christ.
You said that, yes.
And believe you me, I will, even at the consequences of my own death. I would desecrate that place. I would virtually wait to my menstrual cycle. When I was on my period, and I virtually would blood that place, and I would perform a most unholy dance over it. When Jesus came, that was, in my opinion, the end of everything. We are suffering from his presence on this planet yet today. The church itself is nothing more than a gossip hall of money. The church foundation, all the churches combined, could solve all hunger on this planet in one day. They could do magnificent works on this planet. They do not do them. I find it hard for such a loving, compassionate belief to allow little sufferings on this planet that they could stop. They could put their assets together and stop them. But no, they let it fall on the shoulders of governments, politicians, and so forth and so on. And nothing really ever gets done. A lot of the political issues and religious issues are nothing new. They've been argued as far back as you can find a president. They're just argued in different ways, different techniques. It almost comes to the point that it kind of tells you they don't really want to solve a damn thing. Because if they solve too many problems, there would be a lesser need of them. The church can consider themselves fortunate that Satan is the best friend they have ever had. They make millions of scaring people to death. Virtually scaring people that we got to get to the church on time, or we're going to go to hell.
All right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Harlot Patsy.
Hi, Patsy.
Hi there, sir.
Hi, it's a great show. Let me come online by saying, that first of all, I am a diehard Christian.
Good. Here we go.
From a standpoint, if you would allow me, Patsy, I would like to say a few things in my belief, and then you're more than welcome to respond to them.
I'd be more than happy.
I've been listening to this show for about 2 hours, and this young lady, older lady, I don't know your age.
32.
I'm sorry?
32.
Okay, actually the same age I am, has been using this to spread her belief of Satanism or whatever she likes to call it. And I think for a point, there needs to be brought into a Christian sense in here and have a true Christian word brought in, because it seems like as I've been listening, there has been more of the opposites calling in for various different reasons. So from that aspect,
Not really opposites. There have been Wiccans who have been calling in, but right. Wiccans are kind of in the middle. They seem to worship nature. They certainly don't worship the devil. And I think that what we have here with Patsy, I'm now beginning to believe more and more and more as the hours have gone by, we have the real McCoy.
Oh, I give her full credit for being the real McCoy.
Yeah.
Don't doubt her in the slightest. And unfortunately, she and I agree that the middle ground people are going nowhere quickly. For that reason, as a Christian, it's as the Bible says, it's either hot water or cold water. There is no lukewarm.
That's the one place where you two are going to agree, and now it's going to go downhill from there.
But respectfully, I would like to say a few things. First of all, I think the problem with a lot of young Christians is they feel that they look at it as a power struggle, and in a sense, it's a power struggle from good and evil. So when you think of the word power, it naturally comes from evil. You see the movies, you read the scriptures, you read history, and evil deeds seem to be the most powerful deeds. Christianity, the life of living a godly life, is a more laid back, a quiet belief, a trust in the fact that God's word is word. But there are also Christian warriors. And from that stand, I think the problem with this is, and no disrespect towards her beliefs, from a human being standpoint. From a Christian Satanism, of course, we don't agree, and I won't even get into that. We don't have time. But the fact is, there are strong Christians out here. And Betsy, just for your information, I listened to when you said you grew up when you were young, you drew the pentagram in the sandbox. There are also stories such as mine. The opposite is true. When I was 3 years old, before I was even old enough to understand what Christ was or who Satan was, my mother walked out in the backyard and found me burying a parakeet that had died and saying a prayer over it before I even known what was going on. When I was 7 years old, I heard my parents praying God's prayer. After hearing it one time, from then on, I have quoted it word for word. In the same sense, when I meet people, when I walk up on people, people tell me that there is a quiet calm to me. I've had pastors tell me, and when I'm saying pastors, the difference here is we agree on two things, actually. First of all, I also agree that in an entity, the church as a central location is, how should I say this with tact? I don't agree with 90% of the so-called churches in the world today. The reason I say that is, it seems to me like as time has gone on, churches are in for more of what they can get as far as money-wise. The Word of God should be number one. That is what a church is about. In the Scriptures, a church is when two or more get together and speak of the Word of Christ. The fact of people getting together with 500, thousands, 3,000, getting all the money out, not knowing where half the money goes to, I don't believe in that. I have visited probably hundreds of churches in my lifetime from all different denominations to find my way. I am at ease with myself because I have a one-on-one relationship with my Lord Jesus Christ. Very strong, very subtle, but I have no doubt in my mind where I'm going. And with that being said, to add a little humor into this, the last Christian that came on here and said something to Pat Patsy to you about he was going to say a prayer. You responded where if the apocalypse was coming today, I would have to behead you. Am I correct on that?
Absolutely.
Hello? I'm sorry?
Absolutely.
Ma'am, I would draw the line on my neck for you and bear it for you. Have a nice night, people.
Oh, I figured he'd leave before I got a chance to say something. That's typically Christian. Art, can I comment?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Sir, I know you're still listening, which I hope you are. I can respect slightly what you just said, but there's one thing you hit on that just made my entire night relaxed. Nothing better to a satanic person than a relaxed Christian. The more relaxed you are, the lesser you impact the world. The lesser you impact the world, the greater we serve our purpose. Because that's the less people you affect to go to heaven, opening the door for us to come in and me to infect their life, plant a seed in their head, and the ultimate goal, straight to hell. I do thank you for being a relaxed Christian. We need more of you.
Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Harlot.
Good morning, Art. Good morning, Harlot.
Good morning. Most unholy morning.
Where are you, pray tell?
I'm in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Okay.
Harlot, I am a Dianic witch, and I'd like to go back to what you said about magic not being not natural and a supernatural force. The way I view magic and the way it works, it's a force that science has yet to quantify. Think about it. 200 years ago, the way we were talking would seem magical. Yesterday...
200 years ago, the way we were talking... They would come to my door. And you know what?
Oh, yeah, I know. Both you and Art would be burned in the town square.
And I would love it.
Don't rule it out yet.
I'm not.
The point I'm making is that today's science is yesterday's magic. Magic is a force like electricity. I can use it to run my computer, or I could kill somebody with it.
Okay.
It's how you use it that counts.
Right, and let me tell you something. It's the responsibility taken therefore thereof also counts. See, I would kill, and I would take the total blame for it. Art, I want to say something here. Art, I really want to say something here.
Okay, let her say something, man.
Oh, sure. I was agreeing with her.
I want to say something here. If I were to go out tomorrow and commit an act of cold-blooded murder, I would go into a courtroom without Well, they would appoint a defense, naturally. But I would go up in front of the judge, ma'am, and look that person right in the eye and said, end of trial. I have done what I've done. Now you carry out what you must carry out. There will be no trial. I am guilty. I would boldly stand and say in front of a jury that I killed them. There is nothing, no second guessing, no games, no OJ. I can tell you that for sure. I would boldly admit
I
in
believe
the
you.
trial.
I believe you.
I would, Mr. Bell.
I agree with you. You do have to take responsibilities for your actions in this life. Definitely.
And Satan is, and Satan is my master, and everything that I do, it's like if I curse someone, I let it be known. Let it be recorded on this night. Let it be written in the books that this must be recorded in, that I, harlot, I, Patsy, have committed this evil act of magic, and I will be held accountable. I must be held accountable. I must receive no mercy. In retaliation, I must be more hateful than my enemy. I must always be more hateful, more conniving, and more evil. The more retaliation that I bring upon myself, it increases the evil. Hell, Satan, that's what I'm all about.
I guess I have a question for you.
Yes, okay.
I'm pagan myself, and I've always viewed Satanism as a radically dissenting Christian sect because you follow the same belief system. It's just you work the opposite side of the street.
Ma'am, it is nowhere near the same. Let me give you a perfect example. In the Christian church, they do this. Blessed are the poor in spirit, blessed are the merciful, and so on. Blessed they may be in the eyes of God. Unblessed, unholy blessed they are, because they will be trodden upon and stomped down by cloven hooves. And our army, it's different, hon. It's totally different.
Yeah.
Yes, it is totally different.
Yeah,
The Christian church does not uphold. The Christian church does not uphold one iota. They do not uphold magic. They do not uphold the practice of any art that is not coming directly from their word. They do not uphold the Christian realm and our realm are two different. You slap me, I'm going to knock your cotton-picking head off. You stomp my foot, I'm going to cut your foot off. It is totally different, hon. Totally different, taken to the extreme. Extreme violence, extreme brutality, extreme evil. That's why I've got Wiccans right here in this town, a beautiful little quiet town of Salt Lake City. They all talk, but they don't want to encounter me face to face. Because, hon, I will tell you now, when it gets down to the white on the rice, I don't play the game. I'm not going to, goof around with little incantations and little spells and little hexes and little different things. The bottom line of it is, they cross my path and they provoke me to justify unholy reasons. I will kill through supernatural powers if I choose it. If I do not choose it, I will carry out brutality. My coven will, my blood lord will, my warlocks will carry out a brutality of medieval proportions without any remorse. I have warlocks, son, that will stand there and wait for a cop to get there. They won't run.
Okay. We've got very little time.
Art?
Yes.
Can I do something, please, before we go off the air, please?
Oh, yes, yes.
One last thing I want to say is, hell, Satan, great is his power. I understand the freedom of choice. I understand your position, Art. You're carrying out your destiny in this world. Hell, Satan, we're glad to have you. I'm glad to have you on the airways because it does give a sense of reality to things that are coming into quickening and so on. But world, Satan exists. I exist. As long as Satan exists, evil exists. I hope you Wiccans all don't do a damn thing because the middle will be crushed. That way the real Armageddon can begin. Art, I would like to thank you for the time. Tell Satan, great is his immortal power, the primordial Son of God himself.
Well, good night, Harlot. Thank you for being
I'll take
here.
one more phone call if you will.
No, we're about out of time here.
Okay.
All right.
Good night, America. And Art, I would like to be calling around and just dropping in sometime and saying hi.
All right.
That'd be fine?
Take care.
You too.
All right. I'm going to have to do a lot of thinking about all I heard. It's kind of strange. Early in the evening, I really thought that we were being put on. As the hours wore on, it became absolutely obvious that we were not being put on. That she believes exactly what she's saying. In a way, I think that it did Christians a great service to hear this. In a way, with regard to those who have not chosen, those who are in the middle, and I count myself among those, by the way, I think she's absolutely correct. That is not to say in any way that I agree with her. But with regard to those who waffle, those who are in the middle, there is a great area of agreement between those who would call themselves devout Christians and, you know, our friend Hail Satan here. So, very provocative indeed. And I'm going to have to do some very serious thinking about what I've heard over these hours, as I'm sure perhaps you will as well. Fascinating. And as you can see, I will continue to do this and explore all kinds and forms of talk radio and ideology that many may disagree with or be offended by. And this night was no different. In fact, this night was really, in many ways, a prime example of that exploration. So there you have it, and that actually is going to wrap up the week for me. I want to remind my audience that I will be in Encinitas. This is the one book signing I'm going to do for my book, The Quickening. I find it interesting as well that all sides seem to agree on the fact of the quickening. Both sides. It is occurring. Perhaps it is marking the day that all of you were talking about with Harlot, with Patsy. That's one other area that both sides seem to agree on. We are quickening. That's the book. I'll be signing copies of it in the one book signing that I plan to do. It'll be in Encinitas at Barnes & Noble, beginning at about 10 o'clock in the morning. Barnes & Noble, located at 1040 North El Camino Real. 1040 North El Camino Real in Encinitas. 10 o'clock Saturday morning. See you there. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell with a lot of thinking to do. Good night. Beware. The Reverend Bob Larson is an expert on cults, the occult, the supernatural. He has lectured in more than 80 countries, has appeared on TV shows like Oprah, Donahue, Sally Jesse, CNBC Talk Live, MSNBC Investigates, Larry King Live, The O'Reilly Factor, Politically Incorrect. His work featured in the Los Angeles Times and the New York Times. Larson is the host of Talkback, a coast-to-coast radio program, is the author of 29 books, holy mackerel, including Shock Talk, Dead Air, Larson's Book of Spiritual Warfare, and Extreme Evil, Kids Killing Kids. That's Bob Larson. We've got a link to his website on our website right now. Here is the Reverend Bob Larson. Bob, welcome.
Nice to talk to you, Art. Been looking forward to a long time talking to you.
I've been looking forward to it myself, and it was quite a job getting to you, I might add. Your people protect you very well.
I've got a lot of people out there who make my life difficult. You understand that?
I do.
I'm very protective, and I know someone like you can appreciate that.
Actually, that's something I wanted to bring up before we get into all we have to do tonight. You have a lot of enemies, don't you?
Sure. Yeah, well, Jesus Christ did, so I guess I'm in good company.
I guess you are, but you do. I mean, you said when we first talked, I don't know, what was a couple of weeks ago, you said you're going to hear a lot from my enemies, and I have. They are relentless, aren't they? They absolutely hate you. Now, these are your enemies. There are a lot of people that love you too, but I'm telling you, you've got serious enemies. So did my guest last night. Did you happen to hear any of my guests last night?
Yeah, I really wish I would have. No, I didn't.
His name was Matthew Alper, and he's written a book. He wrote it several years ago called The God Part of the Brain. Actually, it would have been a rather interesting debate. His contention is simple, that mankind has one great overriding fear, and that is the fear of death. I would assume you probably would agree with that.
Yeah, yes.
His contention is that the process of evolution, which you may not agree with,
correct,
has caused the brain to develop a part of the brain which can be measured and seen on MRI, by the way, which actually protects you and protects everybody against that fear by instilling in them the need to worship something. In other words, basically, he's saying there is no God. What there is a part of your brain that demands you worship. And as backup for this, he says you go to the most remote tribe in South America you can find, or anywhere else in the world, and you will find they worship something. And that man is driven to worship something and believe in an afterlife as a defense, the brain's defense, against this greatest fear. And
it seems to me that that's very much akin to what I would believe, that God's created a vacuum inside man that can only be satisfied in a relationship with God, and it could well be that he and the others are discovering what God did to the human nature of all who we all are in the beginning.
That's what I said to him. In other words, he can't prove a negative, of course. He can't prove there isn't a God. And I said, well, look, this spot of the brain that you have identified, science has now identified, why can't that be, in fact, from God? And, well, he can't really deny that. So that's true. How long have you been a reverend?
I've been in the ministry more than 20 years, doing radio, television, writing books, traveling, and public speaking. It's only been in the last 3+ years, going back to March 12, 1988, that I've actually been doing these public exorcisms that have created so much attention.
Well, by the way, Matthew Alper has as many or more enemies than you do.
Well, I'm glad to know that. It's interesting to find somebody does.
Listen, anybody who doesn't have enemies is not making any waves at all, really.
No kidding.
And so I tend to have people sort of out on the edge, on the air, and that's just the way it is. And there's a lot of reaction to it, and you're a pretty controversial guy. You know that yourself, right?
Yes, I do. In fact, I remember you making that kind of a comment in your book, The Art of Talk, which someone was kind enough to send me, and I did a quick read on. You mentioned that about people making waves.
That's right.
And that if you're not making some waves out there, you're not making a significant impact on your world, and you're not making anybody upset.
That's right. I don't make them just for the sake of making them, but I like things that are out on the edge. And if that's the way it is and it's a natural thing, then fine. And that's what this is. I first explored exorcism, other than the movie, The Exorcist, with Father Malachi Martin. Have you heard of him?
Oh, most certainly. Certainly. A man that I wish I would have had the privilege of meeting, who was obviously very courageous in his time.
I knew him very well. I interviewed him many times on this program, and he told me about exorcisms. And what he had to say about them was chilling. I mean, really chilling. But hearing them, and I listened to a couple of tracks already. I didn't even have the guts to listen to all of these tracks. I listened to maybe the first 2 or 3, and I went, oh man, this is really gonna scare some folks.
Welcome to my world. That's my life almost almost every single day. We do what we call spiritual freedom conferences around the country every single weekend. In fact, we'll be in Las Vegas in a couple of weeks on the 1st and the 2nd.
Really?
Yeah, just may have to drive up to Prompt while I'm there. But yes, and what you hear is just, on this CD that we sent you is very typical. I hear this all the time. And of course, it's not just hearing those voices, it's looking directly into the eyes, into the soul, and literally, I get eyeball to eyeball with these people, man. I'm literally maybe an inch or two away from their face as those voices are speaking, and you literally look into the abyss of hell as you hear those voices.
Do you have no doubt whatsoever with regard to the existence of heaven and conversely hell?
No, and neither really does anybody who come to our conferences. I tell them, you will never walk away ever again questioning whether there is a God or a devil, whether there's good and evil, because you will see it dramatically displayed. And I've seen it so many thousands of times, it's made an imprint on my soul that nobody could ever take away.
Well, there's obviously good and evil. The question is whether there is external good and evil. You have defined, let's go over some of the definitions. That's probably useful. What is possession?
Well, it's, semantically it's a term which, for practical purposes, has an explanation, but in the spiritual realm, it doesn't really mean much. So let me caution by saying, I always tell people up front, first, we're talking about a metaphysical, invisible phenomenon that is non-spatial. We're trying with a construct of language to give it sense and meaning. Well, really, you can't do that. Furthermore, you're trying to use English language terms to describe the inexplicable. Now, having said that, classically what we define as possession is when an evil spirit or a demon somehow resides within the person to the extent that neuropsychologically they can express themselves through the faculties of the person. In other words, they actually use the body, the eyes, the voice for a form of expression. And they become, when they are out or manifested or present, that being through the body of that person. Case in point, I remember one particular instance written about in one of my books of a girl who was legally blind. In fact, she had to be led about by the hand. When the demon was out, and there were many witnesses to this, first thing we knew that when the demon was coming out, it would reach up and take her glasses off and say, I hate these things. They get in my way. And it would, I had it a fine print Bible, and it read it holding it 2 feet away without any problem. But when she came back to herself, she'd immediately reach for the glasses.
What happens to the host during the time that the possession is ongoing and the demon or whatever is out? What happens to the soul, the spirit of the possessed? Where is it?
Well, we really speak of the consciousness or the soul part of the person, which is the animating life force of emotion and the sentient nature of who the person is. One of two things, either oblivion or what we call co-consciousness. We have some people for whom, while we're doing an exorcism, there is no awareness. They've checked out. They don't even know what happens. They may come 2 minutes or hours later with no knowledge of what went on. Other people, this is very common, have co-consciousness. And while the exorcism was taking place, I've had them describe it to me. They say it's like a movie in the mind. I see and hear what's happening, but I am powerless to intervene because something else is expressing all of this through my body and my lips.
And they feel that and see that as they would in a detached manner.
Yes, but they have no way when the demon is out. The demon is, for example, speaking through their voice. Maybe we run into this often, speaking a foreign language through their voice. And they're hearing this language come out of their body through their lips. They know they're not speaking it, but they hear it.
Are you familiar with out-of-body OBE experiences? I'm sure you are.
Yes.
All right. I've had a whole string of guests, experts on OBEs, and I had one very brief, uninvited OBE myself. And so I know there's something to it because it happened to me. Anyway, bottom line, all of these guests inevitably say, nothing bad can ever happen to you when you're out of your body. Don't worry about it. Enjoy it. Explore it. Use it. And I've always thought, well, if you're out of your body, would that not be some sort of possible invitation for somebody out there looking for one to take over?
You got it. That's exactly what can and does happen. In fact, I've encountered many cases of possession that occurred when people, for whatever reason, had OBEs, because at that point, the animation of the will, or the process of the moral defense of human nature, is sort of in neutral.
So then these guests that I've had, they're all, I challenge them again and again and again on this point. And they always say, no, it's safe. You're saying, no, it is not safe.
Well, I remember one particular gentleman, talking about the typical experience of floating above your body, seeing the core, sometimes they describe it as a silver cord or whatever attached. He's up there, and he saw this dark shadow moving toward his body. And he knew that he had to get back there quick, or that thing was going to get in, and it was a race for him to get back before this dark shadow came into it.
Strange you would say dark shadow. That's something else that I've been really, you heard my first hour, I think, right?
A little bit of it, yes.
Did you happen to hear the psychiatric worker who called?
I did not.
You didn't. One day I had this person call and say, Art, I've been seeing these, what he called shadow people in my peripheral vision. How you sometimes see a little movement in your peripheral vision, something moving, and you look over and there's nothing there. And then I tell you, Reverend, I had 5,000, maybe 6,000 emails from people who said, not only do I see these so-called shadow people, that's what they call them, but I'm beginning to see them with full-on sight. And so I did a program on it, and I had a Native American guest, and we had people begin to send in drawings, images of what they were seeing, and they were remarkably similar. These shadow creatures or beings that people are beginning to see in increasing numbers, something's going on.
Well, I have, of course, dealt with many such cases in which these were the manifestations of the presence of a demon. It's always possible some of this could be a psychological phenomenon for whatever reason.
Could be.
But in many cases, I will have people, as they describe demons, all the way from fang creatures with blood dripping from their mouths to just a dark presence that's there.
That's right.
With no visible expression.
That's
almost
right.
Formless.
That's
but
right.
It'll be hovering over in a corner somewhere.
Exactly.
Watching them. Oh, yeah.
And you think these are, now what specifically is a demon?
Well, a demon specifically is a fallen angel. Part of, according to Revelation chapter 12, the 1/3 of heaven's angels who were in the insurrection originally with Lucifer, and they were cast out of the heavens, and they are now these disembodied spirits who are looking for a way to destroy the goodness and the purposes of God. And because the devil is a spirit, he must bring about his ultimate evil through his presence in human bodies, because there's only so much he can do in the ethereal world of the metaphysical. Just like God. By God's presence in our lives, we are his hands, his feet, and when we love our neighbor and help our fellow man, we are expressing the will and purpose of God.
But God never seems to manifest himself, even through others, in the way that demons do, or is it simply not as dramatic?
Well, God does, but God never takes over. God is a creature of love, so he submits himself to our will, and we, by moral choice, then choose to do good as an expression of him. But evil is not quite so nice about how they go about it.
God is the one who gave us free will, so he would obviously not be the one to take it away with possession. Okay, well, that
But
makes
the devil has no such compunction about that.
Right.
And so the devil will take over someone to cause them to commit heinous acts from murder to mayhem.
Well, as you know, we're in a time in America now where, indeed, you can pick up a newspaper almost any day or any week, I guess I ought to say, and a child killing a child killing a teacher, a child killing a parent. It's just, when I was growing up in the 50s, I'm now 55, soon 56 years old, that didn't happen. This is a relatively recent phenomena in the kind of numbers we're having right now, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. The kind of evil that when I wrote a book about it called Extreme Evil, is very different. It's an evil over the edge that we've never known, certainly in our culture.
And what do you think is driving it?
Well, take, for example, the shooting in Santee, California, a couple of months ago.
Right.
Little Andy Williams. One of the most remarkable things about that is that here's a kid, no prior criminal history.
Right.
A little messed up, but certainly no one that you would think would have the capacity to murder in cold blood.
Right.
More importantly, smiling while he's pulling the trigger.
That's right.
This is an obvious giveaway. This is not just a deranged mind. In fact, the kid who said in court seemed to be almost detached from knowing, having any relationship to what he did. Why?
I agree.
Because while he was doing it, he was animated by a deep internal evil that was smiling through his lips as the trigger was pulled.
On that note, hold on, we'll be right back. The Reverend Bob Larson is my guest, and what lies ahead is pretty dark stuff, so be aware and be warned. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
Take a ride? Well, call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
Well, I'll give one last warning. My wife listened to some of these things that you're about to hear, some of these excerpts from exorcisms, and she said, be careful. That kind of thing opens doors, and I don't know that that is true. We'll ask the Reverend here shortly. Maybe it does. At any rate, it certainly is rough stuff, not for kids. So please adjust your listening accordingly. It's going to get rough. Once again, the Reverend Bob Larson. Welcome back, Bob.
Thank you very much.
You have some definitions here with regard to what makes a person susceptible to demon possession in the first place. And there are some pretty rough categories here. What does make a person susceptible or likely to invite such a thing?
Any number of things. Someone may be cursed from a past generation.
So curses are real?
Oh, very, very real. I constantly deal with people who in their bloodline have carried the spiritual genetic imprint of something that may have happened hundreds of generations ago that they know nothing about. It's very common to find that somebody way back when made a pact with the devil for whatever, and as a result that follows down through the family line. Now there is free moral choice, but the person is born into this world with that demonic vulnerability, and they have to make their own choices, but they've got two strikes against them before they step into the box.
So then by extension, witchcraft is real?
Oh, absolutely it is. Those kinds of powers are real. Now, we're not talking about the superstitious kind of witchcraft or
I know.
the sort of, go in the woods and dance naked and pretend. We're talking about the real thing, of real malevolency, where people genuinely have evil aims. And then, of course, you can willfully allow yourself by creating circumstances of grave moral evil and by just playing with the occult, by venturing into territory where you're unprotected, don't know what you're doing, and don't have God's presence with you.
Ouija boards?
Absolutely.
Abuse, sexual molestation, incest, addiction,
the biggest
drugs.
form of possession in our culture is through sexual violation. Because It destroys what I call the spiritual immunology of an individual's natural protective systems. Now, I believe God grants each of us in this life a sense of well-being and character that doesn't want true evil. We come into this world with a fear of evil. But what happens is that when we're violated, we are so decimated in the strength of the character and integrity of value and worth, we become an easy target for evil. So a high percentage of the people we deal with have been incested, molested, horribly violated, particularly as small children.
Father Martin said to me frequently that there's a very large body of people walking in our population who are what he called perfectly possessed. And by that he meant, he said, I know them when I pass them on the street. They have, in effect, made their deal with the devil. And frequently they are successful people. They are politically powerful people. They're very well-to-do people. And they are, in fact, perfectly possessed. They just made some kind of compact at some point with the dark side, and they're doing well here, but may not do so well ultimately.
I would agree with that completely.
Really?
And I encounter the same individuals. And they seem to be those folks who don't have a sense of moral conscience, who are absolutely detached from their actions. Well, Timothy McVeigh is maybe quite obviously the most perfect example in front of us.
No compass at all.
No, they've lost their moral compass. Now, you know, I believe that God always leaves a shred of light within every individual that if they will turn to that, there is hope for them. And I've often said, you know, if you've got 1% left of the moral consciousness of God, Satan can never totally dominate you. But there are those people who reach the 99%, and there's not a lot of hope for them unless they truly strive toward God.
Okay. The Catholic Church really puts any individual claiming possession through the grinder before they will agree. It's very rare they agree to do an exorcism. What is the history of exorcism, and how did you get involved in this very strange, unusual ritual?
Well, those are really two questions. The history of exorcism, of course, is as old as antiquity. There's evidence of this in all cultures of the past. And certainly even at the time of Christ, there were Jewish exorcists who traveled the country. And when Christ came along, what was truly significant was the fact that he declared to be able to do this through the power of his name, not some ritualistic formula. And then the early church practiced it quite commonly. It was lost, and then the Reformation didn't do it much good, although it resurrected it for a while. It's only been in the last few decades that it's come to prominence once again. Now, for me, I first encountered the demonic traveling overseas as a young man and witnessing various pagan self-mutilation rituals. And as I witnessed these rituals in various parts of the Indian Asia, when these people would go into cataleptic seizures, as they would maybe be, going through these bloody ceremonies of stabbing themselves or puncturing themselves, whatever, they would say, this is the evidence of the spirits entering into us. Well, I saw that, and I prayed a simple prayer that is one of the most dangerous prayers to pray. Lord, use me if I can be of help in this area. And I returned to America. And as I write about in my book of Spiritual Warfare, nothing much happened for several years. I began to study the phenomenon until one night in St. Louis, Missouri, a 15-year-old girl walked up to me and said, I have sex with the devil. Of course, I thought this was a joke. I thought this was just a kid with an overactive imagination. And I tried to put her off. She kept saying, no, you don't understand. I have sex with the devil. And the next thing I knew, this unearthly voice was speaking out of her body. This is a 15-year-old, not terribly cultured girl from sort of the backwoods of Missouri, and this very refined British accent in this voice is saying, "You cannot have her. She is mine. Leave her alone." That was my introduction.
How, Reverend, do you delineate between the possessed and the mentally ill?
Well, I do my best, and it's really not very hard, because when people will come to me and say things like, "Well, I hear voices," well, my first question is, are you on your lithium? I mean, have you seen a mental health professional? And sometimes when they say they haven't, I say, go back and see one and then return to me and we'll talk again. The truly possessed have some of the characteristics of the mentally ill, but in the thousands of cases I've dealt with, these are people who, for the most part, are very lucid. In fact, I really don't want to deal with someone who is mentally ill who may or may not have demonic phenomena, because it's just dangerous territory to get into. I prefer that person to see a mental health professional and come to me sometime later when they're in a more stable mental state.
But speaking of dangerous, I mean, the rites of exorcism, I am told, have been told, it can be extremely dangerous for the exorcist.
Oh, yes. Well, I mean, on a regular basis, on a weekly basis, I am assaulted, threatened. In any one single weekend, I am told by spirit voices that they're going to kill me so many times I can't even count it. I mean, I live under the constant threat of these things, promising all sorts of mayhem on me and my loved ones. So that's very typical. And yes, I have been violently assaulted on numbers of occasions. I'm always very careful that before I go into a meeting where I'm going to do exorcisms, I ask for several large men to be at the ready to tackle people, hang on to them. And I've seen cases where a 95-pound woman can't be controlled by 8 men.
Yeah, I've heard of that, and I have people have been known to, when their children are under cars, pick up automobiles, and I guess the strength comes somehow from the same place, doesn't it? Beyond yourself, more than you could possibly do.
This is more than an adrenaline rush.
More than that.
Yeah, it's more than that. I mean, I've seen a frail woman, pick up a 200-pound man with one arm, just lift him in the air. And this is not, again, since I've been doing this publicly for 3 years, I have done hundreds and hundreds of these in front of thousands and thousands of people. So these are not just stories. These are things which have occurred in the full view of people, witnessed by thousands and scores of cities across America.
How do you eliminate or reduce the risk of whatever it is jumping to you?
Well, I'm always very cautious. When I approach it, I've learned to sort of tell when it's about to explode.
Have you ever made a mistake?
Yes. And, a couple of times I've been blindsided. A woman one time hit me from the rear. I wasn't looking. I was looking to another part of the audience, and she got down on top of me, took my tie, twisted it, and was choking me, and 4 or 5 men had to literally drag her away or she would have choked me to death. I've been kicked, very violently hit, bitten, spit on constantly. But again, I've learned how to be cautious about that. And so what I tell these men, I just say, look, if you see me start motioning you to get kind of behind this person,
right,
and I'm starting to, if they're about to explode, I'm going to look at you, grab them. And don't hesitate, because I don't want them hurting me or themselves. I got a wife, 2 children, 1 on the way. I want to come home safely to them.
I hear you.
Now, and people will say, well, if it's God's power, well, now, wait a minute. There is also, the human will involved here, too. And so when you first begin to deal with someone on exorcism, you're dealing not just with the evil, but the will of the person which may have been acting in concert with that demon. In other words, they may have been, until now, allowing that demon to use them for violent purposes. And so you've got to, when you first encounter them, talk that person into a moral state where they will resist that evil, because they may not have been doing it. And so you've got the cooperativeness of the will and the human strength versus the supernatural.
Well, you must have a lot of work, because I'm sorry to keep referring to Father Malachi, the late Father Malachi Martin, but he taught me so much. And one of the things he told me was he took care of the Manhattan area in New York.
Oh, a lot of them there, I can imagine.
And he said, Art, in the last year or two, the need for exorcism in my area is up by 800%. Now, if we are to imagine a war between heaven and hell, between God and the devil, and we have numbers like this appearing before us, what does that mean, Reverend?
It means several things. First, that we are near the return of Jesus Christ, and as prophesied, there would be an outbreak of evil. It also means that the breakdown in the moral fiber of the country, which has previously restrained evil, has made it more bold and more free to function than ever before.
So the devil's getting a pretty good foothold, and we're making it easy for him.
Oh, we're making it very easy for him. And if you just look at the violence and the level of inhumanity in our society today, and how little is done about it. I was told recently by a prison chaplain in a large state that over 13 prisons that he looks after, 80% of the juvenile offenders in there have been sexually violated.
80%.
80%. And what are we as a culture doing to address that? How often are the pedophiles turned back out on the streets, again, to torment our children? What are we doing remedially to help people who got in that place because the abused became the abuser, became the abuser, became the abuser? We've got this cycle of abuse and violence in our society. We're simply looking the other way and not doing too much about it, and the devil has a heyday in that realm.
Is the United States unique in that, or is it equally prevalent worldwide?
The United States and the Western world is unique. I was asked this question in a conference this last weekend by a man of East Indian descent, and I responded to him. I said, you know, if I were to go to India, I certainly would meet demons, but I would not encounter the level of perverted, violent demons that I encounter here, because I said, even though by Christian standards, India is a pagan, idolatrous country, it in fact has a very strong moral fiber, as does much of the Far East, and it has a strong nuclear extended family structure, which is a deterrent to evil, because people has a sense of belonging and acceptance, and humanity is not devalued. But we've devalued humanity in American culture, which has given the devil free rein. So I said to this man, I would not think of dealing with violent demons of rape and incest and crime and abuse in India, but I certainly would be sensitized to dealing with that in America. So in some ways, we have become the most evil culture on earth.
Whew. Do you have any idea of why that is, Reverend? In other words, what evil turn have we taken?
Well, I think, first of all, as I said a moment ago, the lack of the extended family. Where you have strong family structure, you have accountability. You have people also who have a sense of value and worth. I'd say that an extremely high percentage of the cases I deal with, maybe half or more, are people who have never known love. Their parents abandoned them. They've never known a significant person who cared about them intrinsically for who they were.
Yeah, but here's what confuses me. In a country like India or China or Japan, which is all these non-Christian countries, you would think the devil would just have a heyday because nobody's going to be calling out the name Jesus to get rid of some sort of demon nearby, right? Nobody's going to
That
be
is
calling
true,
out that
and that
name.
is true. But remember, the devil not only traffics in the absence of the knowledge of God, but in the presence of the destruction of innate humanity. In other words, the devil's greatest ability to get someone is found when that person lacks the moral fiber to resist evil, and a lot of that moral fiber comes from what I call the sense of character, belonging, and virtue, the identity we have from those who have loved us and told us our life has significance. And the person who doesn't see significance in his life, what's the problem with evil? What has he got to lose? What did Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold have to lose? I mean, they are typical of the lost souls of the children of our culture, raised in an environment where there is no sense of moral fiber, accountability, or meaning based upon a parent who has said, I love you, care about you, I will give your life significance. And that kind of person, evil becomes quite attractive to them.
Then these are all signs, and these are all signs of an acceleration toward the end of everything, toward the return of Jesus?
I believe that. The Bible says Satan has come down with a great fury, knowing that his time is short. Now, the Bible teaches Satan does not know when the end shall be. No man knows that but God the Father. However, he certainly has a good cultural sense of seeing how near we are to complete moral chaos. And as a result, he has sort of held back until now, but he has no reason to hold back anymore.
Is it safe to listen to what we're about to listen to?
I believe it's safe, yes, as long as someone would not entertain some type of healthy fascination. You know, I was doing an exorcism one time, and there was someone who was present, and as the demon was about ready to leave, the person said, "Hey, you can have me."
Oh,
That's a very
bad idea.
dumb thing.
Bad idea. Darwin Award winner. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Reverend Bob Larson is my guest. I'm Art Bell.
At 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to call Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nine.
Last warning. This hour, we're going to begin playing some audio from actual exorcisms. And to many of you, this is going to be very disturbing, so last warning. All right, now, we're going to do something we've never done before. We're going to play a series of audio clips the Reverend Larson has provided of actual exorcisms. Let's do it, Reverend. This first clip that we're about to play, I presume that you have some background for us on what we're hearing?
I'm not sure exactly which order you have them here. I think I know which order you have them. Yes, if it's the one I think it is,
this is Shane.
Shane
Yes.
was in Chesapeake, West Virginia. And it was in a public meeting in a school auditorium, and he was seated on the front row, and I simply, as I was speaking, walked in front of him, and this hideous growl came out of his body. And then you hear a little bit of the conversation that ensued after that growl.
All right, let's do it. Here it is.
Tiger! Renounce! Say, I renounce! Say, I renounce!
Renounce!
All claims! All claims! to sing.
To sing. That's really that's difficult to listen to. That was coming out of a young man.
Young man, in his early 20s. He was there with, I believe, with his wife that night, the father of a new little baby girl. In fact, I was back in that part of the country sometime after that, I don't remember how long, and he came to another one of my conferences and came up, big smile on his face, gave me a big hug. He was there with his little girl and his wife. Totally, absolutely changed man once this exorcism was over with. Absolutely changed.
What happens to these demons? I guess they're demons. What happens to these demons when they leave the body?
Well, I I've said tongue-in-cheek, I'm the only minister in America that gets the privilege of telling the devil to go to hell on a regular basis. And that's literally what happens.
So they return from whence they came.
We send them to the abyss or hell to torment. And they stay there. The Bible is not really clear on this. The Bible does teach that some fallen angels, some evil spirits have to stay in torment because of what it says they left their first estate, and there are all sorts of theories about that. But the rest of them seem to be until the end of time, as prophesied in the Revelation. They have the ability to come back out of the abyss if there's a willing recipient.
Otherwise, until the end of time.
Otherwise, they stay there in torment, unless there's someone who welcomes them back out and gives them an assignment, so to speak.
When the end comes, I'm not much of a churchgoer, Reverend, and I've seen movies like The Seventh Sign, for example. I suppose you saw that.
Yeah.
And is that the way it's going to happen? That was Hollywood's way, or is that pretty close to?
It's sort of. We have a broad general picture of what's going to happen at the end. We know that there will be a terrible moral decline, a tremendous increase in technology.
Really?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And that's one of the things the Bible talks about, the exponential increase in knowledge there will be at the end. But that only leads further to the arrogance of man of thinking he can solve all his problems. And then there are divisions within the Christian community as to what will happen next. Some believe that, as a popular book series has posited recently, that Christ will return and there will be a rapture in which millions of Christians will disappear, followed by 7 years of hell on earth, at the end of which will be Armageddon and the final battle between good and evil. Now, I happen to ascribe to that particular belief, but there are many well-meaning Christians who don't. All do agree. In the middle of the conference, again, witnessed by hundreds of people, he stood to his feet and started lumbering toward me in sort of a Frankenstein style, just like he couldn't quite walk. He was just lumbering. And his first words out of his mouth as he stood were, "Do I murder you now or later?" He came toward me. And he hovered over the top. I'm 5'8", okay? He hovered over the top of me with his hands shaking around my throat, just, millimeters away from my throat.
Right.
Uttering curses against God. And the only thing between him and me was my Bible.
Is there a lot of that, by the way? And obviously we cannot play that sort of thing on the air. But there's a lot of that, a lot of the really foul language.
Oh, yes. And I never played on the air either, but it does happen in horrible, horrible curses. I had a case recently. I was at a large Baptist church, and a handsome young fella who was an usher in the church, God spoke to me and said, "Go pray for him." And what I often do is I walk out in the crowd, sort of provoking these demons, and I thought, well, this kid doesn't look like a problem. He's studying for the ministry. I went to touch him and pray for him, and he flew out of the pew in a violent rage, cursing God's name, uttering the most vile four-letter words right in the middle of this church. Very common. Jeff, that you're alluding to,
Right.
The only thing between him and me was my Bible, and for 1 hour, I stood holding my Bible between him and me, quoting Bible verses from memory, warding him off. And everybody was afraid to grab him. In this case, he got there before anybody could get to him, and he was so huge, they were so afraid if anybody tried to touch him, I mean, he'd have his hands on my throat before they could move.
So in other words, what people are going to hear here is only a small slice of what went on for an hour.
Yes.
And a lot of which we can't broadcast. Here it is.
Who are you? Who do you think I am? I'm asking the questions here. Do you have legal authority? Yes or no? I was born into him. Do you still have remaining legal authority? He's renounced all that. Do you have any remaining legal authority? Yes or no? No. What is your name? Who are you? I am anger, and I am lies. I am cheat. I am steal, and I am murder. I bind all those functions of cheating, lying, stealing, murdering, and all those parts. I bind them together right now. I bind them together. Say I anger. I anger. Murder and the rest. Murder and the rest. Remove the curse. Remove the curse. From this man. From this man. And his children. And his children. And all future generations. Generations!
Good Lord. You use the word, you bind. You bind. I am familiar with witchcraft, Reverend. Witches use the word bind.
Yes. Well, Christ established the principle. He said, whatsoever you bind on earth shall be bound. Whatsoever you loose on earth shall be loosed. And that was spoken to Peter and to his disciples as part of the authority that he would give Christians. And so as we come against evil, we bind it. It's a term of restraint. And so what I'm doing is saying, I restrain you from your evil and expressing it, and in this case, from attacking me physically.
Are you in the movie The Exorcist? That one of these things, is there ever an occasion, Reverend, where possession is by not necessarily a demon, but by the devil himself?
I do not believe that. The Bible, I believe, teaches there are two cases where the devil himself actually enters in. One was Judas Iscariot. The Bible says Satan entered into him, the devil. And the other is the Antichrist, who will be the one, as we talked about a moment ago, who will lead this fight against God at the end of the age and will be incarnated by the devil himself. It certainly doesn't serve the devil's purposes. Remember that the devil is not omnipotent as God is. He is not omniscient and omnipresent as God is. So while God's power can be everywhere at all times, the devil has spatial limitations to who he is, in the sense that he can't be everywhere at once. So he would not want to come into someone, because then he can't be directing his troops on a worldwide basis of evil.
There are those who say the Antichrist is alive on earth now. Mm-hmm. Do you believe that may be so?
I believe, indeed, it may be so, though I think that kind of speculation is a little dangerous because, we don't want to get ourselves into a trap if he isn't of causing people to fall away from faith when he didn't show up. But personally, just in my historical view of culture and life as it is, and in my view as an exorcist, I have to believe that he is. The outbreak of evil that we see now you alluded to it earlier.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when was there a time when people would go postal, when you know, your worker on the computer next door walks in the following day and puts a bullet through your brain?
Only now.
Yes, and we've never seen this exponential increase in such extreme evil as we have now. So that leads me to believe something is about to happen.
You are able to deal with what we're hearing here, these exorcisms, on an individual basis.
Yes.
If something, as you put it, is about to happen, that will be beyond your scope?
Yes, because that's in the grander scheme of things. Certainly, I believe that what I am doing is a deterrent. By the way, I want to make an important point here. This is not just about me. We have what we call do what Jesus did teams. Not what would Jesus do, but do what Jesus did, because Jesus did cast out demons, which are exorcism teams that we teach and train, and we now, in more than 50 cities, have established them. Our goal is that no one should be more than a day's drive away from a city where they can get an exorcism, and that's not true in America today. So we are teaching and training these teams, and we have scores of teams around the country that every week meet, and they themselves do dozens of exorcisms. So it's not just about who I am. The knowledge to do this can be transmitted to others. It can be, shall we say, learned. And I believe that's one of the ways that we must fight this evil. No one person can fight it.
Well, if you have that extensive a group across the country, then you must be more aware than anybody I've talked to about the increase in the amount of evil and possession going on.
Oh, yes. And these teams, you know, the national facilitator of our teams was telling me just yesterday that one particular group, this is very common, has now a waiting list of 300 people who have been pre-qualified. That means they've gone through an extensive questionnaire process that deals with medical and psychiatric issues to find out whether or not this is truly legitimate. They've got a waiting list in one city of 300 people.
What do you say to people who say all of this isn't legitimate at all, that it's all some kind of fakery, that it's some sort of a psychological aberration on the part of these people?
I invite them to come to our conferences. Go to boblarson.org, see where I'm going to be in the city, come and witness it for yourself. And then, if you're still not so sure, I say this tongue-in-cheek, when the first murder demon shows up, I'm going to tell the men who are holding the person to stand back, let him go, and I'm going to let you come up and go eyeball to eyeball with this thing and tell it that it's just a figment, it's just fake, it's just phony. I'm going to let you handle it. I don't think there'll be any takers.
Mm-hmm. We talked earlier about witchcraft. Witches claim, and I know some real witches, Reverend, they claim that most of the time witchcraft can be used in positive ways, and that only on occasion and only with the proper provocation can witchcraft be used to issue. I mean, it can be used for evil purpose, to be sure, but it is not always so used. In fact, most frequently not.
I couldn't disagree with that more, because the Bible disagrees with it. I'm sure those people believe that and mean well and think that, but the Bible is very clear that all witchcraft is an abomination to God, and that all witchcraft is an opposition to God, because it refuses to acknowledge the Judeo-Christian God of Scripture, who is truly God, and that though they may feel they're using white magic, there really is only good and evil.
The powers of the earth, the wind, the sun.
Well, those may just simply be convenient explanations for human wisdom and knowledge.
All right, hold it right there. We'll be right back.
Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222 or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To recharge on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network.
Brace yourself, it gets worse. Bob Larson, Reverend Bob Larson is my guest, and we're talking about exorcism. We're doing more than talk about it. We're actually playing you clips from exorcisms, which, by the way, take quite some time to do as a general course. In fact, we'll ask about that in a moment. Stay right where you are. Back now to the Reverend Larson. Reverend, frequently, how long do exorcisms vary widely in the amount of time that it takes?
Yes, I've done them in as short as 10 or 15 minutes. Often it will take several hours, 10 or 15 hours, 10 or 15 days. I've had some that which you obviously have to take breaks, which have lasted for months. Those are rare, but most of them require a significant commitment of time. And sometimes you have to have more than one exorcism, because the first exorcism only gets to what we call the initial level of devils, and that means you just sort of clean out one area of an individual's life, and then they have to rest and recuperate, because it is absolutely physically, mentally, and emotionally devastating to the person who goes through it. And then you go back and you do a second, a third one.
Here's an odd question. Dave in Davenport, Iowa asks, Art, could you ask Bob a question for me? What happens if you love a demon?
Actually, there are people who do want their demons. They do like their demons, because these people are dysfunctional in some area of life, and the demon facilitates some process in them that they are frightened of being without, and so they like to have that thing because it does do things. And to get quite explicit, I don't know what he means by love, but there are people who have sexual relationships with demons, and they love to love a demon.
That's really odd. All right, here's another one. This would be, is it Kevin? Or Kevia? I can't, in Arlington? Does that make sense to you? Do you know which one it is?
Yes, you're talking about the excerpt. Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
It was the young man I believe we're referring to. He was a cutter.
A cutter?
A cutter. And I've run into many, many cutters. These are people who self-mutilate.
Oh.
And they will come to our conferences, and their arms will be slashed. With sometimes hundreds of slashes of scar tissue where they have burned, hacked, picked away at themselves. Their arms, their legs, sometimes their whole body. And very violent young man. If it's the young man I'm thinking of had a history of crime, and was facing some other very serious consequences, very serious demons.
I have known young people who have done this, Reverend. I've seen it myself.
Yes.
Here it is.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Wrath? Are you chief? Are you chief? Are you chief? Are you chief? Do any of you, hold your tongue, do any of you have any further legal authority, Wrath? Do you? Do you? Yes or no? Yes. What is it? What is it? What legal authority do you have? Mine.
Holy smokes.
Now let me tell you, I got the wrong person. Let me tell you who this is. This is quite interesting. This man is Kevin. I'll give his full name, Kevin Thornton. I don't often give full names of people just to protect their anonymity. He was a singer with the group Color Me Bad, who had number one hit song a couple of years ago called I Want to Sex You Up.
He didn't even sound human.
No, he wasn't. I did not know who he was. He was in the audience of about 1,600 people. Really well-dressed young fellow. African African American. I went out to him, and he exploded. Got him up on stage. This unearthly voice spoke out of him. I did not know who he was until the whole exorcism is over with, and he told me that a couple of years ago he had a #1 hit record in America.
One more time. This one I want to hear one more time. This is not a human voice.
Who are you, Edgar? Who are you? Who are you? Wrath? Are you chief? Are you chief? Are you chief? Are you chief? Do any of you, hold your tongue, do any of you have any further legal authority, Wrath? Do you? Do you? Yes or no? Yes. What is it? What is it? What legal authority do you have?
Mine. Oh, God. Legal authority. What does that mean, legal authority? What do you mean by that?
Well, the mercy and the goodness and the love of God protects us from evil. Even sometimes when we're stupid enough to put ourselves in the firing line of evil. But God is a loving, merciful God. However, demons are looking for legal right. They're looking for a technicality by which they can enter into somebody. So when you cast out a demon, you must find out, does it have a right to be there? Sometimes they don't have a right. Sometimes they just sort of slip in or sneak in because the person is quite morally vulnerable. But sometimes they literally do have a legal right in that the person has done something, or as I said earlier, there has been some curse brought down through the family line that gave them the right. You're going to play one in a moment, Mary, in which there was a curse, an ancient curse going back, where some people in the family had sold their souls in the midst of a famine. And as a result, it followed the family line. So that is a legal right. The demon, there was a pact made, and you have to break that pact.
Matt writes, I get these computer messages as the program goes on, and asks, can a person, an interesting question, can a person who is a Christian be possessed by a demon? And if so, how can Christ and a demon dwell in the same spot?
Well, I don't like the term possessed in reference to a Christian. Let's just say invaded, influenced, or affected. Because as I said in the beginning, these terms are kind of meaningless. I mean, they are human terms describing the metaphysical.
Right.
And at best, they are inadequate.
Right.
Now, how can Christ and the devil be there?
Yes.
Well, they're not. They're not truly there. But as you brought up earlier, I mean, you said, I have known some Christians who were quite unethical.
I certainly have.
Absolutely. And I have known Christians who have done horrible things and yet claim to be a Christian. What's going on here? Well, we have someone there who probably has a devil in them. And when the person is acting out their Christianity, they are a child of faith. But in their weak moments, when they give into that other side, the demon then is able to take over and cause them to do horrible things. Now, how does that happen? Not in their spirit. The Bible teaches what's called the tripartite nature or the trichotomous nature of man, that he is body, soul, and spirit. So that when, by confession of faith, we choose to follow God, the spirit is eternally reborn. But in the soul, which is the mind, emotional, sentient nature of who we are, we may have pockets of demonic infestation that affect our soul, that is, our feelings, and tempt us with those feelings. So, in that sense, it is not true coexistence with evil. It's God is in the spirit, the devil is in the soul.
Reverend, I've got to take the opportunity to ask you, I deal with this a lot on my program. I believe there really are ghosts. What is a ghost? What is a ghost? Is a ghost somebody's actual soul, their consciousness after death remaining on Earth? Or is it some sort of weird little echo and tape replay of what was?
I believe that the Bible teaches ghosts are not what in popular culture are disembodied spirits with unfinished business or some soul emanation. I believe that, in fact, ghosts are demons masquerading as the departed. Because the Bible teaches that necromancy, communication with the dead, is an occult forbidden sin that causes demon possession. And so the devil masquerades as the dead or the departed or as a soul.
So then you agree then that communication is possible?
Oh, absolutely. And there are ghosts and there are phantoms and ectoplasmic apparitions, but these are demonic beings seeking to cause us to communicate. And that's what was so dangerous, for example, with the movie The Sixth Sense. I debated Haley Joel Osment about that on the Larry King Show. Once we communicate, then the link is established, and we've crossed over that moral barrier that God established with ancient Israel. And from that point on, demons have the right to enter into us, so the ghost, in fact, will enter into you.
So by the time you get to the point where you're saying, I see dead people, it's way too late.
It is way too late. At that point, you've already been taken over.
All right, actually, the next one I've got coming up is Chris in Anchorage. Does that ring any bells?
Yes, it does. This guy just suddenly got out of his seat and headed toward me. And his was the case of an ancient curse upon the family.
Really?
Yeah.
An ancient curse on the family?
Oh, very, very frequently I run into these cases where, unbeknownst to the individual, somebody hundreds of years ago did something. Oftentimes there will be an ancient sacrifice. I remember one particular case, a woman of Hispanic descent. There was an ancient Aztec ancestor who wanted the power, sexual power over women, so he human sacrificed his own granddaughter. This is at least what the spirits said, gave them the right, going back 25 generations.
Well, let's play this and then I'll ask.
What would you have of me? What?
Judgment.
Of course.
Who are you? Who else is there? Did you say pornography?
Generations. Lust is here.
What do you mean, generations?
Oh, this family is mine. More than one. All of them are mine.
Oh, my God.
That, by the way, took place in front of more than 1,000 people. And that voice, I mean, I actually...
it's got a quality to it at one point that is not... It's... I don't even know how to describe it. The quality of the voice changed from what even a human could, in the worst moments, utter. I mean, it was almost mechanical.
It sounded like it was sent to a phaser or something.
Yeah, that's a true... Is that a true...
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, Mr. Fred Johnson, who is my production assistant at our studio in Denver...
Now, you could hear it go into distortion at one point,
yes.
and obviously it was simply too loud for the mic, but at another point, something happened to that voice that was all wrong.
Oh, yes, and you know, I actually had people accuse me of doctoring that tape, and as I said, Mr. Fred Johnson is a real human being. He is my production assistant. He will verify to anybody who wants it verified. Nobody touched that tape. It was weird. I mean, it went into this other earthly thing. We actually captured it on video, too. We have it on videotape, the same sound.
Oh,
this
my.
was professional cameras. I mean, this was a major 3-camera shoot that we did. And so we have it on videotape and audio tape.
All right, one more time. Listen very, very carefully to the quality of the voice about in the middle of all this. Listen very carefully.
What would you have of me? What?
Judgment.
Of course.
Who are you? Who else is there? Did you say pornography?
Generations. Lust is here.
What do you mean, generations?
Oh, this family is mine. More than one. All of them are mine.
That's a pretty confident, really a confident demon.
Oh, yes, he was, but he was cast out, and it was very beautiful. When it was over with, this man's wife, who was pregnant, came running up to hug him. I by the way, was back to the same city, the same place, recently, and this young man was there, came up, gave me a big hug. He now was the proud father of a baby, and his life is just going on wonderfully. His father was also there that night, and we had to remove the curse from his father as well, because the demon claimed that it had the whole family line. And this young man now is an active member of his church, a wonderful father. I shudder to think, if this evil had not been expelled, what might have become of him. Because I really honestly feel, Art, that many of these people we encounter are on their way to commit a murder. They're on their way to being tomorrow's headline. And we are stopping it. And I say we, our teams all over the country, and I always want to emphasize to people, don't look to Bob Larson. I'm a human instrument. I'm sure Father Malachi Martin told you the same thing. I'm a human instrument of God. This is God who does this. This is God's power. It is not my power. It is the power of Christ through his resurrection. I'm just the human instrument of that.
And I guess all of this, does it scare you now, or are you past that? Are you so sure of what you're doing that you're certain there's nothing you can run into?
Every week, in every conference, I encounter something I have never seen before. It amazes, because you'd think after all these years, I would have seen it all. I am astounded every single week. There's some strange, weird twist that I would never make, a demon doing something that I could never have even my human wildest imagination thought of. And it's always new, it's always fresh. The ingenuity of evil is beyond comprehension. But more so is the grace and the love of God. And we must remember that yes, this is scary, but the real story is not the frightening evil that's inside these people, but the love of God that is there to change their lives and make them into healthy, productive, decent people.
Could it be that more people in America, I mean, America is a pretty materialistic place. Could it be that more people in America have made that perfect deal with the devil than in the rest of the world? Because in America, everybody wants what everybody else has, and to get there, if that's what it takes, maybe more people here are making that deal than they are anywhere else.
Absolutely, that you're very astute. You know, Hollywood doesn't get it right very often, but that Al Pacino movie certainly did get it right. And that's the deal that people, they don't make it consciously.
Yes.
They don't just say, I sell my soul for whatever, but in their striving...
all they've got to do is say it mentally, right?
Yes. They're striving to become whatever it is they want to become. Nothing stands in their pathway. And when you cross over that line, you become the servant of all that is evil. And God no longer exists in your life as a guiding principle.
Reverend, hold on. We'll be right back.
Take a ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 775-727-1222 or call the Wild Card line at 775-727-1295. To talk with Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
The Reverend Bob Larson is here, and I warned you numerous times, and I'll do it one more time. This material is pretty rough stuff, so be advised if you're coming into the middle of the program, use parental discretion. you have discretion, right? You don't want your children around this, and you may not even want yourself around it. You figure that out for yourself. Once again, the Reverend Bob Larson. Now, Bob, somebody asks, Denise actually, in Illinois, is there a finite number of demons? Are there a finite number of demons? And if so, have you ever run into the same demon more than once?
There is a finite number. In the original creation, God made X number of angels, and 1/3 of those fell with Lucifer in the rebellion. We don't know how many that is. It's millions. It's huge. But it is finite, and it is finite as opposed to the omnipresence of God. Now, I have run into demons who go by the same name, function, and purpose. I've had demons say to me, I know you, I've met you, we've faced each other before. Was it literally that same demon? Perhaps. Perhaps it was just that demon's embodiment of that same evil that I faced before.
Could one demon inhabit two, can it be in two places effectively at one time?
Not two places at one time, but
two people.
They do have the capacity to move at, I don't know, the speed of light. Who knows? I mean, they're here, they're there, they move fast. And a demon does not necessarily need to be in an individual permanently. If they have the right to come and go, yes, they may come and go between, for example, a husband and wife, a father and son. Particularly people with a familial connection go back and forth and affect one and then affect the other.
You deal with people who are living who have demons. How many people would you imagine die with demons?
A lot of people die as the result of demons. They commit suicide because demons have driven them to it.
Yes. In other words, for everyone saved, I wonder how many are not.
Many. I wouldn't even suggest that I and all of our Do What Jesus Did teams are coming close to reaching all those people. That's why I am so fervent in traveling and holding these conferences every weekend to get more people involved in this.
You've written how many books?
29 books. The latest is Shock Talk, a novel about exorcism.
If you were to recommend a starter book, and we've got lots of links on my page to your books, what should people begin with?
Actually, the latest book, Shock Talk, is an excellent starter because it's a novel. It tells a story of a tabloid TV talk show host. There's a girl who's a cutter self-mutilator who attempts suicide on his national television show, and then he's forced to find out of his own curiosity, what this is all about. And it deals with generational curses, the link to multiple personalities, which is another whole issue we haven't gotten into, and also issues of what we call inner healing, by which the soul is restored. The other one would be the Book of Spiritual Warfare, which is a 500-page encyclopedic reference on everything about demons and angels and witchcraft and Satanism and the supernatural. So Shock Talk or the Book of Spiritual Warfare.
Spiritual warfare. You said multiple personalities. I thought that was a psychiatric disorder. It's more?
Well, it is a recognizable disorder, generally referred to as DID or dissociative identity disorder. But in fact, more than 50% of the cases of demonization that we deal with also have dissociation. And the reason is because the severity of trauma, which causes multiplicity or dissociation, which is also an opening for demons, means that sometimes certain demons hide within certain personalities. And so very frequently what we have to do is find out if a person is a multiple, and if they're a multiple, then to locate the demon may not be in the core or the host person. In other words, in that part of the person's soul consciousness, the demon may not be evident. They may be fairly normal.
You know, Reverend, something I've always wondered about, our mental hospitals across America are full of people. And I've always wondered what percentage really shouldn't be there, what percentage of the people in the mental institutions across America are actually possessed?
It's hard to know, but I often run into demons of insanity. And they will, I mean, it's kind of almost amusing because the demons themselves are almost insane. Their function has so overtaken them, they're loony. But in their lucidity, they will say, you know, I'm about to drive this person crazy. I'm going to send her to a mental institution. Then I'll get her in there, and nobody will ever be able to help her again. They'll just laugh. It is, I'm going to drive them crazy.
That's the way it works. A lot of them never get out. You mentioned Mary earlier. Now, we're up to Mary. Tell me about Mary, Flagstaff.
This took place in Flagstaff, Arizona, in a conference. Mary was just seated in the audience and suddenly began to hideously scream. We brought her to the front, worked with her at length, and this demon eventually spoke German and said that her ancestors, I'm trying to remember, were Irish or Italian, I can't remember which, had actually gone to Germany during a time of famine to get food, and sold their souls to someone called Herman the German. And Herman the German was into black magic, and for exchange for their souls gave them food. Nice, sweet lady. And, but boy, this thing was hideous.
Sweet lady. All right, here's Mary.
I confront the spirit of hate right now. I command that spirit. Face me in the name of Jesus. Yeah, you never forever. Yeah, didn't you? Didn't you?
Yes, yes, yes! Yes, my honor!
Is that how you got this? With the hatred?
Deception! Deception!
Deception? What kind of deception? Are you part of a curse?
Yes, hundreds of years, hundreds of years, hundreds.
Yeah, it came down through the family line through her brother, didn't it? Passed on to you, didn't it? Did you deceive her?
Yes, yes.
How did you deceive her? What did you make her believe?
Nobody would find out.
Who is chief among them?
Herman.
Herman is the man who put the curse on the family, isn't he?
Yes, yes.
What nationality?
German.
Good as he does, sure.
Yes,
Who?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a number of questions popping up on my computer screen about people speaking in languages. There you are. Oh my. In every case so far, I would have to say, if somebody's faking this, I can't even imagine how they could do that. These voices do not sound human.
Well, and keep in mind, you're hearing just a handful
Just a little bit.
of hundreds of examples and a small portion of what may have gone on for an hour. And that this has been witnessed hundreds of times in scores of cities all over America in front of thousands and thousands of people. It amuses me when people say, these people are paid actors, or he sets these people up, because the infrastructure to organize all of that in all these cities would be monumental and impossible. And after all of this time, and the thousands of people, somebody surely would have broken the silence by now and said, oh, this was an act.
Sure, oh, absolutely.
But these are identifiable people, and we've had 60 Minutes, MSNBC, the New York Times, LA Times investigate this. Talk to many of these people afterwards. Go into their homes.
Sure.
With television cameras.
Yeah, but you've got to understand why people do this, why they want to squash this and prove that it's some kind of fraud or fake. They want to, obviously, because the alternative is to have to believe that it's true.
Well, to believe it is true means that then each individual has to deal with the possibility of evil in his own life.
Precisely.
And, the person who is hearing these voices talking about lying, cheating, murder, hatred, and mayhem, then has to ask himself, is it possible that I have ever harbored those feelings in my own heart? And if so, could I have given into this kind of evil? And for some people who don't want to believe in God, that's a step they don't want to take.
Is there any, in the examples we have here, we have more men than women. In fact, I think Mary is the only woman we have now. Is there any pattern to possession? Are more men possessed than women, or?
No, we just happen to, I think, to have chosen these examples because the demons in men seem to be more verbally dramatic. But it actually is more women than men. Women are far more prevalent. Because, as I said earlier in the show, abuse issues are so prominent, and so more women are victimized by violation.
Okay, one more time, folks, with Mary. She's the only example of a woman we have tonight.
I confront the spirit of hate right there. I command that spirit. Face me in the name of Jesus. You'd have her forever. Yeah, didn't you? Didn't you?
Yes, yes, yes! Yes, my honor!
Is that how you got this? With the hatred?
Deception! Deception!
Deception? What kind of deception? Are you part of a curse?
Yes, hundreds of years, hundreds of years, hundreds.
Yeah, it came down through the family line through her brother, didn't it? Passed on to you, didn't it? Did you deceive her?
Yes, yeah.
How did you deceive her? What did you make her believe?
Nobody would find out.
Who is chief among them?
Herman!
Herman is the man who put the curse on the family, isn't he?
Yes, yes.
What nationality?
German!
What is he, Deutsch? Yeah?
The more you listen, the more you're able, even from these short clips, the more you're able to pick out. So, these generational curses are frequent.
Oh, yes, they are. Far more frequent than one would imagine. But just think about it. I mean, which one of us knows who in our past may have done something like that?
Almost none of us.
Yeah. And so I encourage all people of faith to go through, preferably with a friend, a pastor, a priest, a renunciation of generational curses. I've done that for me, my family, and my children, and I've prayed a prayer that says, Dear God, I renounce any and all curses that may have come upon me from past generations, and I renounce those sins of my ancestors that may have caused me to be cursed, and I bequeath to my children and future generations a new heritage of faith in Christ, and faith in God, and cause that any of those curses by which the devil may have access to my life or my family to be broken in the name of God. And by doing that, I mean, it sounds so simple to say that, but the devil, I tell people, if you're going to deal with the devil, you have to act like a lawyer and think like a judge. Because these things operate in a very technical spiritual universe. And a curse is a legal document of sorts. And so you just declare it null and void, and then it's broken. But so many people have never articulated that simple prayer that I said a moment ago, and they are vulnerable. So anyone in this audience who has faith of God in God could say that and break that and be free from it.
Do you have
And
these...
then they need to come to our conferences and get an exorcism.
Understand. Do you have these sound clips on your website as well?
Actually, we've never done that. We probably should do that. In fact, ought to put them up there tomorrow.
I would assume, again, these are very short. It would be interesting sometime, perhaps in a future appearance, Reverend, if you were to bring a substantial portion of a very serious one to listen to.
Well, actually, when I say we don't have these clips, we do archive some of our own radio shows on our website, boblarson.org, and they can download past shows in which I have played longer versions of these. And, for example, we just did a show earlier this week that would be in our archives of a woman who was Polish and whose parents were put in the Hitler's death camps. And a spirit of death then followed that family. And then when they were released from the camps and immigrated to South America, to Caracas, Venezuela, she then was molested as a child, and these spirits then took control of her.
All right, we've got, I think, a very short one we can do. This is Tony in Minneapolis. What's the story on Tony?
Very, very interesting. You know, a lot of times people think that, oh, if I'm going to get a demon, I have to do something really bad. sometimes it's a fairly small opening if there's a pre-existing vulnerability. Tony's father, first of all, he just erupted in the audience, and I had no idea what the story was, but I learned later that his father had wanted to murder his mother, his father's mother, had wanted to murder other family members and had thought about it and planned it. Well, this young man was working in a kitchen, in a restaurant, and someone accidentally spilled some frying grease on him, and he sustained some serious burns to his body. Well, while he was in this state of physical torment with this grease burning his body, his employer and fellow employees were reluctant to call 911 an emergency because they were afraid they were going to get in a lawsuit. And he was laying there screaming in agony, as he described it, with his grease burning his flesh. And at that moment, he said to himself, if I survive this, I will get even and I will kill these people who didn't offer me help. And that very thought of murder that he entertained in his mind opened him up.
Here it is.
Get the spirit of murder. You sneaked right in there, didn't you? When nobody was looking. You sneaked in, didn't you? Didn't you, murder? Well, it wasn't fair, was it? You guys don't play fair, do you? Don't have to. You don't have to, do you?
Murder. Reverend, I interviewed a pretty interesting person the other day. His name is Kent Walker. And he's called the other brother. The Sante and Kenny Kimes incident, you know about that?
No.
The murder conviction, you don't. It's a big case. It's a big murder case, but Sante was probably as close to evil as you can imagine. She was a mother who brought her two sons up in a life of crime, grifting, and ultimately, in the case of one, murder. And they've been convicted of that murder now, of a socialite.
Is this the mother? Oh yes, the mother or the son who killed the socialite.
Ding, 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 right?
Yes, right.
All of a sudden, okay, yes, I interviewed the brother. And he told me his mother, Sante, was, in his eyes, if you've ever looked into the eyes of Charles Manson, there's really no question about what you see. You see evil, and he said, that was in my mother's eyes as well, and still is, and in his opinion, always will be.
Well, he was looking at a demon. He wasn't just looking at his mother, he was looking into the soul of his mother, and he saw the demon in her soul. I wouldn't doubt that for a moment. That's what I see when I look at people. People say, how do you know, Bob? Because I will walk out into an audience of 400 or 500, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 people, and then I walk through the audience and I pick out the people that I've never seen before in my life.
And you know.
And I just know.
You just know.
I just look, I see in their soul the evil, and it looks back at me.
Where you are. Reverend David in Los Angeles asks whether, as in the movie The Exorcist, can the possessed at times ever actually physically manifest anything like levitation, moving objects, that sort of thing?
It's rare. I have seen it happen. It's not common. Satan seems to be somewhat limited in that realm. The movie was a little bit of an exaggeration, but it was a composite of a number of things. I have seen it, but it's rare.
I understand, actually, that that exorcism was, in other words, it was based, though, on one real story that I think occurred in Missouri, perhaps?
Yes, that's true.
Missouri. All right, we have one more that I would like to get to that occurred apparently in Anchorage with Brent.
Well, excuse me, I mentioned this a little earlier. This was the young man dressed in a suit and tie, church usher, Bible school student, who had no idea, neither did anybody in the church have any idea that there could have been anything like this in him. And he was just seated comfortably in the aisle of the church, and I felt this strong spiritual impression to go to him, to pray for him. And I thought, well, he's a very unlikely person. And I usually carry with me when I pray anointing oil. And anointing oil represents the presence of the Holy Spirit. And I often often when I approach people, I will make the sign of the cross in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit on their head. I reached over to do that. He exploded, flew out of the pew. This is a heavily edited excerpt. The F word was just pouring out of his mouth, and in this sedate Baptist church, the place was in a state of shock.
So in other words, what you're about to hear, you've got to imagine the rest.
It's a sanitized version.
All right, here we go.
Didn't think it claimed you, did you? No. 25 generations? Yes. Well, you've been there a long time. You must not want to give up this body, huh? No. But he's a child of God. You don't have legal right anymore, do you? Do you? No. Now, blasphemy, I put an angel on your left, on your right, behind you, and in front of you. Smarter than your angels. Blasphemy. What is the key to this curse? He was dedicated to Satan for future generations. 25 generations ago? Yes. The bloodline was dedicated to the devil?
Good Lord.
25 generations ago. He didn't know it. His family didn't know it. Studying for the ministry, this evil was down inside him. And it was violent, very violent.
That's incredible. All right, let's take a few calls here through the top of the hour and see what we get. Who knows? First time caller line, you're on the air with Reverend Larson. Hello.
All right, thanks a lot, Art. Good morning, Mr. Larson. My name's Jeremy. I'm calling from C-Fun Radio in Vancouver.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Larson, you stated earlier in the show, I guess last hour, you were talking about the witchcraft and how the earth and sun and water and fire was just maybe a convenient way to, explain that magic and their powers. But what do you think about, maybe Christianity being a simple way to explain your powers, right? Like a convenient way to describe what you do.
Fair question, I suppose, yes.
Yeah, I'm sure that an individual could suggest that. I happen to believe that Christianity is a God-revealed religion through the Old Testament onward, and that it is the true faith of the only living and true God. I respect the right that other people may disagree with that, but that's what I believe.
All right, Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Reverend Larson. Hello.
Hello there. Hi, Bob.
Hello.
Yeah, I know something about this generational stuff. Edgar Casey is one of my distant relatives, and my family's had spiritism and everything in this line for forever. And by the time I was in 6th grade, I was regularly praying to be possessed by spirits and manifesting, developing my ESP and all kinds of things. Unfortunately, God saved me from this life of utter darkness when I was 15. And I've been getting together with the gal that you just recently delivered in Anchorage here.
Oh, really?
At the Baptist Temple for discipleship and prayer. And you did two deliverance services with her, little blonde gal, you probably remember.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa.
Yes, I do remember Elisa. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and she's doing pretty well. She's had some trouble spots, but
Were you there tonight, this young man, Brent?
no, I was not there at any of the services, but we have, I've been doing, kind of some counseling and follow-up ministry with her since that time. And anyway, just thought you would be interested to hear that she's doing pretty well, and I'm just trying to focus her on, kind of prayer of quiet and healing and focusing on the love of Jesus and her Heavenly Father, because she was abused and all that. But I have a concern, and that is that with my background and all of in spiritism and witchcraft and all this kind of stuff, I listen to Art regularly, and Art, I love you, and I pray for your audience for protection over them and over you particularly, because this is, if you listen at a regular rate, Bob, you would know that this audience is very open to all kinds of different occultic influences in their lives. And Art, my burden for you is I really believe that there is a loving and well-intentioned...
Obviously, what we played tonight, it was terrifying, and you could hear it, and you're telling me that when you were actually physically there, the visual was as terrifying as what we're hearing.
Yeah.
And he worked with her for, I'm guessing, around an hour or so, on and off. But at the very end, when that thing was finally, he drove the power of that evil right out of her. And at the very end, when that thing came out, she was spitting and coughing and throwing up, bent over forwards. But after that thing came out, she had the most beautiful smile, and you could just see the joy and the peace in her heart. And I'll tell you, I have witnessed similar before, but I know this is real because of my own personal experience with God also. I met God personally 9 years ago, roughly 9 years ago, through a little tiny prayer group in the Detroit area, several Christians praying together, worshiping God. And the Spirit of God came upon me and gave me a revelation that Jesus is the Son of God, that he died for me and that he rose from the dead. I've not doubted that from that day to this day. And I know for a fact that he is the only way. He himself said, I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. He said, nobody comes to the Father but through him.
Well, that's very interesting, except I'm still puzzled by the fact that we apparently have more evil present, more entities waiting to take over whatever they can get in America than we do in all of these non-Christian nations almost put together. It's a
But if you think about it, Art, why wouldn't America be the target? Because America is the most gracious, philanthropic, compassionate nation on earth, in spite of all its evil. Why wouldn't the devil target America that has the greatest capacity to alleviate the suffering of humanity around the globe?
Yes, but he spoke of the only way, and the only way, he said, and I've heard that said by so many Christians. Fine, the only way. Well, all of these other nations that don't take that path at all, and they don't seem bothered. Somehow it doesn't make sense.
Well, it makes sense if you think about the devil's using his resources most wisely to attack where the greatest threat is. And America, in spite of its problems, is a great threat to the devil. Because, as I said, if you think about all the philanthropic work, all the relief that has gone on around the world for starving humanity and so on, America is the leader in that.
Mm. After you've done a long exorcism, how does that leave you at the end? Are you drained? Is this work as hard and draining as it sounds, as spiritually draining?
Absolutely. Spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically. When I'm done, I'm just a dish rag. I'm limp. I mean, I'm surprised they don't carry me out sometimes. It takes every ounce of energy. I mean, you're the natural dealing with the supernatural. A real mind game is going on as you battle these things, as you're looking for these intricate clues, putting the pieces of the puzzle together to see this person free. Absolutely, physically. I'm sure Father Malachi Mark must have told you the same thing. When you're done, I mean, that's it. You're no good for anything after that for a while until you refresh.
And Reverend, on this program, as the lady pointed out a little while ago, I deal with an awful lot of strange stuff. And one of the strange things that I deal with on this program is the presence of alien life.
Yes.
And I take it that your position would generally be that what's regarded by many as aliens really are not aliens at all.
Yes. They are demons. Now, I do believe that, by the way, that you just cannot discount all of the so-called extraterrestrial phenomena. In fact, I wrote a book. It's currently out of print. We have a few copies left called UFOs and the Alien Agenda.
Really?
Yes, a very long, detailed book about all of this, in which I posited the theme that through the unpredictability and the periodicity with which these phenomena occur, there is a kind of consciousness raising taking place in our culture, bringing people to the awareness where they anticipate something dramatic about to happen, that we're kind of like being set up by these beings. but that they don't come from outer space. They come from, in fact, what, maybe Jacques Vallée has talked about them coming from the parallel dimension. I believe that parallel dimension is a spirit dimension, and they, these demons break through that barrier from time to time, but they're just toying with us. And that these extraterrestrial phenomena are these beings sort of manipulating the mass consciousness to prepare people for the Antichrist. If you look at the descriptions of many of these people, and I know you've seen some of these pictures.
I have, yes.
They look very much akin to what people describe to me as demons, almost identical.
Actually, they do. Yeah, that's quite right. They do.
People in the spirit world describing demons describe the same sort of creatures very often that are described by people who claim to have had UFO abductions.
I have behind me, sent to me by Rush Limbaugh, a gigantic, it's got to be 5 feet tall, a depiction of a carved from hard wood. It's the most amazing thing you've ever seen. Depiction of a gray alien. And actually, when you look at the, you know what a typical gray is.
Yes, I know what a gray is.
Okay, well, yeah, they, to us, to my mind, as I look at it, there's almost a demon there.
I think you need me to come to Pahrump and do an exorcism on your studio.
Oh, this studio's been through a lot, believe me. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Reverend Bob Larson. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, this is Jeff from Albuquerque.
Yes, sir.
I have 2 questions for your guest. One is, I've had these, what they call paralysis dreams. Sometimes they're known as hypnagogic sleep. And there's always a feeling of like a malevolent being there. And this is a common thread with people who have had these dreams.
And they usually precede out-of-body experiences, actually, if you're talking about the paralysis.
Right.
Yes.
It seems like your soul clicks out, but it doesn't click out all the way.
Yes, yes.
And I'm wondering what your guest has to say about that.
Well, I'll just bet his take is a lot different than Albert Taylor's. Bob?
I do believe that many of these, though some are psychological, are demonically precipitated. In fact, I deal with sleep paralysis phenomena quite often with women who are attacked by incubi spirits. And very often in that state where they feel frozen to the bed, they will be sexually assaulted. And because I dare to talk about this publicly, these women come out of the woodwork just describing these horrific experiences, but they've been terrified to ever discuss it with anyone until then, before fear somebody would think they're crazy.
I have talked to a lot of women who have been attacked, Reverend. It's not uncommon at all, is it?
No. It's a very common thing, but they're so ashamed to speak of it for fear that somebody will think that they're nuts. But if you think about it, in that sort of dreamlike intermittent state between the state of dream consciousness and awake consciousness, there is a kind of spiritual vulnerability where all sorts of strange things can occur. Out-of-the-body experiences, very spontaneous spiritual phenomena, including the attack of spirit beings which may seek physical cohabitation.
You sent me a copy of the New York Times, indeed, New York Times, Tuesday, November 28th, 2000. Headline, Exorcists and Exorcisms Proliferate Across the United States, across the U.S.
Well, the Roman Catholic Church, for example, just cannot cope with the incredible caseload that they're getting. And, of course, they have this rigorous structure by which they permit exorcism. Quietly, though, on the side, what the church doesn't talk about is that there is a growing lay movement of hundreds of practitioners around the country who, though not officially sanctioned by the church, do have somewhat the blessing of the church to assist with this great demand. And there have been conferences of Catholic lay people which hundreds have gathered together to speak about their experiences. This summer in Colorado, we're going to be having a conference in which we're going to be bringing together scores, hundreds of people from around the country to tell about their common experiences of them doing exorcism.
What is your near-term schedule?
My which?
Near-term schedule. In other words, where are you going to be
Where
shortly?
am I going to be immediately? Well, as I said, I'm going to be in Vancouver, British Columbia this weekend on Friday and Saturday. And then I'll take a week off for Memorial Day after that. On the 1st and the 2nd, I'm going to be in Las Vegas, Nevada. Take a week off for my wife to have a baby. And then I'm going to be in Dallas, Montreal, Midland, Texas, and then the second week of July, a huge California tour, 4 cities in Southern California.
Did you see a movie called The Devil's Advocate?
Yes, I did. That's
Remember the very end of that movie? I'll never forget it. When they thought all was clear and all was done, and he was walking down the steps, and the devil said something like, "Vanity, vanity, my favorite." See? What an incredible end that was.
Yes.
Well, it has been, you know, I should like to say a pleasure to have you on. You've been incredible to have on the air, and I would like to have you back again. And I would like to also ask that the next time you come, can you bring longer segments?
I can bring longer segments that will truly raise the hair on your neck. Absolutely. And I'll tell you what a thrill it's been with you. I've admired your work for years, Art, and you and I don't agree on everything.
No.
I respect the fact that you do a great show of giving people a forum to clearly speak what they believe, and I deeply respect that. My prayers are with you.
Well, I try and allow all sides to have a voice, is what I do. And
That's not often the case in the media today, which is so tightly controlled, as you know, so I commend you for that.
it is tightly controlled. Not here, though. Reverend, thank you. Program. So we'll shift gears again tomorrow night. This hour, open lines coming up. You know, I am, somebody asked me, am I humored? I am humored, actually, by an aspect of last night and tonight. I'll tell you what it is. Last night, Matthew Alper made an incredible case, I thought, intellectually, a wonderful case for his argument, believe it or not, about the God part of the brain. And after that show, the screaming, he's a fraud, he's a fraud, he's a fraud, fraud. I got it in email, you know, I got a lot of that. And so I switched gears 180 degrees tonight and put on Bob Larson. And same thing, equal numbers. He's a fraud, he's a fraud, he's a fraud. Different group, same accusation. Kind of interesting. The one thing I do want to bring up before we go into open lines is, that is humorous, is this story from Havana, from Reuters, so that you know, if you want to go look up the story yourself, you're welcome to. It's astounding, absolutely astounding, about what they have found, they believe they have found near Cuba underwater, about 2,200 feet underwater, nearly a half mile underwater. Let me read to you from part of the article. Lost city off western Cuba. Most intriguingly, researchers using sonar equipment have discovered at a depth of about 2,200 feet a huge land plateau with clear images, repeat, clear images of what appears to be urban development, partly covered by sand. From above, the shapes resemble pyramids, roads, and buildings. ADC is excited but reluctant to speculate until a joint investigation with the Cuban Academy of Sciences and the U.S. National Geographic Society takes place early this summer. It is stunning. What we see in our high-resolution sonar images are limitless rolling white sand plains, and in the middle of this beautiful white sand, there are clear, man-made, large-size architectural designs. It looks like when you fly over an urban development in a plane and you see highways, tunnels, Reuters. In fact, Keith, if you're able to find that, have at it. Again, it's Reuters, Havana, May 15th. So it's a brand new story on Reuters. And it's entitled, Explorers Comb Cuban Seas for Treasure, Mysteries. Absolutely astounding. Now, what do you suppose, what does that sound like to you? When they're saying they found a city, they found architectural designed buildings, they found roads, they found a civilization almost a half-mile under the sea. What do you think they found? All right. Open lines. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, all right. I have 3 comments. All religions, white witchcraft, and aliens about what the Reverend said. First of all, I feel that all religions have something in them, and that God really cannot be contained in one religion because he's so great. And nobody could really know what's in God's mind, but I have an idea.
Well, yeah, but the problem with all that is that you might say that, but the religions don't say that. They all say, we are the only path, and if you do anything else, you're going straight, well, you know where.
Yeah, I know what they say, but my own personal belief is that God is like testing us to see how we take care of each other and how we respect each other.
Well, a lot of the religions would say, fine, you say that, and you're going straight to hell, because you haven't found the path, and if you don't find the right path, our path, then you're doomed.
Well, I don't know what God, I think it's the greatest hubris in the world to say, I know what God thinks. God changes his mind, perhaps. I mean, I don't know, I can only guess. But this is my opinion, and I think that, you know, God is gentle and loving, and he loves everybody. I think the truest word said, when Christ said, forgive them, God, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Right.
And I really believe that God loves everybody if God is love.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know how. It depends on how you feel about evil. Do you think that a man's free will is man's free will, or do you think that people like Manson, Santi, people like that are possessed? If they are possessed, then maybe God loves the possessed as well. You would certainly have to imagine that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, hi, Art.
Hello.
How's it going? This is John in Northern Idaho.
Yes, sir.
KSPT 1400 on the AM side.
Thank you.
Interesting show tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Has he been on before with you? I don't think I
Never.
No, very good. Although I think he made a couple of mistakes on his origin for demons.
Really? Where do you think they're from?
Well, he drew on Revelation 12 as Satan being cast down to earth. That's when they came to earth. Well, they've been here a long time.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. He's gone now, so I'm not qualified to argue this with you or even really have a discussion.
Oh, okay.
I'm just not.
Okay.
And he's gone, so, you know, if he were here, I'm sure that he would take issue with you.
Well, let's talk about the virus thing.
Viruses.
Yeah,
Plural.
Yeah. We could use a good CMA, huh?
A good what?
Yeah, a coronal discharge to kill off all the viruses and the...
Yeah, but the trouble with a good coronal discharge of the magnitude you're talking about is it would erase everything, big and small. In fact, I'm told that the proper size could actually sterilize the planet. Sterilize. Nothing left. No crawling things, no little bugs, no cockroaches, nothing.
Well, that sounds like one sure way of fixing things around here.
Just like reaching over and hitting the reset button on your computer.
That'll work too, eh?
Yeah, it would. That's it. It would reset it right to the very beginning, to when there was nothing, a void. In terms of life, a complete void. Oh, maybe the planet, barren, stripped, would continue to revolve, but you'd hit that button and you'd virtually be like wiping the slate clean. Whoops, would have been. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, my name's Nick.
Yes,
I'd like
Nick.
to know if you're ever thinking of having the Bigfoot researcher Robert W. Morgan.
Oh, I've had Robert on a number of times, and I will absolutely have him on again.
Oh, that'd be great.
That's it?
Yeah, that's all I wanted to know, because he hasn't been on for a while, and I just wondered if you're ever going to have him on again.
Sure.
I love listening to him.
Sure. As a matter of fact, I'd like to know what he has to say about what's going on in Delhi right now. Delhi. They've got some kind of apparent monster, what they're calling a monkey man. And at this point, the damage from this creature, whatever it is becoming so extensive that it's becoming difficult to believe that it might be, as some suspect there, a man in some kind of monkey suit. I mean, he has been attacking relentlessly and breaking bones and seriously injuring people and I suppose killing people. So this is very serious, whatever it is. Maybe it's a man, but it doesn't sound like it. What's the Rockies? You're on the air. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm listening to you from KENI in Anchorage, Alaska.
Anchorage, Alaska. Yes. Yes.
I didn't realize that you were off the air for a while. I know Chuck Harder went off for a while, but I do have For the People newsletters from him occasionally.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I was off for a while.
But he's on...
About 10 months, actually, so you must be an infrequent visitor.
I listened a few years back, and then Chuck Harder went off, and I guess I stopped listening for a while.
You were Chuckless.
Yeah, I really enjoy your show, too. It's quite entertaining.
I actually interviewed Chuck a number of years ago.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I missed it.
Didn't know that, huh?
No. But since I've been listening, you said your wife was doing some remote viewing?
No.
She was not going to try that.
No, I know what you're talking about. Ed Dames has a new package out, a very simple package that has a lot of sealed envelopes in it so that you can give it a try. And yes, she is going to try that, yes.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering how her progress was.
No, nothing to report yet. She hasn't done it yet. We have so many things on our table, and when she does, I certainly will let you know how she does. The idea, it's kind of a unique idea when you really think about it. It will test, what he's offering will test the average person's natural remote viewing or psychic ability, depending on how you want to look at it. A very unique package, all sealed envelopes, and so you get an opportunity to try and draw pictures of what is in that envelope. And that's how remote viewing actually works. It's the beginning or the basis of remote viewing, and a lot of people are going to get a lot of surprises, I suspect. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, is this Art?
Yep.
Hi, this is Kevin in Sedona.
Hi, Kevin. Sedona.
Yeah. I'm sorry I missed Bob. I had a question for him. I was just...
I'm sorry you missed him too, but he is now gone, so I can't answer it.
I caught the program. He may have already mentioned it. Did he mention anything? He talks about the demons being removed from people, but did he mention that can they be destroyed at all? Or
no, what he did say was that when a demon is removed, I asked, where does it go? And he said, back to where it came from.
Yeah.
In other words, back to hell.
Yeah, I heard that part. It kind of sounds like sending an enemy soldier back to his home camp so he can be fixed up to send out again.
Yeah, it's a good point. It is a good point. And he did say that they can then inhabit, if they find a likely subject, they can inhabit a human body again. It can happen again. It's not like they're sent away forever.
Yeah. I also had another question that I've thought about, and it kind of relates to a lot of different things going on, including all the alien sightings, the earth changes,
yes.
The demons, and all of the what seems to be craziness coming out in our world. Nobody's ever addressed our galactic position.
Well, our galactic position is rather remote. If you look at where the Earth and our sun is, compared to the rest of everything, we're kind of in the suburbs here.
Yeah, I know, but we're rotating in the galaxy.
Constantly, yes.
And we have recently come into a new region of space that some say is more energetic than where we have been.
So I've heard, yes.
And just wondering what that change in conditioning on us has to do with all these changes taking place and coinciding with all the calendars coming to their...
Like the Mayan calendar coming to a close? Yeah. I don't know. I only know that I observe that we are in the middle of a momentous change that's rapidly headed toward something. And it seems like all people on all sides, whether it's a Reverend Larson or a Matthew Alper or somebody who says they're channeling somebody, or various remote viewers who run up against what they call brick walls, or, you know, all of these people are basically saying the same thing. So while you might dismiss any one of them, collectively, I'm not so sure you can. Now, what's going to happen? I don't know.
Is it all, I've often wondered, though, is it all part of a long-term evolutionary cycle of our development on this planet as we move through these various stages of our galaxy?
Look what they're finding half a mile below the ocean near Cuba.
That's amazing.
All right, it's amazing. Now, think about it for a moment. Maybe that means that there was another civilization on this earth at one time, and we're just now discovering the remnants of it. People have frequently said, oh, that couldn't be. If there was another civilization, you know, where are the roads? Where are the buildings? Guess what? Maybe we just found some. So it may be that humans, or that, excuse me, life comes and goes.
Yeah. And to be that deep, it must have been there quite a while ago, because the oceans 12,000 years ago were 100 feet lower.
Here, here.
So if it's that deep down, it could have been there tens of thousands of years ago.
That's actually very deep.
The whole myth, so-called story of Atlantis.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. That's right. And that is where many have speculated Atlantis might be. That's an astounding story. That's why I said, Keith, if you're able to find it, the Reuters story, I sure would like to get it up on the website so people can read the entire story. It's a lot longer than what I have read. Of course, U.S. companies are embargoed and not allowed to participate in any investigation because of our lack of relationship with Cuba, Castro's Cuba. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Morning, Art.
Good morning.
That was a great show tonight. You know, in the Bible, it says there was a race on earth before man, and I'm just wondering with that city. I mean, you know, you never know. I've got an idea for a guest that I think will put chills down your back. This guy just won the Associated Press Broadcast Award for investigative journalism, and the story went on to win the Edgar Murrow Award, which I guess is a pretty big deal. But a few years ago,
who is he?
His name's John Stevens.
John Stevens. And what does John Stevens do?
Investigative producer / reporter, but he used to be a detective. And years ago in Oregon, he stumbled onto, I guess you'd call it a plot. There was an agency that was basically taking young women, and you know, they were receiving money from the state and so on, and they were teaching them that there was going to be a war between good and evil, and that they should choose the dark side. This made it to television. I'm not kidding. It puts chills down your back. But last Halloween, he was the only reporter that was invited.
I'll tell you what, I don't have a lot of time here, so send me information, email it to me, artbell@mindspring.com, about how I can get hold of him. And all right, for those of you who would like to see it and read the entire article, let me give you a reference, all right? If you will be so kind as to go to my website, artbell.com, not real hard, artbell.com, www.artbell.com. And on the left-hand side, you will see a section that says Library. Place your cursor above Library and go to News and Web Links. And the very first thing you'll run into over there is Explorers Comb Cuban Seas for Treasure, Mysteries. My webmaster, up at the same hours that I'm up, poor fella, has found the article. As a matter of fact, there's a Reuters photo that goes with the article, and you can read all about the lost city off western Cuba. Question mark. So be my guest. That's how you get to it. I wanted to back it up by allowing you to read the entire article if you wanted to. I know it sounds fantastic, but it's a legit news article by Reuters, and there it is for you to read. Be my guest. Library, and then to the links. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, this is the Shadow from Sacramento Art.
The Shadow from Sacramento?
Yes, I called you last week. I called you in the past when you used to have, remember the guy you used to have conservative nightmare?
Oh, yes.
I've been around that long, Connie, but this is the second call I called since you've been back.
Getting a little long in the tooth, aren't you?
What's that?
Getting a little long in the tooth.
Yeah, I just missing one in the front, actually.
Oh.
Anyway, I agree with Bob Larson. In fact, I wanted to call you up and say the same things that Bob Larson. I believe exactly, that a lot of this stuff about the UFOs and stuff.
Yes.
He said, or demons. Exactly. In fact, I would actually tell you, one of the worst things you could do if you ever...
The only problem with that theory is, and just listen very carefully, that I said this to someone the other night, if these are demons, then one should be able to observe the usual, well, I don't know, triangle, saucer, little green guys, little gray guys, little guys of all sorts from all sorts of places, and simply say, in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, be gone! And they should be gone, as Bob Larson is able to cast out demons. But it just doesn't seem to work that way. Does it? Now, if you can't cast them away in the same manner, then why can we not imagine that there are both? That there are demons of the type Reverend Larson deals with, and other exorcists, and that there are also visitors from elsewhere. They would not so easily be cast away, would they? They might not even know whose name you're using. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. No, now you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is Chris from Sacramento.
Hello, Chris.
I was just having a question.
See, that's what I said earlier. Fraud. Last night I had Matthew Alper on. Did you hear him?
Yeah,
Did you think it was a big fraud?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I heard a portion of that.
My question was, did you think he was a big fraud?
Not necessarily. I'd have to look into it more, but Bob Larson's somebody I've really looked into.
Well, fine, but lots of other people wrote and said, I looked into Matthew Alper, and he's anti-God. He's just an atheist who's anti-God, and he's a big fraud. Everything he said is fraudulent, and they will quote me scripture to prove it. So I guess, frauds are, they're depending on your perspective. And I have people here who are out on every sort of edge you can imagine. I'm on the edge, and I bring people here who are on the edge. So depending on your perspective, Other people you heard call tonight and say Bob Larson, absolutely for real. They've been there. They've been there. Nobody's ever come forth, said Reverend Larson, and said the whole thing was a fraud. They've investigated newspapers and so forth, and yet this person comes on and says a well-documented fraud. Everybody thinks the person they don't like is a well-documented fraud. Disagreement. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. If I push the button, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Where are you?
I'm calling you from Toronto, Canada.
Toronto, okay?
Yes, and you were talking about the city buried beneath the ocean.
That's right.
I do believe in that. When people lived for 900 years, they weren't just doing nothing. We had an advanced civilization before the flood that the Bible says buried the world.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing, there is a true ghost story recorded in the Bible. Did you know that?
No.
At 1 Samuel 28, maybe you want to look it up sometime.
Okay, I will do that. I appreciate your call. And Lost City? Sure.
It may well be. Atlantis, it may well be. Just a piece of what may be buried beneath many of our oceans? Maybe. I don't know. You want to know about the article? You want to know more? Go read about it. We've got it on the website, thanks to Keith. What's for the Rockies? You're on the air.
Hello, Mr. Bell. How you doing?
Okay, sir.
I emailed you twice about a situation I had while I was in the Department of Defense, some positions that I had there paranormal related. And,
why don't you give me some idea right now?
Yeah, I sent you, basically we investigated, I was in for about 5 years, and one of the programs that I was in, we investigated paranormal type and UFO type phenomenon based on military installations solely.
What kind of program was that? Can you tell me?
Government related, that's about as far as I can get into it. No exact names per se. We were all under classifications. I was under an administrative,
Really?
Air Force-wise, I was under a 702 classification, but we were branched off into these departments.
Really?
Yes.
And what sort of things did you investigate?
We investigated everything from, believe it or not, most of these installations, you'll have situations just like out off bases, haunted house type of situations, where you have people complain, I've got ghosts in here. That's a minor thing.
That's actually a really good point. Nobody's ever addressed it before. You never hear about these sorts of things on military installations, how they are dealt with. If somebody goes running to the military police and says, "Oh my God, so and so is, possessed," or "I've seen a ghost," or "things are moving in my house," what would the military do? Good question.
And we handled pretty much all that. We would handle UFOs. They happen more occurrences on bases than you realize, especially in the U.S. And a lot of that's investigated. They'll go to OSI, and OSI dispatches it to us, and then, we investigate it. We all don't know. There's higher people above us, just like in any structure. So a lot of stuff we don't know, people lower as myself. But, there's a lot in the situation. That's why I emailed you at first. I thought it's something interesting that a lot of people are, like you said, are curious or wonder about. And it's something that I feel that the government, there's a lot of hiding, and a lot of money goes into programs like this that they try to keep on a hush-hush.
How long were you in this?
I went in 94, got out in 97, and then went back for a year again in 98.
And during that entire time, or the bulk of it, you were in this unit?
All except for the first year. The first 7 to 8 months, I was based out of the M22 out of Dayton, Ohio, at Wright-Patterson, and then from there, I went into this program.
And this program, you believe, exists today as well?
Oh, quite sure. All of it too.
Is it considered classified?
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it is, and it was then. It's one of those things that...
Did you ever find anything that you absolutely could not explain? I'm sure a lot of what you run into, just like investigators on the outside, a lot of it is, can be explained one way or the other.
A lot of it's not explained. A lot of it to this day, you talk about putting chills. I've seen things that, honestly, to this day I consider, my wife doesn't even like to talk about it. There's issues that, a lot of stuff I don't tell her about, and a lot of stuff we have discussed since I got out.
What?
And there's situations, we had a call at a house, and on one installation I was at, went down and checked the house out. They were hearing doors banging on the second level of two-story type, houses on these bases. And we went to the base, the neighbors kept complaining no one was staying in that home. It was an empty, base housing at the time.
Right.
We went up into the house, checked it, nothing was there, locked the door, thought it was, people, whatever, and really had no explanation for it, had left. Got the call on 2 or 3 separate occasions from the neighbor on the other side. Went back to the house again later that evening. This was a daytime, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the evening. As we opened the door, the bathroom door on the second level, which is the top of the steps, slammed shut. And the security police that was with us at the time, which we always had, one armed person with us,
right,
had pulled his weapon thinking that someone was in the home. We get to the second floor, the bathtub is filled full of water and blood. The water is actually red. We took samples of the water, and we took it back to run the samples on there. The water was clear.
The water was clear?
So it just...
Oh, you're right. That does it for me. I wouldn't like that at all.
No.
Maybe you would like to email me again.
Okay.
And let's see.
I emailed you today, actually, and left my phone number on there.
Yes, I know, but you've got to understand, I get about 2,000-3,000 a day, so put military ghosts in the header.
Okay.
Would you please, and I'll watch for it.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Everybody has got to understand, I do the best I can. But 2,000 or 3,000 emails, which is the method I choose to correspond with a lot of you, It's just too much, and the only way to deal with it, first of all, I can't slough it off on somebody else to read. I just can't do that. What I do read, I've got to read myself. So I go by the headers. You can know that. If you want to get my attention, put something short, succinct, and grabbing in the headline, and that'll help. More likely I'll find it. It's a kind of a triage sort of thing. Otherwise, there are not enough hours in the day. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, waiting.
No, you're not waiting at all. You're on the air now. Turn your radio off and proceed.
Oh, yes. Ray of LA.
There is no wait. You're just boom on the air.
Ray of LA. Two topics from the Mr. Larson.
Yes.
One was sleep paralysis.
Yes.
I want to allay people's fears. I have it not frequently, but too frequently for my blood. It's not pleasant. It's just annoying, but it's not the end of the world. I do have drift in and out of dreams. I see my surroundings.
Let me slow you up a little bit. We asked him about that specifically, and I've asked a number of OBE-type people. Paralysis precedes OBEs most frequently.
With me, I just wanted to relay my experience.
Yeah, but the point was, he said that you are vulnerable at a time like that to possession. Go ahead and relate yours.
Right. Sometimes from eating certain things I shouldn't eat too soon before bedtime, and I can barely move my eyes. Sometimes I can swing my legs over and lower my head and get out of it. And I do drift in and out of dreams. Sometimes I see dream people near me, but it feels perfectly normal. It's nothing malevolent.
You think it's just a little undigested bit of bologna or something, right?
Right. And the dreams are mostly pleasant. It's kind of half dream and half my surroundings. It's kind of like I look into the window, I'll see part of my dream through the window, but I don't see it as, anything other than dream life.
When you eat Mexican food, do you see Mexican ghosts?
No, I didn't really. The food is mostly sweet stuff and fruity stuff, and it's some chemical in it. I want to get to my TikTok because top of the hour is coming real soon.
Oh, yes.
And the other is multiple personalities. I do seem to experience that there seems to be two key factors. I notice it in women for two reasons. Because I observe it more, women more than men. Men are a little more inhibited in expressing emotion. And the two things is that they seem to be delusional into the past, like they're reliving the past. Or
Are you speaking generally of women now, or of a specific
one specific woman in particular, but I've seen a little of it in others, but mostly this one particular woman who's lived alone for years, and it's not really delusion, except it could be living in the past, where there's a tremendous need to relive something in the past, or some extremely strong emotion like wanting to be right. Always right. And that's one part of it. The other half is that while they're like this, they say, I looked for this purse on the table for hours, and it's only inches away from where that person looked, and the sensation just did not come in and register in their brain. And it's almost like there's it's usually what I've read about multiple personalities is that it's more childlike, less developed. But
So anyway, bottom line, you think it's all psychological phenomena, not...
I think the soul has, like Larson was saying, the soul is really the mind, body, mind, and spirit, and the spirit is what's immortal, from what I gather, and the mind, or the soul is our consciousness, and there's levels to it, and...
do you think what Larson said, Reverend Larson said, was accurate with respect to many times in multiple personality cases, it is demon possession?
I would say the exact thing you told me about my near OBEs when I'm in sleep paralysis is an opening.
So you don't believe, well...
It's another opening. I believe sleep paralysis could be an opening, and...
But wait a minute. You started off the discussion telling me that it was undigested food, or that it was some bad food you ate.
I'm saying that could trigger the sleep paralysis, and the sleep paralysis could in turn be a prelude to something else because it's an opening. And I'm saying the same thing about multiple personalities. Women who have very strong emotion, extremely strong emotion that they can't express in normal human discourse, will be open to multiple personalities. It could usually shame or fear, and that multiple personality could indeed be an opening for something larger, like a demon possession. It's just another, just like if your brakes turn off in your car, your car
That's
will roll.
fascinating. I thought you were really trashing the whole thing, but you're not.
Absolutely not. It's like your car.
You're saying both exist, really.
Oh, absolutely. If you turn the brakes off in your car on a hill, your car is going to roll. that leaves an opening for the car to hit something, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee that the car is going to hit something. It's just another consequence of a chain of events. But I'm saying in the beginning, having sleep paralysis is a perfectly natural thing, and having multiple personality demonstration is a very normal human thing. But either one of those, either or, could be an opening to, what Mr. Larson was talking about.
Okay, I'll absolutely buy that.
And do ask the remote viewers about the solar flares connection to having to depend on groundwater.
That'll be tonight. All right, sir. Thank you very much, and take care. Yes, when we come back tonight, we are going to have a couple of the original remote viewers on the program, Paul Smith and Russell Tark. That's when we're back tonight. And oh, one more thing. The story in Kentucky. From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning, as the case may be. It's great to be here, better here than Puerto Rico, where the winds are screaming. I talked to Seth Shostak, who's not in Puerto Rico right now, because he said, well, we watched this thing churning across the Atlantic Ocean. I talked about 10 minutes ago, and he said, at the time, the wind gusts were around 200 miles an hour, and he said Arecibo itself was only meant to withstand 200-mile-an-hour winds. And so that's it. We packed up, they closed up, we got out of there. SETI is obviously not manning the Arecibo telescope at the moment. As a matter of fact, probably all you would see would be boarded up windows and that sort of thing, with hurricanes screaming through the island. There are already 3 dead in Puerto Rico. To the business at hand, Richard C. Hoagland was an advisor to Walter Cronkite, science advisor. He was at one time a science advisor or advisor to NASA, where they now have large busts of him in the halls. People still salute as they walk by. He has been an investigator into things uncommon, but scientific for a very long time. He's on to a lot of really interesting stuff. And Tom Bearden are both coming. Tom Bearden, let me tell you just a little bit of what I know. He is a retired Army colonel, and what he is going to tell you tonight, a lot of it's going to be presented in the guise of theory and fiction. But I'm telling you all, listen to what Tom Bearden says very carefully, because I'm told, read between the lines, because most of what you're going to hear is real. It is being presented in the manner that it is, probably to avoid people going to jail or something. So welcome to you too.
Good evening, Art.
That would be the voice of Richard C. Hoagland in New Mexico.
Hi, Art.
And that would be the voice of Tom Bearden, a physicist with a big black ops background. And so as I point, is that a fair characterization, Tom, I gave of the information you're going to present, or should I retract it?
Well, it'll be just a little bit different. First of all, I'm not really a physicist. I'm a nuclear engineer.
Okay.
And second, I'm not really in the deep black so much. I had some intelligence assignments, but mostly in technical intelligence. In other words, we worked on what the other guys had and what we thought they might have. So
okay. Well, but if that's not black ops, then what is?
Well, it got into that area, but I'm not the type that out in the field. Sneaky Pete type.
I know, I understand that. But I mean, I said, as we talk about some of the technical things we're going to talk about this morning, we'll present it as theory or fiction.
They're black enough, that's for sure.
Okay, That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted to know. Richard, where should we begin?
Well, let me try to give some context. You and, of course, the audience and Tom know for a long time, I've been looking at this field I term hyperdimensional physics, which most people, they stop me right there and they say, what in the world is a hyperdimensional? And so tonight, let me define it, all right? We know what dimensional is. We know what length and width and height is in the normal 3 dimensions of our existence. You know, living room furniture has a length, a width, and a height.
Yeah.
Freezers have length, width, and height, and all that.
Yeah.
Supposedly, there is a 4th dimension of time, which Einstein gave us via general and special relativity. But before that, back in the last century, in the 19th century, there were a group of scientists, physicists, mathematicians, and others, who were really playing around and toying around and thinking long and hard about more than 3 spatial dimensions. And therefore the term hyper. Anything that's hyper is beyond or above normal. So hyperdimensional means beyond 3 normal dimensions.
Okay.
And hyperdimensional physics means a physics which must encompass more than 3 normal spatial dimensions to be on the way to completeness, to be a unified model, a real model of reality. Well, many years ago, my interest centered on Tom Bearden because he was one of the few people, I mean really few people, that I encountered on the lecture circuit who was actually talking, A, about hyperdimensional physics, although I don't think, Tom, you used the term in those days.
I did early on, yes.
Okay, well, I caught you when
It's a good term.
you were into the scalar phase of your discussions at the point I caught you.
Right.
And then the other thing that Tom did was he introduced me to the real Maxwell, James Clerk Maxwell, who can be considered the father of modern non-relativistic physics. I mean, if you say the name Einstein, everybody thinks relativity. But when you say to most technical people and physicists and engineers the name Maxwell, they think of everything up to Einstein.
Mm-hmm.
So those 2 people are kind of like the super icons of the foundation of the world we think we inhabit. That's the science. Well, Tom introduced me to some pretty interesting things about Maxwell that I didn't know, and I'm sure that most other physicists don't know. Namely, that the Maxwell that we read about is not the Maxwell that really existed. It is a version. It is a kind of a 2D cardboard cutout of the extraordinary multi-dimensional universe that Maxwell and his colleagues were playing with, imagining, working with, trying to model, trying to predict scientific facts from.
Well, even modern-day theoretical physicists, best minds in the nation, like Michio Kaku, who I interview all the time, almost thinks that a number of universes or parallel universes are passé. I mean, he's so accepted the fact that they exist.
Well, it has come back a long circle to where the idea of multidimensionality as a solution to the big problems of science, the big problems of physics, is once again in. It's once again de rigueur.
Mm-hmm.
But the difference is that where, Kaku and his colleagues talk about 26 dimensions or 10 dimensions, and you can't test them. There's no laboratory test you can propose that will decide whether their models, their hyperdimensional models, are real, because it would literally take more energy than there exists probably in 1/2 the known universe.
And he admits that.
Okay. The Maxwell multidimensional models we have discovered through Enterprise, through the work that I and my colleagues have been doing, and that then impinges directly on what Tom Bearden was going to talk about tonight, is incredibly, eminently, and blatantly testable. And that's where the 2 pathways, the 2 thinking processes radically diverge.
All right, I want to stop and say something to my audience. Now, for a lot of them, this seems like a bit much, but you have an extensive presentation paper now on your website about hyperdimensional physics, and I need to tell my audience that even people who hate your guts, Richard, and there are...
You sound like Bill Clinton.
There are a few. Actually, Clinton may have better approval ratings than you in some cases in the halls of science. Now, but these people, mathematicians, physicists, have been emailing me, and they say that the paper you have put up there is of great substance, great importance, deserves study, and nobody, even the people who hate your guts, have said that, have poo-pooed it. None of them.
Well, that's because science is democracy. In the ultimate purest democracy, it doesn't matter what personality you carry, or what baggage you carry, or whether somebody likes, the cut of your beard. The bottom cruel line of the universe is, if it works, it's real. If it doesn't, it's not. And the thing we're going to get to tonight, beyond the theory, beyond the ideas, what Tom is bringing to the table is a whole series of engineering capability, implications for real machines and real devices and real breakthroughs and real world implications for putting this hyperdimensional physics to work.
Yeah, I always ask you about that. Application. Application. In other words,
that's where we're going to go tonight.
Oh, really? What can we do if hyperdimensional physics is real and the power can indeed be harnessed? What can we do with it?
Thomas?
Well, that's a good question, and the answer is you can do just about anything you wish to once you develop the technology. Let me explain just a little bit. We have actually two things ongoing in the discussion so far. One, the dimensionality of a model. A dimension is really not that extraordinary. It's just a degree of freedom, basically, when you come down. Something can vary in a certain direction. And mathematicians can work in any number of dimensions that you wish. But if you cut down the number of dimensions, what you're really cutting down is you're freezing the system more and more. You're not allowing it to vary or to function like it really could function.
Right. For example, if a human could only move in 2 dimensions, you'd be very limited.
You'd run around on the surface of the ground on a flat table. You'd never be able to climb a tree.
Exactly.
And it'd be hard to get away from the saber tooth that way. In other words, it does have some practical use. That third dimension does. So
I'll bear that in mind when I go to Africa next.
Right. But the thing is that we talk about then what...
Art, if we all lived in 2 dimensions, you wouldn't have taken your fall the other night.
It's true, but I wouldn't have had a porch either.
That's true.
This gives the audience some idea of what dimensions are all about.
The other thing you have is any model, any kind of theory, like the theory of electrodynamics or something, you pick a particular algebra that you embed the theory in. Now, an algebra is like a chessboard. It's got a certain fixed domain. It's got a certain set of functions that you're allowed to do. It's like a game, a special game that's been constructed.
Tom, let me interrupt just for a second. It's also like a language.
That's right. It's also like a language.
If you were constricted to pidgin English to describe Samoan sunset, obviously your audience wouldn't get the point. But if you have the King's English, or you have Latin, or you have, Shakespeare, you can be much richer in metaphor and texture and subtlety and nuance. I mean, the Eskimos have how many words just for ice?
Yes.
So mathematics, an algebra, is like a language in that the richer it is, the more you can use it to describe the real reality that surrounds us.
Well, the functions that come out of it, the more functions that it has, that makes it a higher topology algebra. Topology, all that means is look at it like a little flat piece of paper, only now you're able to stretch it and pull it like a rubber sheet and twist it and tie it in knots and so forth.
Well, here's a good analogy, Tom. Before we split the atom, we theorized, we did the math, and we decided the atom could be split, but we didn't know it for sure until we did it. Nevertheless, the math forecasted the fact that we were going to be able to split the atom. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. As a matter of fact, Campbell, in the old magazine today, it's called Analog. It was called Astounding Science Fiction then, during the war. He just checked out some physics books, and he put together a little article about how to build an atomic bomb. Startled the entire Manhattan Project. Because he was right on, except he didn't know what the critical mass of uranium was.
Well, all I'm trying to get to here is, if we can forecast the splitting of an atom mathematically, then we can forecast Richard's hyperdimensional physics and what they're going to mean to us mathematically as well. And that's really what you're saying, I think.
Yes, and in particle physics particularly, you have to keep adding dimensions because you can't get all the crazy particles in that keep coming out of the experiments unless you do open up the model. can't just stay in a fixed small number of dimensions. About the least you can get away with is about 11, and I think now it's up higher than that.
All right, now, one big question is how we prove all this. And Richard really tantalized me with something. He said to me the other day, hey, Art, you know, our deep probe spacecraft are not acting as they should act, given known physics. And I said, what? He said, yeah, gravitationally, there are anomalies that simply cannot be explained. And there's big news about our deep probe spacecraft. So when we get back, I think I want to head in that direction and see if that underscores the hyperdimensional side of physics and the other dimensions. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So that's the teaser line right there, folks. Our deep probe spacecraft have been found to be not operating as they should. In other words, defying the laws of known physics. Now, how can that be? Well, easy. There's something we don't know. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Don't touch that dial. I'm going to cover deep probe spacecraft in a moment, but actually I'm going to preempt even that discussion for a second. Something we should have done at the beginning of the program, and I will now do. I'll do it by reading the following facts from Ontario in Canada. Dear Art, I would like to talk about John Holloman as unfinished business from last week. Like yourself, I too was very saddened to hear about his death. You know, I've watched him over the years and always looked forward to his upbeat, enthusiastic reporting style. Was glad for him when he was given the exciting space shuttle program to cover. You mentioned you'd be talking to Richard Hoagland Monday night tonight. Could you please ask him what he thinks of the vagueness and too few details given out about John's death? How it occurred. A man who survived so many earlier worldly close calls, to be taken out that close to home in such a manner doesn't make sense to me. Upon hearing the news after the initial shock wore off, the first question I found myself asking was, what was it that forced John to take such a profound risk on the road that day? He knew the road well, traveled it often, knew there was a no-passing rule along that stretch of road. He was an intelligent, seasoned man. It seemed to me he would just simply not take his life, his son's, into his hands unless he felt it was absolutely necessary. And the silly reason reported to People magazine just doesn't cut it somehow. Could someone else have been involved? Was something weighing heavily on his mind that perhaps distracted him? There really are many questions. And Richard, we can't let the night go by without letting you say something about John Holloman.
Well, first of all, I was, as everybody else, shocked. I mean, you were the one to call me.
Yes.
And basically call my attention to the CNN bulletin, and you know I was stunned. I had been looking forward to John and Walter getting together. There had been some discussion, very low-key, of maybe me doing something on the mission with Walter and with John, just because it would have been so neat and so nostalgic, and it was something that we were keeping very quiet, and that obviously has all been cut short now. But in terms of the facts, sir, we don't want to leap to the sensational. You know, there are times when things so bizarre just happen. What I find equally bizarre is that a few minutes after Art, read us the details that we could get from the Constitution or from CNN of John's death, he walks out his front porch and it's not there, and he almost killed himself.
Yeah.
And it was really, you deserve a Darwin, because...
I know.
But that's what entropy does. Not everything is logical, not everything is rational, not everything looks like it makes any sense at all, and senseless tragedies happen all around us every day. As you know, I am spring-loaded to look for the C word,
Sure.
And I am trying very hard not to, just because if we squander precious resource of searching for the truth, and when we find it, announcing it, talking about it, we devalue that coin, and we can never retrieve the value.
All right, well, we'll leave it there, but indeed, for all of us, it was very sad. John Holloman is a big loss. He was a friend. All right, we'll leave it right there for now. Now, our deep space probes, I hope I'm going down the right...
Absolutely.
I am.
Timing is impeccable.
Good. Tom, something is weird with our deep space probes. What's going on?
Well, I'm not sure. I haven't actually studied the space probe itself. I've been confining most of my work to energy and to some medical applications. And so I haven't looked at the probe itself. I do know that from the weaponry aspects, some very strange kinds of weapons are being used right now, which do affect the local potential of the space-time itself.
What?
So it may be that you're having some effect like that, but that's just a guess. I simply haven't looked at it.
Most of it. Well, we're going to come back to that one.
We will definitely come back to that. Let me try to give some context. I called you up and I sent this fax to you, which had been sent to me, by the way, by an old colleague of ours, Ken Johnston.
Yes.
Former Boeing engineer, former test astronaut, who's been a member of Enterprise now for some years. In the very distinguished journal, mainstream science journal, The New Scientist, published in Britain, on September 12th, a remarkable article appeared. In fact, it's so remarkable that what we've done is have our ace webmaster, Keith Rowland, has got up on our website, at the top of the Enterprise Mission website, accessible through the Art Bell website, a short link directly to the New Scientist gravity article I'm going to describe in a moment. So just go to artbell.com and you'll find my name, and you can go to Enterprise, or you can go to Enterprise directly at www.enterprisemission.com. At the very top of the homepage, and now hear this, you will see a report on a NASA solar gravity anomaly, which appears to confirm additionally the hyperdimensional model. There's a link directly to the New Scientist article.
Okay, but a NASA solar gravity anomaly.
That's right.
Break that one down to English.
Okay, for several years, an old friend of mine at JPL, John Anderson, who is, together with Tom Van Flandern, probably one of the preeminent celestial mechanics experts in the solar system.
Yes, sir.
John and I worked together with Jim Warwick back during the Voyager days on the anomalies found in Saturn's rings. And there was a whole little synergistic thing that 3 or 4 of us did that resolved that there was something really wondrous and bizarre embedded in the main ring of Saturn found during the 1980 and 81 flybys by the Voyager spacecraft. At that time, John was beginning a project at JPL to track the outer solar system missions. We have sent now 2 Pioneer spacecraft beginning in the early 70s,
right.
2 Voyagers beginning in the mid-70s.
Right.
We've now got a Ulysses probe that went in the late 70s, early 80s, and we've got a Galileo mission that started in the 80s and wound up in 95 going into orbit around Jupiter. All these spacecraft are being tracked by means of radio signals.
Correct.
The way we know where they are is we, meaning science, has a general model. It's actually now called the JPL ephemeris, for how gravity in the solar system behaves. And it applies to the sun, it applies to every planet, every moon. It's basically how you navigate between Earth and Moon, back when we used to go to Earth and Moon back during my Cronkite days.
And now you're losing me a little. We know where the spacecraft is based on a model,
We have a model of how gravity works.
Does that, what are we seeing here? That the various gravitational pulls of stars or planets or planets.
Exactly, it's the solar system and the bodies in it.
Should affect the spacecraft in a very known way at a known distance.
Down to, we're talking 8, 9 decimals. All right?
Okay.
It's extraordinary precision.
All right.
And it's based on the theoretical model that comes out of Einstein with minor relativity corrections, and based on what's called radio tracking.
Okay.
The spacecraft is sending a signal back to Earth. That signal, depending upon how fast the spacecraft is moving, has a certain frequency.
Correct.
If it's moving away, the frequency is lower. The pitch is lower. If it's moving towards you, the pitch gets higher.
So you have a constant Doppler effect.
You have a Doppler, right, a Doppler tracking. There's also what's called a range tracking. It's kind of like standing on the side of a canyon and going, hello, and you hear a few seconds later, hello, hello, hello.
Right.
The echo.
Right.
So a spacecraft gets the signal. It doesn't reflect it. It basically it regurgitates it. It absorbs it. It retransmits it with a time hack, with a time code.
Right.
So that the computers on the ground know when the signal that went from Earth got to the spacecraft and when it came back.
Right.
Based on those two tracking methods, we know where spacecraft are supposed to be all over the solar system.
And
there are dozens of spacecraft being tracked every single day by NASA's Deep Space Network.
I understand. So what's wrong?
Well, in this article, John and his colleagues report that for these 4 or 5 spacecraft that I named, you know, the Pioneers and the Galileo and Ulysses, they're apparently closer than they should be. Meaning that the solar...
Meaning closer to us?
Closer to the sun. Well, us and the sun at that distance, we're talking billions of miles out there. We're so close to the sun that it's basically to us as well as the sun.
So you're saying they're not as far out as they should be?
They have not traveled as far as they should. They have been slowed down by some mysterious force, meaning in this article that the calculated model of the sun's gravity field is different than it should be. So, of course, this caught my attention because one of the key predictions of the hyperdimensional model is, guys, gravity, Earth, Moon, Mars, wherever, sun must change over time. It is not constant. So that's what I reported to you, and that's what I sent to you, and that's what Tom and I and Tom Van Planner were discussing the other night. And tonight I have some new news.
Yes.
Because it is my contention, and Tom wants me to be qualified on this, so I'm going to be very scientific, and I'm going to follow your prescription, Tom.
Okay.
It is my contention that NASA may in fact be wrong. That there's nothing wrong with gravity. That in fact the gravity of the sun, instead of getting stronger as this article implies, should be getting weaker. Now why do I say that? Because if you go back to the paper that you talked about a few minutes ago on the web,
yes,
there are experiments in laboratories all over the Earth indicating that G, the force of gravity between objects, is getting weaker. Now, Tom may have something to say on that in a few minutes.
By that, do you mean all gravity?
Well, the laboratories are here on Earth, all right? But the presumption would be in the model that if gravity on Earth is getting weaker, then gravity all over the solar system should be getting weaker. It's very hard to imagine in a natural model that the sun's gravity would get stronger and the Earth's gravity would get weaker.
And so you're saying if gravity universally, as we understand it, is becoming weaker, that would account for what's occurring to the spacecraft?
No. I'm saying that's the exact opposite. Here's the paradox. We've got good lab data saying that G is getting weaker.
Right.
We've got tracking by NASA of distant spacecraft saying it's getting stronger. There's a problem with this picture. It took me about a day to, I think, figure it out. And it's such a neat explanation. And when I run it past people like Ken and some others who are kind of involved in this, everybody has had the eureka experience. They've said, oh my God.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, our spacecraft are suddenly not as far out as they ought to be, meaning that the tug on them is stronger than it ought to be. It ought to be getting weaker as they get farther away from our sun.
On a predictable model, and it's not getting weaker as fast as it should. That's what NASA's thinking.
Okay.
So they're finding their spacecraft are closer to home.
I've got you. That's right.
Well, I'm saying tonight that that interpretation may not be correct. And if it's not correct, it means that the hyperdimensional model is even in better shape than I would imagine when I talk to you. Let me tell you what the answer to the puzzle is.
Sure.
The speed of light is changing.
What?
A key prediction of the hyperdimensional model is the speed of light is not constant. And Tom and I will talk in the next few minutes of a whole host of experiments, from laboratory experiments here to astronomical experiments that over the last century or so have proven that. In fact, there are websites I can point people to through our website where there are paper after paper after paper of historical changes in the speed of light, which just don't get reported by interesting coincidence.
Well,
radio waves travel supposedly at the same speed as light waves.
Yes.
Imagine this. If the radio waves are now, because the physics predicts it, traveling faster, in other words, our model says as G gets smaller, as the force of of gravitation between objects apparently gets weaker, speed of light will get greater.
Okay.
In proportion.
Meaning the speed of radio signal. Yes.
That's right.
I've got you.
Okay, go back to my guy standing on the edge of the cliff, hollering hello, waiting for the echo. He knows that the speed of sound is a certain value, 1,000 feet per second. He expects, if he knows how far away the other side of the Grand Canyon is, that his echo will come back in a known number of seconds, right?
Right.
If it comes back earlier, he's going to assume that the canyon wall is closer than it was.
Correct.
But suppose the speed of sound has changed. We know that the speed of sound changes with temperature. If he doesn't factor in the change in the speed of sound, he will get an erroneous result. By the same factor, if the speed of light, the speed of radio waves traveling the solar system is just a little bit greater than the textbook value now, what will happen is that the spacecraft will get the signal quicker than it should have. It will return it quicker than it should. The ground computers, assuming a fixed speed, will say, oh, it's got to be closer, and thereby the whole thing is resolved. But it's not gravity getting stronger, this is the solution. In fact, gravity, when you do the actual calculation, turns out to be getting weaker along with the lab data here on Earth. So the extraordinary anomaly that NASA is on record now as saying exists can have two interpretations, when all the other possibilities of unseen planets and plasmas and all the stuff that's in the paper they eliminate as an easy answer is eliminated. And either answer is extraordinary, but the speed of light one is the one that is in conformance with our model, and that's the one that ultimately is going to be resolved. Now, where are we going with this?
Well,
NASA has another mission.
May I ask one question?
Absolutely.
We look at objects that are as far out as nearly 15 billion light years.
Presumably.
Now, what would be a small error in the distance you're talking about right now?
Absolutely.
At 15 billion light years out would be an incredibly gigantic error.
Well, the term astronomical error does seem appropriate.
Astronomical error. So,
you're taking along the right track.
Am I?
Yeah, of course. Remember when we have this thing
So then how would you apply this equation if you work it out along the lines that you think you've got it worked out to something as far out as 15 billion light years?
Well, the problem is that you're not going to know unless you get baseline data. You can't send a signal now and get an echo back.
That's right.
In any human lifetime or 10,000 human lifetimes.
Would take 30 billion light years.
That's right. So what you need to do is to measure things where you know rotations and frequencies and see differences.
But couldn't it mean, Richard, that all our assumptions about distance are caca?
Absolutely. In fact, that's what I've said on several programs, that be careful that you don't interpret the redshift as a distance. The redshift can have another hyperdimensional explanation, which means that huge explosion that everybody was all gaga about a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
The event that was bigger than the Big Bang.
That's right.
I told you be careful because it could be one heck of a lot closer and therefore a heck of a lot weaker than Kaku and the standard guys were proposing. This new data from NASA, from our friendly local, I stress the local, neighborhood space agency, is moving us in the direction that the universe we think we know, we don't really know. Because years ago, a century ago, James Clerk Maxwell was suborned. They talk about suborning perjury. Well, poor Maxwell was suborned, and the laws of physics that we think we're operating under are not really the full set of the laws of physics.
All right. You laid it out pretty well. We've not got a lot of time before the top of the hour, and I've not asked Tom very much, but Tom, you're a nuclear engineer. When you listen to this well-done explanation of what Richard believes may be going on, how does it set with you?
Well, it sits pretty good. I would phrase it a little different. For example, when we're talking about the gravitational pull, we're actually talking about the creation of a force on an object, gravitational force in this case. And from a general relativity viewpoint, what you're talking about is a change in the curvature of space-time. And the curvature of space-time, a little curvature generates a force. Mass or trapped energy curves space-time. The curvature of space-time reacts back upon the mass to produce a force. General relativity is based on the fact that space-time itself, or curvatures in it, are active back upon mass. And so, when we're talking about something that's happening to a spaceship, there's a local effect on that ship. Now, we can say the whole sun has decreased or increased or changed its gravitational attraction.
That may be. Tom, hold on. We've got a break here at the top of the hour. We'll be right back and talk more about what's happening to our deep space probes. Once again, here I am. Good morning, everybody. Great to be here, and I mean that. Tom Bearden is here. He's a nuclear engineer, along with Richard C. Hoagland. We just found out something rather interesting. Our deep probe spacecraft are not acting as they should, meaning they're not as far away as NASA thought they were. Now, why would that be? A change in gravity? Or, as Richard suggests, consistent with hyperdimensional physics, a change in the speed of light. Radio waves, light, similar. Actually getting faster? That's what we're being told. This will be presented to some degree in the theoretical, but you need to read between the lines. Tom Bearden is a retired Army colonel who was involved in some pretty interesting projects, some of which he can't talk about in a very direct way. So you're going to have to read a little bit between the lines as you listen to some of what you're about to hear. Apparently, Richard C. Hoagland and Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Bearden, with whom we're talking at the moment, as well as astronomer Tom Van Flanderen, are going to be appearing in Seattle, I guess, and they're running some commercials up there that might say the wrong thing. Apparently, tickets are going to be available at the door, and that's what's supposed to be said on the commercial, and I've got news that it is somehow wrong or something. So when is this thing you're doing, Richard?
It's Saturday and Sunday, the 26th and 27th. And it's the first time that the three of us have done anything in public. It's a two-day conference, and it's going to explore not only the dimensions of the hyperdimensional physics and some of the things that Tom's going to talk about tonight in much greater detail, but it's also going to bring Tom Van Flanderen together with Tom Bearden.
Right.
Because, of course, Van Flanderen is looking at planets which, for some reason, go bang in the prehistory of the solar system, and the energy sources that we're talking about, the hyperdimensional model, certainly is more than adequate to blow planets apart. And what has happened, of course, is that as a result, if you even don't go along with Tom Van Flanderen, we have what's called an asteroid and or meteor problem. In fact, this November, per a fax I sent...
All right, but you're drifting on me.
No, all right, what we're going to talk about is the application of this physics and this technology.
Yeah, where is this, Richard?
It's going to be at the Seattle Center.
Thank you.
In Seattle, from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
10 to 5.
on Saturday.
Okay.
From 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Sunday. And from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Saturday night, we're having a roundtable. It's kind of like a town meeting. And the tickets are available. There is a phone number I can give you, which is 360-491-3714.
All right, but there's a big thing apparently about tickets also available at the door.
And they will be available at the door.
All right, good. I wanted to get that in. I got a little fax here saying this is the act of a desperate woman. They're running the wrong spot.
Uh-oh.
So tickets available at the door. There you go. So I feel I've done my duty now.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you.
All right, now, we were talking about the speed of light actually increasing as one explanation for what is wrong with our deep probe spacecraft, and not only spacecraft, but you're suggesting other astronomical objects as well, like meteors or asteroids or whatever.
Well, there is a mission. There is another mission which NASA has out there going toward rendezvous in January of 1999, and we discussed this maybe 2 years ago. It's called the NEAR mission, for Near Earth Asteroid Rendezvous.
Right.
Spacecraft was launched, a couple years ago, and goes through a long looping trajectory to get to where it's going to go, because it had to make a plane change. It rendezvous in January and goes into orbit around this little 15 or 20 mile sliver of rock called Eros, which is tumbling through space and is on a very elongated orbit that takes it around the sun every few years. Now, it turns out that Eros is probably the most tracked asteroid in astronomical history, and it used to form the basis of the scale of the solar system. As it went by the Earth and through the inner solar system every few years, astronomers in the last century and the early parts of this century would take pictures from different observatories and record the time. And through good old trigonometric parallax, in other words, the width of the Earth, they would get a different direction slightly in space for two photographs taken of the asteroid at the same moment by celestial time.
Right.
They would then compare those differences on the photographic plate, and with good old trigonometry, they would establish how far Eros was from the telescopes, from the Earth. By using Kepler's third law, they then could map out its trajectory through the whole inner solar system and thereby derive the scale. Back when radar was first developed, and NASA started bouncing radar beams off planets, they found a very weird anomaly. The radar results did not match the Eros results. Venus appeared to be closer or farther away, Mars appeared to be closer or farther away. It was topsy-turvy, and so there became a kind of like an edict came down, and the speed of light and its arbitrary limit at a fixed velocity was assumed by all future NASA experiments to be the wisdom, the way the physics works. And the Eros data from hundreds of years, literally 100 years or so, was thrown out. Now NASA suddenly launches a mission to one asteroid in the whole panoply of 40,000 that are known that has this tremendous historical database. And they're claiming publicly that they're going to just look at this asteroid. Well, privately, I know there's a hidden agenda. And I know from the science that what they're really doing, some of the experimenters, is when they put this little thing in orbit around Eros and track it, they're going to be monitoring the radio beacons from the spacecraft while they simultaneously take good old-fashioned photographic plates of the trajectory.
Can I ask a layman's question?
Sure.
You remember that big panic they had about an object that was going to hit Earth in, 20-something or another?
Yeah, the comet Swift-Tuttle in 2161, yeah.
Right, okay.
Announced by Brian Marsden at Harvard.
Yeah, and everybody went into a great panic, and the day after they said, no, we're wrong.
Yep.
Well, if you're right, could they be wrong?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
See, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is why Tom is on the show tonight, because what Tom's going to talk about is the engineering, literally, of reality, using this hyperdimensional physics and the fact that there's an in-crowd and an out-crowd, and the in-crowd is knowing it and using it, and the out-crowd doesn't know it even exists. And the problem is the out-crowd is in control of our public policy, like trying to keep our satellites in orbit in November when the Leonid meteor shower is going to smash about 20% of them, according to NORAD.
That's really important. Tom, being a nuclear engineer, though it's not exactly your field, if Richard is right about what we've discussed thus far, could they be wrong about this comet missing us by that amount? Would you agree with that?
I would have to say that, what conclusion you draw depends on what kind of model you apply. Richard is, I think, very accurately stated that.
Well, yes, if we were applying Richard's model, could they
you
be...
get a different answer from what they have. And right now, what they really would say is, well, our model is applied, but now we have cases where suddenly it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit what's happening to the spacecraft. It doesn't fit what's happening in some of the experiments, at least on Earth itself. And as Richard said, there's a very interesting thing about the two sets of data taken together. There are two ways you can have gravitational change. I'm using gravitational in the general relativity sense of just curvature of space-time. You can have a global effect, that is, the sun could change its gravitational effects, the strength of it, for example. Let's say it changed the strength of its gravitational field. Well, this wouldn't affect just the spacecraft out there. This would affect all the planets and everything else. I mean, you would have probably very appreciable results of that, clearly seeable in the solar system on the other planets.
Tom, let me stop you there, because the reason that John Anderson at JPL started tracking these spacecraft is because of exactly that effect. There is well known in the astronomical literature, going back a couple of hundred years, after Uranus and Neptune were first found, and Pluto was found, that those planets themselves are not behaving according to the current laws of physics. Now, for Uranus, that anomaly was used to predict where Neptune would be found, and lo and behold, it was found pretty close.
Yeah.
And for Neptune, the anomaly was used to predict where Pluto should be found, and lo and behold, Percival Lowell found, Clyde Tombaugh found Pluto in 1930, but now we know it was a wonderful accident because the planet's too small to cause the effect on Neptune that was in the literature. So Anderson started tracking these spacecraft over long, decades now, with very high precision radio tracking in an effort to find out whether these anomalies were due to unseen planets way out there, or by his own admission, whether the gravity model is wrong. And he now has come to the conclusion that the gravity model is wrong. Well, this is not trivial. This is big, huge, headline-grabbing stuff.
I agree.
Because it means, back to Art, that when they confidently say, as Don Yeoman says, oh, it's going to miss us by 600,000 miles, 2161, no, they can't be that damn confident, because the model is wrong.
Well, let's put it this way. I would say the model results are wrong because it doesn't agree with what's being observed. Now, I'm not just splitting hairs. There's a thing I'm trying to get at here. I'm not just splitting hairs.
Okay, go ahead.
The gravitational effect, whether it's global, local, or whatever, is going to be involved with a curvature of space-time. The gravity does that. That's the whole basis of the interaction of gravitation and mass in the general relativity theory. So what we're saying is that we have some effects, however, which tend to refute one another. One says, well, it's getting stronger if I'm looking at it as a global effect, and the other says, no, it's really getting weaker in what we measure on the surface of the Earth.
Yep.
So, and I think you very accurately pointed out that we do have a contradiction here. Now, what a contradiction usually involves is that something in your model is wrong, or some other factor has entered that you're not taking into account at all. You're just assuming it's in my normal model that I use and nothing else has intervened. You have one of two things occurring. And I'm just, taking the problem as it occurs. You have either something extremely dramatic happening and your model is now completely off base, or you have the intervention of an outside factor that you're not taking into account. In other words, missing variables. So one of the two they have to have wrong.
Let me stop you there. One of the things that Anderson and his guys are, they are very good. They're world class, as Burrow used to say, all right? In their paper, which, by the way, is also linked to the New Scientist article in Physics Review Letters, they talk about all the possibilities which could give us a synthetic anomaly. In other words, an error that isn't really there, like unknown planets. Huh?
They missed one big one.
Okay. Well, they went through all the ones they thought of.
Yeah, the ones that they know about, they listed.
That's right. So when you eliminate, as Sherlock Holmes used to say, when you eliminate the possible, you have to go for the impossible.
That's correct. What I would characterize, I'm trying to characterize that a little bit more exactly, you see. What I would characterize is to say the factors that they considered. I would put that phrase in there, because if they're factors they didn't consider, then it means that they didn't consider the outside intervention at all, except what they knew about it. If it's something else, it was something they didn't know about.
Let me be clear. Everybody's walking around this one. You said they missed one big one, Tom.
Yes, they did.
What did they miss?
Okay. Part of the thing that Richard pointed out, there's some terrible problems in electrodynamics. First of all, when Maxwell put together his theory, everybody believed in a material ether. There was no question about it. Space was considered by all parties to be filled with so-called luminiferous ether, thin material filling all space. And electrodynamics today, in spite of anything anybody tells you, every university in the Western world is teaching electrodynamics where the material ether is still present in the equations. They still assume that at every point in space there is a unit north pole, and that's a magnetic charge mass.
Right.
There is a unit positive electrical charge, a coulomb, and that has some mass, and there's a unit mass, a kilogram of mass at that point in space. And those equations describe how that point mass reacts.
And they assume that's a universal law.
Yes, and you see the Michelson-Morley experiment destroyed all those point coulombs and all those point unit masses and so forth. But they never changed an equation, not a single one. So what we're teaching still assumes the material ether in every university. It's present in the field concept, the idea of a force field. A force contains mass. It's ddt of mv, so you have mass present to have a force. That's well-known in foundations physics. People like Feynman and Wheeler tried to correct it for that. They failed, but they had a magnificent try to get rid of that field concept in space, because force fields do not exist in space. And since 59, I think the physics community understands it, but as Feynman said, it's so useful, we keep using it. We have some very flawed models. Richard is very much within the ball game there when he's saying that the models have some serious errors in them. They indeed do. If you have errors in fundamental electrodynamics, which you do, terrible errors, then that permeates everything you're doing, because they just spread the electrodynamics into all the other systems.
Well, all right, if I understand all we're talking about correctly, Richard, question for you. They find a quasar, which they declare to be at 15 billion light years out. How far off could that be?
Oh, it could be thousands of percent.
Thousands of percent?
Because of exactly what you said half an hour ago. A little bitty error in the solar system propagates to astronomical errors at astronomical distances. And I'm not the only one saying this. I mean, this is the whole alternative cosmology.
A lot of people are sitting out there right now who are creationists, who are saying, right on, Richard, do you realize the allies that you just picked up?
Well, okay, but they may not be right either. The point is, in science, you keep it open mind. You look for evidence and data and trend curves and predictions, and you're ready to revise at a moment's notice on the basis of new information. We got new information.
Yeah, you're right. That's science. That's real science. Hold on, you two, and we'll be right back. We're about to now dive into kind of a sensitive area with Tom Bearden and Richard C. Hoagland. Tom, I know that you know something about weapons systems. You've done some work in that area. What can you tell us theoretically, or even from a science fiction perspective, which people can read in between the lines of, about what might be possible if what Richard says is correct?
Well, what's possible is, first of all, you get several different new things in electrodynamics. And by the way, part of this, you can go on the Los Alamos National Laboratory website, download a paper, for example, by Rodriguez and Liu, and several other papers, and they will give you a summary of some of the new work in electrodynamics that shows the use of longitudinal waves rather than the conventional old transverse waves. Now, when you use longitudinal waves, you get some extraordinary capabilities. One of the things you get, a pure longitudinal wave, if you could make one pure, normally if you make one, you make it with some residual, some noise hanging on it that's transverse stuff. It has some, it's a messy signal. But if you can make a pure one, it goes at infinite velocity and has infinite energy. So, of course, they don't make that, but they make waves that go faster than the speed of light, and they make waves which don't have the proper energy that you would predict from the normal electrodynamics we all were taught. For example, Nips and colleagues transmitted with quantum tunneling and through a barrier and a waveguide, they transmitted Mozart's 40th Symphony at something like 4.7 times the speed of light. So we need to, first of all, get completely out of our minds the old idea that's been so ingrained that the speed of light is an absolute limit. It is not. It depends on what else you're using. If you use longitudinal waves, the speed of light suddenly becomes, quite variable, if you mean the speed of the wave that you produce. So you already have a new physics the moment you go into the use of these longitudinal waves. Well, several nations of the Earth, and the most predominant one is done under the auspices of what used to be called the KGB, and I'll still use that term because the leopard did not change its spots.
That's right.
Is done in Russia, but under the rigid control of the KGB. Now, they've been doing this for decades, and they've highly weaponized it.
Doing what?
Making longitudinal wave electromagnetic weapons.
Let me, Tom, stop you there.
No, let me stop both of you. I interviewed.
You need to define these waves.
I interviewed the top-ranked military defector from the Soviet Union, the biggest, highest-ranking defector in the history of defections from the Soviet Union, and he said there is. In fact, he named the program. That there is a program the Russians have been working on for some time now involving waves of the kind you're talking about that produce seismic events on Earth. Seismic weapons.
Well, they've had those for years.
I'm sorry?
They've had those for years.
Okay, you're both doubling here. One at a time. Tom?
They have had that weapon for years and years.
That's what he said.
They have, yes. They've had lots more. That's just one of the small ones.
And weather modification.
They've been doing weather modification. The first weather modification they did over North America was in 1967. The signature was perfectly round holes appearing in clouds, and they gave us the anomalous winter we had, that very rigorous winter we had that year. They opened up full-time weather engineering over North America, and then spread to much of the rest of the world. On July the 4th, 1976, that was their bicentennial gift to the U.S. They have a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Tom, hang on a second. Art, remember when Russia offered to put out the fires in Indonesia, and they offered to do it by creating monsoons?
A cyclone, yes.
Cyclones?
Yes, yes.
It's this physics and technology.
They said they had the technology to do it now. I mean, there was no question about it. They were simply seeking permission to go ahead and test it, create a cyclone, and put out fires.
This was, in fact, part of the geopolitics going on behind the scenes, because it's kind of like showing your cards to the other guy who knows you've got them. But now you're showing them to the rest of the world, and of course, controlling the weather makes nuclear weapons look like matchsticks.
Oh, yeah.
Well, in 1975, some of these weapons were so frightful that even the Russians got frightened. Brezhnev called them, he used the phrase, more frightful than the mind of man had ever imagined. And he actually had Gromyko in that year introduced to the United Nations a draft treaty to stop the production of new weapons of mass destruction again. You know, he used that phrase. And what he was referring to was these waves and these kinds of weapons using longitudinal waves.
Are these what other people call scalar waves?
Well, a scalar wave is a little bit different kind of critter, but you start with longitudinal waves to get it. A scalar potential, common old voltage in electromagnetics. If we go back to Whittaker in 1903 and 4, we find out that it's made of longitudinal waves.
First of all, I don't understand what longitudinal waves
are.
are.
Let me explain that then exactly. And I'll do it simply. If I'm moving along in a straight line and I want to vibrate, there's several modes that I can vibrate in. I can vibrate left or right, and we might call that the Y direction.
Okay.
I can, or X direction, let's say. I can vibrate vertically, and we would call that the Y direction.
Okay.
Up and down.
Yep.
And then I could be a crazy fool, and I could rush forward a little bit faster, and then a little bit slower, and a little bit faster, and a little bit slower. I could velocity modulate. I could keep changing my velocity surge back and forth as I went along.
Sure.
And that would be a longitudinal wave.
Sound wave.
It's like a sound wave, exactly like a sound wave.
How do you get a weapons application here?
Well, it's real easy. Whittaker in 1904 showed us that all the other stuff's made from these longitudinal waves and their interferometry. That scalar potentials make the whole thing. That paper, by the way, sparked a thing that's a little obscure, but it is well known in cavity theory and so forth, waveguides, called superpotential theory. And so he showed that we could do away with all the waves and all that stuff, replace it all with potential functions anyway.
Now, those two papers, those two key Whittaker papers, for any physicists listening tonight, are attached to my paper on the web through Art Bell's site and Enterprise. Just click on them. They're underlined. You go right to Whittaker, and there you are. The full Whittaker papers, Tom. And Maxwell's original 900-page treatise, I've been informed from my folks tonight, is about halfway through the copying.
Good.
whereby next week we could be able to post it on the web in its original, pristine 1873 first edition.
Good.
Including the 20 quaternions, which describe the hyperdimensional physics originally that we're discussing tonight.
Well, what happened is, if you use the longitudinal, basically, to put it real simply, if you make longitudinal waves, which you can make with plasmas and some other things, plasma gas tubes and so forth. There's several processes you can use to do this. And then if you interfere these longitudinal waves, in that interference zone where they meet and conflict with each other, you produce ordinary stuff, the ordinary stuff we talk about, the transverse waves. You can make it either cold or hot. You can make heat energy, or you can make cooling energy. You make it diverge, which is heat, or you make it converge, go the other way, which is cooling. And you can do that at a distance.
Tom, let me stop you. Art, remember El Nino?
Yeah, of course.
Remember the warming all around the Pacific and around the Galapagos?
Yes, sir.
And remember the sudden, incredibly cool waters that miraculously appeared in just days? And the cool waters in the Gulf of Mexico that you reported on the show?
Virtually devoid of life, yes.
Those are indicative of some kind of technological application of the kind of wave hyperdimensional technology that Tom is talking about.
No kidding.
And it gets better. The longitudinal waves don't interact a great deal with mass. They interact fairly weakly, but they do interact. But because they interact so weakly, they'll go great distances through mass. In other words, you can pass longitudinal waves right through the ocean or right through the Earth. And you can interfere them on the other side.
So, Tom, let me be clear. You're saying the Russians are, and for a long time, have been doing this?
Yes, they deployed the first major weapons, not the first research test, but the first major weapon was deployed in April 1963. And the first test they used was to kill the USS Thresher, atomic submarine, underneath the water off the east coast of the United States.
What?
They killed the Thresher, and one day later they put a huge burst underneath the water 100 miles north of Puerto Rico. That burst was sighted by the crew and folks on board one of our jet airliners and was reported to the FBI and the Coast Guard. You had a cone of water rise up about a half a mile high, turn into a mushroom, and fall back into the water. There was one test one day to kill the latest attack submarine we had. Second, the next day was to show what you could do as a giant burst underneath the water. What they do to engineer the weather is very simple. What you do is you pick a place and you create a little hotter air. You create a thinner air, which means the air expands and gives you a low pressure. The footprint on the ground is a low pressure. You create a low area. Then you cool it in another area and you create denser air, which weighs more per cubic centimeter and has a greater pressure on the ground. So we would call that a high pressure area. And by doing this and then steering that place you're heating and the place you're cooling, by steering the hot spots and the cold spots, you can actually entrain the jet streams and steer them. So what they really do is they steer the weather.
God, Tom, your background is that of having been a colonel.
Lieutenant colonel, yes, retired.
Retired lieutenant colonel.
Got to use that word retired. I
understand that, but I'm bound to ask you, what you just said is so provocative that I've got to ask you whether you know this, from first-hand information.
I would rather not answer that question. What I will answer is the fact that I'm very sure about what I'm talking about in the Soviet Union and three other countries, one of which is not us, by the way. I wish it were.
But one of which is us. In other words...
No, one of which is not us.
Are we not doing these things, Tom?
Well, I would rather not even address that issue.
Okay.
What I would rather talk about is the fact that the Russians have them for sure, and we had better get with it. If your other guy's got a sword and a shield, you ought to at least look around for a long knife.
Yeah, I hear you.
So the point is, the weapons do exist, and they've been used. We haven't had normal weather over North America since July the 4th, 1976. We're not going to have it again. By the way, to touch up what Richard was talking about, since you can put the things under the water, instead of having a big burst, instead of pulsing your weapons, what you do is you just put the beams to cross and gradually heat the water if you want to heat it, or you gradually cool it if you want to cool it. So you can touch up both El Nino and La Nina. Both both of the major things in heating and cooling the water that do wind up having large-scale effects on the weather. So that's another little trick you can do. If you put the energy and start to create the energy inside a fault zone, for example, as the energy builds up, the rocks are piezoelectric, so they expand mechanically as you put more energy into them, and so gradually the rocks will then slip and you'll have an earthquake. If you really get desperate and you need an earthquake real bad, you just pulse the energy and put it in the rock, whether there's a fault zone or not, and it'll blast its way in there.
Now,
So it's the earthquake weapon follows straight forward. Once you can do longitudinal wave interferometry, you can do that at a distance into the earth or through the earth or in the ocean.
Now, later in the morning, probably the next hour, we're going to talk about some real environmental threats that we're going to experience in the next couple of months. The Leonid meteor shower.
Yes.
And the NORAD alert that
Yes.
20% of the 500 satellites we depend on for our life and our economy and our almost existence now are going to go down. They're going to be killed by little tiny flecks of dust moving at 30, 40, 50 miles per second.
I guess 1998 and 99 are due to be the big years, huh?
November 17th. I mean, we're looking at a major global economic meltdown if 20% of the satellites get killed upstairs.
Is that really likely to occur?
That's what the NORAD numbers are, and that's what the ABWEEK numbers are, and that's what the quiet discussions are behind the scenes.
It's not just NORAD, but what about the satellites that carry my voice? I mean, we've got Y2K, and if that doesn't get them, the meteor shower will.
Well, I am looking at a chart here provided by one of my cable people tonight. It turns out that two satellites, I'm going to give you the names of them, okay? Two satellites, it's here in my pile. I know I had it in my pile a moment ago. Two satellites carry most of the television traffic, all right?
Oh, yeah, Galaxy 5.
G5
Yep.
and C4
Yep.
carry half of about 24 of the contemporary cable channels.
Correct.
If we lose two satellites, America goes dark.
You know how...
We lose CNN.
Do you know...
And this is
Richard,
another point. There's no transponder space, so you can't see and can't move to some of the satellites.
I know. Richard, you know where I am right now?
Yeah?
G5.
Oh, great.
That's how your voice is getting to the people. G5.
Well, it won't pass November 17th unless something is done. Now, this comes back to what Tom just said. In the black world, in multinational laboratories, there have been developed some extraordinary hyperdimensional weapons/tools, which if they came out of the black world and were applied to the white world, to saving our asses in November, we would basically get through unscathed. And what we wanted to do tonight was to let people know that this is not theory, this is real physics, real technology, and a real problem that needs to have this applied to in the not-too-distant future.
Yeah, but look, if the Russians have the power to destroy a submarine beneath the sea, if the Russians have the power to change the weather, and they've been doing this, and Tom just confirms that sort of almost in an offhand way,
well, that's the first and
how in God's name can we not know about it?
Well, when you say we, who's we, King Azabi?
Well, we is the general public.
We normal Americans who pay our taxes and elect presidents who don't run things, admitted by various intelligence people now. You don't reform the president.
Yeah, look, to most people, this is Buck Rogers, period. It's not real. It can't be real. To the average American, would more easily believe the President of the United States right now than he would that the Russians can do these kinds of things. Are you sure?
The Russians have offered to create for Singapore cyclones on demand.
Well, I amazed at that. I looked at that in the news and I said, what the hell? And I talked about that for 2 weeks, and it never hit the mainstream press. But it was a real report.
All right, let me give you an incident that might shed a little light on it. Some years ago, I put in a publication that you could cool things. You could cool materials and all kinds of things at a distance. I was called every kind of nut for saying that you could do that, and you could also dissolve materials, turn them into liquids and so forth. I was considered in the intelligence community, I was considered your local real nut.
Yes.
Well, some years after that, that wasn't the last end of that story. Some years after that, working with a aerospace firm, foreign aerospace firm, which remain nameless. I furnished them an address that appeared on the internet for some Soviet scientists who were scrambling, trying to find something to make a living and set up a company and so forth.
Got to do this quick. We're coming to the top of the hour.
Okay, so to make a long story short, they sent in an engineer very fluent in Russian, and these Russian scientists showed him what's called cold molding. You could put this scalar charge on the piece of metal. The metal would turn liquid at room temperature without heating. You simply dissolve the lattice bonds. All you do is phase conjugate them. That's what you do technically.
Space conjugate.
They turn it into a liquid at room temperature without heating. Pour it in a mold, walk away, let the charge die away after a while, and it turns back into a normal metal. So they could use this to mold the metal without heating.
That's incredible. All right, everybody, hold tight right where you are. Oh, my. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Back now to Richard C. Hoagland and Tom Bearden. Richard, I guess with you to begin, this meteor shower coming in November. I have in front of me the warning you sent, but repeat it for the audience. How serious is this going to be?
Every 33 years, give or take a month or two, the Earth passes through a meteor stream caused by a comet called Tuttle, where we basically really get an incredible show. The last time the Earth did this was in 1966, and I have reports from a group of amateur astronomers. All of North America was clouded out that night, so only the western part could even have seen it because it was dark out here. And except for Kitt Peak, the west coast was pretty socked in, but a group of astronomers on Kitt Peak, which is in Arizona, just southwest of Tucson, at about 6,000 feet, were watching, and as the evening built toward the expected climax, the meteors that they saw eventually covered the entire sky. There were over 150,000 meteor trails per hour. That's over 40 per second. And there was nothing upstairs. I mean, you are literally guarded from this, incredible, spectacular light show by the Earth's atmosphere, because we're talking about very tiny stuff, flecks of sand or micron-sized stuff. There, in fact, is in John Lewis's book. John Lewis is the current, he's a NASA guy. He's the co-director of the NASA University of Arizona Space Engineering Research Center. He was at MIT. He's one of the key theorists on the formation of the solar system. He wrote a book a couple of years ago called Reign of Iron and Ice, Calamity. But that almighty being who made the world and knew its dangers gave it also its armature, endowing the atmospheric medium around it with protecting no less than the life-sustaining properties, and considered as one of the rare and wonderful displays of the Creator's persevering care, as well as the terrible magnitude and powers of his agencies, it is not meet that such occurrences as those of November 13th should leave no more solid and permanent effect upon the mind than the impression of a splendid scene. And John goes on to say, such sentiments are rarely encountered in scientific journals of the late 20th century. It is by no means obvious to me that this development is an improvement. The point is that for the terrestrial bound, I mean, you're planning to take your show outside under glass.
You bet I will.
In November and do the show out. Well, you may do it for a little while, but one of those little bullets at 70 kilometers per second could check out Galaxy 5, and suddenly we're no more.
Good night, Charlotte. Well,
Exactly.
it's actually more serious than that. We have further satellites we depend on, KU band links. Those are other satellites also in geosynchronous orbit, and they would be as well threatened. So if one doesn't get us, the other will.
Okay, to cross this meteor stream, which is basically in the orbit of this Tuttle comet, which we encounter every 33 years, the dense core, takes from 2 to 6 hours. That's about, at the Earth's motion around the sun is 66,000 miles per hour. That's about 300 to 400,000 miles, slightly twice the distance from here to the moon.
Okay.
In that space of time, we will encounter literally millions upon millions of little speeding bullets moving through, tens of kilometers kilometers of space very close together. And those bullets are now going to impact on some of the 500 plus satellites in geosynchronous orbit, which are the literal lifeblood of modern 20th century civilization. In the current arsenal, Tom and Art, there is nothing to prevent this act of God. We are naked. What Tom and I are here tonight to report, me from the theoretical side, and Tom from his observations and military background, is there are folks with black technology based on this hyperdimensional physics and technology that wish that we could get them into the open and get them to apply these weapons to basically carve a path through the Leonid stream. We could emerge unscathed on the other side on the morning of November 18th.
You're saying they could literally shoot a beam into space ahead of Earth and blast a hole through the oncoming...
Well, what you actually do is you focus several beams, these longitudinal waves, and you create scalar effects at that location in space. And you could literally vaporize or move the particles or create synthetic gravity and clear a path. That's one of the ways to do it, and you wouldn't have to send anybody out into space.
Tom, is that really, in your opinion, possible?
Yes, the 1904 paper, the thing that started superpotential theory, if you have the longitudinal wave technology where you can make them easily and already, you have to do that to have the weapons anyway, you could in fact create forces of your own intent on those particles. You could just take a region in space, and in that space, any particle of mass that entered it would have the forces appear on it. That's doable.
Like a huge vacuum cleaner.
All right, but you
just push the particles aside like a plow going through the ground.
Okay, but in doing so, you would reveal the...
Well, you'd reveal that you had the longitudinal waves, and obviously you'd weaponize them.
Well, wait a minute. You wouldn't have to, because you see, space science is kind of unpredictable. And I talked to Tom Van Flandern, who, of course, is one of our celestial mechanics experts. He and Don Yeomans at JPL are having this interesting little food fight. Because Tom is thinking that the severe part of the storm will be this year, and Yeomans is saying it's going to be next year, November 99. It's kind of like comets. Remember how many comets have come around the sun, Art, that kind of have fizzled?
Yes,
and done what they were predicted?
And or done better than predicted.
That's right. Well, if we were to arrive at the Leonid stream on November 17th at 1900 Zulu, which is when it's supposed to peak, that's Greenwich time.
What is that in Pacific time, Jim?
I was trying to figure out this afternoon. I think it's around 10 o'clock in the morning here. I think. But don't hold me to that, because it's late at night and I was not feeling well today. So I'll recalculate that. 1900 Zulu. Somebody will fax in or whatever.
No doubt.
The whole point is that if we get there and nothing much happens, it's the most incredible case of plausible deniability. Because these beams, this technology never has to be made visible. Nobody has to stand up and say, we did it. It's just that nothing disastrous happens to the satellites, which means nothing disastrous happens to the world global economy, and we don't plunge this planet into an incredible depression from which there may be no bottom. That's what the prospect is, because everything from commercial television to you, to banking, to credit transfers, to, I mean, everything is going through the news sphere.
I know. Look, a Galaxy 4 went down, and...
Look that they have it.
I know.
One little satellite.
I know. Oh, no, you're exactly correct. But they would then have to reveal publicly, I would think.
No, they wouldn't.
No, you're saying they wouldn't. They would just...
What will happen is it just won't be as spectacular as...
All right. Well, then how do they explain to the astounded astronomers in 98 or 99 why it didn't happen?
Because the errors are sufficiently large that they could get away with plausible deniability. Well, we didn't go through the heart of the stream. We went past the edge. The precessional effect on the orbit of the Leonids was a little greater or worse than we calculated. Or they could fall back on the new one we've given them tonight. If the solar gravity field is different, then their modeling calculations are not worth you know what.
Tom, do you think there's any chance they will use this technology for such a purpose, or are we instead going to blow up submarines under the ocean and change and screw up our weather?
Well, one of the things I've been very hopeful of is that enough of this stuff will bleed out, that our own scientific community will start to really pay attention, which they finally started doing. The fact that Los Alamos National Laboratory is carrying a whole series of papers dealing with longitudinal waves, and the ones that are imperfect, they call them undistorted progressive waves. And their characteristic is really revolutionary. So I'm delighted that they're doing that. Now, if they'll really take that seriously and go ahead and apply it, you don't have to build weapons with everything. Okay, let the weaponeers do the weapons. Meanwhile, it has tremendous applications in things like energy and medicine, and things that can do a lot of benefit for people. Certainly, if you can clear a hole through a meteor shower or little particles that are going to do you a lot of damage to your satellites, that would be a very useful thing to do. I would like to see them do it. Either us develop the stuff and do it, or, the Soviets or the Russians who already have it, do it anyway.
You see, this falls under absolutely squarely, and probably for the first time in many, many, many years, of a real good solid case for national security. Because if tomorrow, let's say Clinton were to get on television and say, we've discovered a terrorist group that's going to take out 20% of our satellites, don't you think Americans would get a little pissed that we didn't do anything about it?
Well, yes, absolutely.
And what Tom and I are saying emphatically is this is not theory. This technology exists. There are examples over and over again of it being used in the past several decades. It's just so deep in the deep black that those guys have to be dragged kicking and screaming to even use it for a purpose like this, because they would rather keep a secret. Secrecy in this game is power. And in this case, there's a way they could use it and never reveal that it exists, and ultimately everybody would breathe a huge sigh of relief, and then we could get on with life that is important.
Now that I've had, I'm still, I'm stuck way back on, the Russians blew up the Thresher. I'm stuck back on explosions underwater creating virtual mushroom clouds above water. The whole scalar wave.
Well, they've been doing that for decades.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm still stuck back there. They've been doing that for decades.
Art, do you remember a gentleman named Nikola Tesla?
I do.
Nikola Tesla's technology was the same technology we're discussing tonight. Nikola Tesla was the first modern technologist to discover the so-called columnar standing wave, which is nothing other than Tom's longitudinal wave.
Well, what's more important, hiding this technology from the public or averting a meteor shower that might take Art Bell and HBO off the air?
Well, it's even much more serious, because if all of the world goes dark television-wise, your wired world disappears.
I hear you.
I have talked to cable people in the last few days, and they're telling me that when I was running Enterprise in Washington, where the name came from, was this school experiment that we gave to Dunbar Senior High on Capitol Hill. NASA came over, NASA Goddard came over and gave the kids a satellite system and a dish and engineers, and they set it up and all that. And I used to tune through the bands and found that there was a tremendous oversubscription. We had satellites in orbit that literally had just dark transponders or bars 24 hours a day. That no longer exists. The pricing for a transponder used to be $400 an hour. Now it's over $1,000, because, like anything, if something is scarce, people can get more money for it. So if you lose 20% of the satellites, there's no place for those customers to go. CNN has no other satellite it can beg, borrow, or steal. And the replacement rate, if you want to launch from the ground new satellites, takes a year or two to build and to launch, and you have to build the launch vehicles, and they're backed up on orders for that. So we're talking about a major economic global meltdown of people basically being kicked back not to the 20th century, but to the 19th century in many cases, because so much of our high technology now depends critically on what goes through space over our heads.
How do we out all of this publicly? I mean, we're doing this now. What else can be
Well,
done?
that's one of the things this conference on the weekend is going to do. I brought together Tom and Tom. I couldn't find Harry, so we'll have to do with, Tom and Dick. So we can lay out the problems and the options and the physics. It is time that this technology went from the black to the white. That the Cold War is over in most cases, and in much of this, the major hold on it is the secrecy itself. That's what Francis Barwood was running against.
I know.
Too much secrecy run amok. Stephen Greer and I have been in very close consultation in the last few weeks on Friday night, you're going to have him on the show.
That's right.
Talking about another area of secret technology where Tom Bearden has exquisite experience and expertise, the so-called myth of free energy. Tom?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, the common assumption in electrodynamics is you can freely change the energy of the system anytime you want to. They call that regauging. And if you look in the Bible, so to speak, for classical electrodynamics by Jackson, you find out that they did that. As a matter of fact, to get the systems where you wouldn't have free energy, they regauged the system twice to force it into equilibrium, and that's what they put out, the modified equation. You look right in Jackson and see. It's called applying the Lorentz condition. Lorentz taught us how to do that.
Tom, I'm going to ask you a straight-on question. I'd appreciate a straight-on answer. Over the years, I've had a lot of talk on this program about free energy.
Yes.
A lot of talk. And talk until you're sick of talk. I have had a standing challenge, and I would like to give it to you now and you can tell me why it hasn't been met. Somebody needs to bring me a free energy device, or I would even settle for a device that simply gives more energy than it receives, a toy. Let's say a toy that would put the Energizer Bunny 6 feet under. If I could see something like that, I could believe. I haven't seen so much as an over-unity toy. If there's free energy, where the hell is it?
Well, it's out there, and in fact, it's already known in the literature. Let me give you some examples. Anti-Stokes emission is always over unity.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, it's a kind of emission where you have a certain kind of medium. It occurs in chemistry, and it occurs in certain particular suspensions of particles. If you put in so much energy, like you fire a pulse of a laser in there, the darn medium gives you back out a tremendous burst of energy. And by the way, the common name for this, they use a funny name for it, Litikoff started it, I guess, is negative absorption. Excess radiation.
All right, this is all very interesting, but where the hell?
More energy back out than you put in. And for example, Lawande has several patents on this. He has a nice paper in Nature, and the experiment's fairly simple. You take a little beaker, you put in some fluorescent dye, you hit it with a little laser pulse, you get a little warm glow. Then you do one little change, one simple thing. Into that beaker of water, solution, you now put in some titanium dioxide particles. That's the main ingredient in white paint. So, and now you come back and you hit it with that same little laser pulse again, and you don't get a little warm glow now. You get a violent burst of light that fills the whole room. It's called lacing without population inversion.
All right, I don't understand a word of that. When we get back, I'm going to try the same question all over again. I'm going to take on faith what Tom just told me. And all I'm asking, again, is if any of this is true, and I'm not doubting it, I'm just saying, where is even a simple little toy that we can mass market and change the way the world thinks about energy? It's not such a tough request. Or is it? This is Coast to Coast AM. Back now to my two guests, and it's Tom Bearden, who is a nuclear engineer, and Richard C. Hoagland, and if you're even a casual listener to the show, you know who he is. So, gentlemen, we're back on.
You were proposing that if free energy existed, there should be a toy.
At least a toy. In other words, if all of this theory is correct, then we can change the way the world thinks. We can literally, in a very short span of time, we can make everybody rethink everything and publicly admit everything, and all we need is one stinking little toy.
Well, you have two problems.
Yes.
One is believability. Remember, the textbooks have been wrong for the last 100+ years. That's what I've been saying. That's what Tom is saying. That's why we're putting the original Maxwell on the web so people can see, physicists can see Where they gone wrong?
Yes.
Number two, suppression. We haven't raised the ugly word, the S word, or the C word, about a group of people who do not want you to have this physics and technology, because if you did, they would lose power. And power groups are nothing new. Machiavelli talked about them. The history of the human race is filled with them. Knowledge is power, and this is the ultimate power in knowledge.
But as you are not inclined to jump to the C word, and I agree with you on that score with regard to the death, untimely, sad death of John Holloman, I'm not inclined to jump to it here until I see something. I mean, what would stop...
Tom gave you a stunning example. What Tom can list for you if we have the rest of the evening.
But I don't understand.
Wait. But he could list for you umpteen laboratory experiment after laboratory experiment, which demonstrates unequivocally.
No.
Well, but wait. What's the magic connection between a laboratory experiment and a marketable product? What's the missing puzzle piece? So you don't have your toy.
No, you tell me.
It's called money. If an inventor wants to put something on the market, he has to go to somebody to get the money to do it.
Yeah.
The money is controlled. That's the way you control science and technology. You control the money. You can have all the theory in the world. If it doesn't get translated through the monetary system, through the free market system, to an actual producing device with, in the assembly lines and production and distribution, you're not going to get it into the hands of the consumer. And over and over and over again, there have been these interesting little impediments. Now, what's going to happen Friday night when you get Steve Greer on? He's got a company which has potentially a good free energy device, and they're completely reversing the normal market procedure to get this into the hands of the public. And that's what he's going to talk about. These people don't want to make $1 billion in their spare time. Greed is apparently not in their lexicon. They're doing it right. Now, let me go back to the toy thing. We have a toy which demonstrates hyperdimensional physics, and a good friend of mine, Steve Troy, just called me and pointed it out.
What is it?
You have one sitting on your shelf there somewhere. The Levitron.
I have the Levitron, yes.
The Levitron, bingo! Now, that's crazy, because the Earth's gravitational field is constant.
Actually, you're right about that, and they say in the instructions and the videotape by the inventor of Levitron that they don't exactly understand why this
Isn't that special?
Yeah, it's true.
Well, that's what it is. You got your toy.
Well, no, you really don't. At least you're going to have to explain to me how. In other words, eventually, the friction of air will cause the Levitron to slow, as standard physics suggests.
Oh, sure. But no. What you have to do is, if you spin the thing at 9 o'clock in the morning, by 9:30 or 10 o'clock, you got to put on those little washers or take one of those little washers off, because you can't make it spin the way it's spun at 9.
That's right.
At 10 it's different, at 11 it's different, at 12 it's different,
That's
at
right.
dawn it's different.
The Levitron is a little toy that actually levitates a spinning top in midair. It's a
And it uses a opposite light pole magnetic field to float, but the feel is constant.
Yeah, it shouldn't really work.
The spinning is constant. The damn thing, nothing should change, yet you have to keep changing the weights. Well, this was the first dead giveaway that I had found my first hyperdimensional demonstration. And I found it at a Star Trek convention where Kate Mulgrew was appearing, which is why I went there, because I really, I'm a fan of Kate. And lo and behold, some physicist had put out in the Northwest this little toy, and I got one, and well, the rest is history. Now, this is a hyperdimensional toy. You should not have to keep changing the weight.
Okay, maybe, but I still want something that will produce more energy, either free energy, which means no input, or I'll even settle for over unity. And I know you can quote me all kinds of things that I won't understand. All I want is one little thing that will prove easily to the general public, the Energizer Bunny falls on his butt. This thing keeps going.
Well, let me give you one.
All right.
Let me first preface this by saying it's real weird, but every electrodynamicist in the Western world already teaches the use of perpetual motion machines. They really do. They assume that the potentials and the fields are due to source charges.
You're going to lose us quick.
Where? A little charged particle, a little piece of charged mass.
Give us an example of a perpetual motion machine.
Okay, I'm going to get to that. They already assume that if I have electric fields that they say exist out here in space, or if I have the potential of the voltage that comes off of this thing, it's coming from this little source particle. In other words, they assume the little source particle creates all the energy in that field and that potential that reaches all the way across the universe in every direction, puts all that energy and pours it out in there. They assume that that little charged particle creates that right out of the thin air. That's what is assumed in electrodynamics in every university, in every textbook in the United States. So, boy, do they ever have little perpetual motion machines that generate energy from nothing. Now, if you go to particle physics, see, sometimes the disciplines don't talk to each other very well. If you go to particle physics, they solved that problem, 40 years ago. What happens is the little charged particle, the little electron, a proton, whatever, is in a violent energy exchange all the time with the vacuum. The vacuum is filled with energy running every which way. It's very energetic. By the way, the U.S. Patent Office has now accepted the vacuum itself as a source of energy. They've issued patents with that in it. One to a fellow that I know, Dr. Frank Mead. So, it is in this violent energy exchange. It's absorbing energy from the vacuum all the time, and it's re-radiating energy back to the vacuum. So we already have every little charge is already gating energy right out of the vacuum and already producing an energy outflow. So do we have free energy machines? You betcha. It's called an electric charge or a magnetic charge. Every cotton-picking one of them does it. And both the electrodynamicists and the particle physicists will both admit it. But the particle physicist will tell you the energy is being taken from the vacuum and re-radiated or gated from the vacuum by the charge. The electrodynamicist is still back in 1864, and he tells you the charge just creates the energy out of nothing and pours it out into space, creates it out of thin air, and violates the conservation of energy law. So you see, science has got a lot of holes in it, in the foundations, and that's the problem that's really stopped for energy machines. They keep beating you on the head with all these holes in there. You have to first turn around and sort out the models that they put on your head that will not allow any such machine to be built if you built it by that model, and find out what's wrong with that model. Now, it turns out the models do have the holes, and they do have the errors. I've got one chart with 32 major errors in electrodynamics in it that's being taught from the platform in all the universities. And foundations physicists have been pointing this out for decades, that this stuff needs overhaul and needs redoing. My goodness, that stuff got started during the American Civil War. 1864 is when the basic paper was done, and the basic equations haven't been changed since then. Even though we've learned an awful lot, and we've learned a lot of that stuff is not exactly that way, but we've never gone back and changed the equations.
All right, let me try another example that may bring it down to home. You're sitting there at the console tonight down there in front, right?
Right.
If you were to take, let's say, a book or something heavy on your console,
Right.
and hold it straight out in your hand,
Yes.
how long could you sit there and hold it straight out before it got heavier and heavier, and your muscles got tired and began to vibrate, and you dropped it?
I don't know, is this before or after the near-death experience?
It doesn't matter, okay?
All right, not long.
Not long, okay. Now, take a little tiny magnet. Any little magnet you can pick up, one of these refrigerator magnets, okay?
Right.
And put a paper clip on it.
Right.
So that the paper clip is hanging over empty space.
Right.
How long will the paper clip remain attached to the magnet?
Well,
Held up against gravity.
virtually,
Indefinitely.
indefinitely, yeah.
Why? Where is the damn energy coming from? It's not in the little magnet.
Look, that's easily a third-level question. You don't ask me those. I asked you those.
The point is, these are not tricks. The idea is that we have been run by authority figures who've been telling us the world works a certain way. They've been lying to us. Most of them have been lying to themselves because they haven't gone back to Maxwell. They haven't been able to go back to Maxwell. But in fact, the world doesn't work the way the theoreticians have been telling it, and therefore when you try to take a device to market, to patent, if the theoreticians are the gatekeepers, oh, it can't work because the laws say it doesn't work, forget reality, forget the fact that the magnet is going to, hold the vapor clip up forever, so the energy's got to be coming from some other unknown source, non-dimensional source. The device can't work, you don't get the patent, you don't get the money, you don't get it to market, it doesn't get into the hands of people. Period. End of discussion. And that's why what Steve is going to present to you on Friday night is so mind-blowing. Because you got a bunch of people who want to basically give it away. So it gets into the hands of people, including one Art Bell.
Well, that's nice. I believe when I see Richard, they have these free energy symposiums and demonstrations all over the country. I hear about them all the time, but not one has turned into one. They always have a little black box, and unfortunately, they don't want to give away their secrets, so you can't look in there.
Well, these guys, I was told, and that's why I came to you with this, were different. They are willing to provide this for free and to give you a damn one. They'll let run and run and run and run and run. So hold Greer's feet to the fire Friday night.
Boy, now you're cooking. Or Greer is, or whoever this is cooking. That's what I need.
Let me give you a little insight into that. We have a group of 8 guys that I'm working with and in the energy field. We filed several patents. We do not have a working model. I'll say that right off the top at the front.
The working model
of a free energy machine. We've still filed the patents because we have the processes. Now, what we intend to do when we do have a working model, and we intend to have one, when we do have one, it's not sufficient just to produce a model. What we will do, there is a thing called a government-certified test laboratory.
Yes.
All the aerospace firms use this. When you fulfill a government contract, they don't want just your guys to say, oh, it tests great. They have an independent certified lab with excellent test engineers who specialize in that field. And they do the testing, and then they certify it to the government that this thing tested this fashion today. So they don't take just your word. They get this independent certified test lab who gives you what specs it's tested to and the procedures that are used, calibration of the instrument, everything. Now, the proper procedure, as far as we're concerned, in our group of 8 guys, is when we do succeed in having a working model, we have out here in Huntsville a very excellent laboratory that's a government-certified test laboratory with an international reputation, Wiley Test Labs. And our first step after having the working model and filing the patent will be to stop at Wiley Labs and pay for an independent certification test. The reason is very simple. That test will stand up in court, and it's accepted by the U.S. Patent Office. So that's the way to proceed. Forget the secrecy, and I've got a secret gimmick here that nobody knows to do it. Do it straightforward. If you understand how it works, and many of the inventors don't, even when they succeed from time to time, explain it the best way you can. Have it tested in a certified test laboratory. Now, they're going to test inputs and outputs. That's exactly what they're going to test. How much energy you got to put in, how much you get out.
That's right.
And they're going to certify that with the state-of-the-art instruments and state-of-the-art test engineers, this thing tested that way today to all the specifications that apply. When you get that, you've got something that you can go to the U.S. Patent Office in, and they will accept that and grant you patent. And that's exactly the way we plan to do it, and I would recommend that all the other inventors who are legitimate and not trying to do a stock scam, my goodness, if we'd wanted to just get well, we could have got rich a long time ago by selling stock and, making a nice smooth statement and all this kind of stuff. We're not going to do that. We have a closely held corporation. Stock is not for sale.
This is one